There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 8th of February 2024. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I now call upon the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Somlomo obekekileyo usihlalo webhunga lamaphondo umongameli welilizwe usekela mongameli amalungu alendlu ebekekileyo wonke noluntu lonke loMzantsi Afrika nasheweta absheni molweni dumelang sanbonani good morning goeiemorgen ndivumele somlomo ndiwarhuqe ndiwagawule ndiwarhuqa ngoba ndisenza ingabulazi cawu kule ntetho ibilinxuthu mazangwa kamongameli woMzantsi Afrika ewe ke kuba sikunyaka wolonyulo kusemqoka ukuba siqaphele into yokuba kuza kukhonya nomofu namhlanje kule nkundla elowo nalowo umofu athi ndikho izinto lorhulumente azenzileyo azizukwaziwa abantu bazawumfameka nangakumbi ingathi zange babe nawo amehlo ngaphambili okubona izinto ezenziweyo ingakumbi ulonyulo bambi baya kulo beyingqokelela yabaphikisi babagxeki bebethinkazathi yento ebizwa i-moonshot ngoba kaloku kumele bekhuphe lo rhulumente wokhongolose esihlalweni ayindisithelanga ke malungu endlu ebekekileyo into yoba njengomshumayeli phaya kwinkonzo yamawisile inhlungu zakaloku nje azinakufanekisa nobuqaqawuli obuza kutyhilwa ewe inhlungu zikacimicimi ziyevakala ewe inhlungu zentsolamsebenzi ziyevakala kodwa sithi inhlungu zakaloku nje ingakumbi emva kokuba umongameli eye wasibeka isicwangciso wasithi thaca into yoba siyakwazi esikwenzileyo siyakwazi esingakwenzanga ngokweneleyo nazi izicwangciso zothatha uMzantsi Afrika suse kwiqongo elingentla uthetha ke ukumbela umongameli wathi siza kuyiguqula njani na imeko yabantu bakowethu ngelixesha we as the ANC and the nation we are inspired by the President's address last Thursday. The President has detailed the undertaking from 2023 SONA. The progress is inspiring. I repeat, the progress is inspiring alongside with many challenges that we have outlined. Notwithstanding 2 years of COVID-19, this government has done all what it could do. The President gave an honest, balanced reflection of where we stand as a nation. The choice we face as the nation in this year's election is to reaffirm what we said we're going to do in 1994, implementation of a national program of transformation that will result to qualitatively changing the lives of the majority of our people who are black in general and women in particular, because they are in the majority. For the better and not to side with those who benefited from the historical legacy of the privilege, who seek to block the transformation at every turn, as they cling to preserve their wealth, their properties, as well as positions at the expense of the majority. Under the ANC, we will continue to take the country forward with all its challenges towards a better future for all. Under a conglomeration of opposition parties, they will entrench wealth amongst the few. Under them, poverty and inequality will grow. I-Moonshot Pact yimbutho yabagxeki abadibene ngokuzama uMzantsi Afrika wocalucalulo usithatha basibuyisele emva. During SONA, during SONA, the president accounted to the nation.
Order, man. Honorable Hlengwa, please, man. Honorable members, please don't drown the speaker.
On Thursday evening, the president accounted to the nation on the implementation not only on SONA 2023 commitments, but also on the 5-year plan, the medium-term strategic framework. To those who say nothing has been done, let me remind you, because you have political dementia. Mandini kumbuzeke, 14 billion, Mamelani, had been allocated to fight crime and corruption. Over the next 3 years, 4,000 arrests have been made for all those who have damaged critical infrastructure, 70 arrests for construction extortion, and over 3,000 arrests for illegal mining. Over 1.7 million work and livelihood opportunities for unemployed South Africans have been created through the presidential employment stimulus. 45,000 participants have been placed in the National Youth Service, and 51,000 participants have been employed by 28 implementing partners under the Social Employment Fund. Ngubani ke ufuna ukuma apha azoteketa atha kwenziwa nganto. Kukho abakhalayo, kukho abalilayo, kukho abajedayo. Huna libalang, huna libabokolang, batla yemang mona, batla bokolla, bejweda besita khange kwenziwe nto. The matters outlined in SONA has clear to say on economy, how do we grow our economy, how do we create jobs, reducing poverty and tackling corruption. We are bound as public representatives of the people to ensure that the program we adopt in our organization are for the people, of the people, with the people, because we work with people and speak to their needs. The NC's January 8th statement is very clear that we are more determined this year to succeed in building a better life for all and become very resolute about bringing together broad democratic forces in the country. Ingxelo nkcukacha manani census 2022 iyavuma kuba igxathu elikhulu urhulumente ulenzile, kodwa njengoko elenzile imicelimingeni mininzi iyakhula kuba uluntu luyakhula. Iziphumo zona ziyasivuma ukuba eneneni impilo nobomi babantu bakuthi ukusukela mhla usathatha ulawulo yohlukile. Ewe zikhona into esizigqwalisayo, amachaphaza asigqwalisayo, njengokuba kwehla komgangatho wenkonzo eziya ebantwini bakowethu, ulawulo oluheshe kwezinye izigaba zorhulumente. Siyazazi ezonto, and urhulumente onyanisekileyo uyathetha nge-challenges ajongene nazo. Therefore, we do not have to be held at hostage in this debate by political parties that will come with sound bites, but lack the evidence. The census 22 is a clear evidence. Ukwenyuka kwamaxabiso kanobomu akhwitsha kwiimpula zikaLjaca ekubeni uqoqosho lungenyuki kodwa siyawabona amaxabiso nempilo yoluntu iyonyuka. Luyalwenzakalisa uluntu. Urhulumente ke uyazivelela zonke ezinkalo. Esi sihelegu sikacimicimi wombane yeyona nto iqhorha uqoqosho kunye noluntu lwelizwe lakuthi. Sithi ke urhulumente makawuqonde into yoba noko lo mvambo awunyamezeleki njengokuba siwubonile ngomgqibelo sisiya kwisigaba sesithandathu. Sinethemba ke into yoba xa ke imsima kule ndawo uminister ojongane nalo mba uzawucacisa ncakasana. Kodwa ke naxa kunjalo ithemba lona likhona ukuba ziyalandelelwa ezi zinto. What we need to honestly acknowledge is that corruption has had a devastating impact on the ability of our state-owned enterprises to function for the purposes that they were meant for. We have just had another manager arrested in ESCOM on the allegation of a 1 million. And we know that whenever they get arrested, we get blamed. Who must be blamed when criminals are arrested? And they are arrested through the ANC government. We also want to request our communities that when they see those who are destroying our infrastructure, they must alert police and those people must be brought to book. As the parliament of the people, we take a responsibility in contributing to the health of the state of the nation. The Judicial Commission of Inquiry, known as SONA Commission, and the report of the president, which were referred to parliament for consideration, have been acted upon. The constant narrative that Parliament has done nothing can only be said by those who consciously gone to sleep, who do not want to see the process of assigned sections of the report given to the committees and how the Ethics Committee have engaged itself and pronounced on some of the findings. The work will continue within the purview of Parliament. As the majority party of the ANC, we lead in this responsibility. And this responsibility of passing the legislation is about transformation of this country. To date, we have passed 88 bills, all expression of the ANC policy that shape the direction of the country and influence decision-making. We have done this whilst we have to mourn 23 ANC MPs who passed on the greatest number compared to any term of parliament. They died with their boots and heels on. May their soul rest in peace. Whilst the ANC is seeking to unite the nation, addressing the national grievances, promoting unity and diversity, and driving social cohesion, we are confronted with acts of racism carried out by groups of whites who cling to an old apartheid flag that is outlawed, swear allegiance to a past that was discriminating and declared as a crime against humanity. That cannot be allowed in our democracy. They desire to undermine constitutional democracy and break down ongoing efforts of nation building and social cohesion. These acts of racism only serve to reopen the wounds of the past and bring about a response. We have been talking about this for almost 30 years.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, fellow South Africans. Mr. President, thank you very much for sharing with us the story of Tinswalo, the child of democracy. There is no doubt that the South Africa that she grew up in after 1994 was a hopeful place. It was built on the South African dream, the promise that her life would be better than the life of her parents, and that her children's lives would be better still. What the President did during his address was to tell us the story of Tintswalo's start in life during the 1990s and 2000s. It was far from perfect, but it was a time of hope and possibility. But Tintswalo's life story does not end after childhood. Today, she is a 30-year-old woman. She has entered the next phase of her life as a wife, a mother, and a provider. Over the past decade, she has watched in growing horror as the dream of her childhood has been betrayed. Tintswalo's social consciousness started to develop during high school as she watched the ANC elevate a man accused of corruption and rape to the highest office in the land. She grew steadily more disillusioned when she found out that 246 million rand of public money was used to build a fire pool and a chicken coop at the President's home in Nkandla, even as many people around her fell deeper and deeper into poverty. And she watched as the ANC members of this House protected him. In 2015, she graduated from a TVET college. A year later, Tintswalo realized that she was not alone in her growing unease about the future. In 2016, she watched as many voters abandoned the ANCs in major cities. And she too started to think about changing her vote at the next election. You see, she just couldn't stomach the idea of voting for the ANC after it had unleashed Jacob Zuma, state capture, and load shedding on her country. But in 2018, her spirits lifted. Tintswalo was delighted when the ANC ejected Zuma from the presidency in February of that year. In fact, Mr. President, in 2019, Tintswalo voted for you. Like many others across the country, she did so for one reason: because she believed that you, Mr. President, would restore South Africa to the path it was on when she was a child. That you would rescue the South African dream. But tragically, her hopes were shattered soon after. In the same year that Mr. Ramaphosa was elected, Tintswalo lost the first and only job she had because the load-shedding crisis that he had promised to end shut down the factory where she worked. She was forced to move into a tin shack on the outskirts of the city, returning to the same life of poverty she thought she had left behind for good. And she has been unemployed ever since. In 2021, Tintswalo joined the growing group of South Africans who simply refused to vote. She was simply too angry after the Ramaphosa administration broke all of the lofty promises it had made in the New Dawn, including by protecting the President's comrades implicated in state capture. And sadly, things went from bad to much, much worse. In 2022, her father became one of the 75 people who are murdered every single day in South Africa. He was killed by a loan shark from whom he was forced to borrow money because the Transnet failure had shut down the transport job he had had since Tintswalo was a baby. For Tinswalo, it felt like her whole world had come crashing down. She'd lost her livelihood, she'd lost her home, and her father. Her South African dream lay in ruins. Yet, amid the darkest hour of her life, light entered when she gave birth to a daughter of her own. Called SONA, she was Tinswalo's greatest gift. This miracle of new life gave her a newfound determination to fight, to rescue her South African dream. You see, Tinswalo is done waiting for the ANC to change. She has accepted that it never, ever will. She acknowledges the opportunities she got as a young person, which her parents never had. But she now thinks about the future of her own family above all else. You see, Mr. President, like millions of other South Africans, Tinswalo cannot afford to live in the past. She must survive in the reality of what South Africa is in 2024, not what it was in 1994. When she is reminded of her hopeful childhood, it fills her with sadness for the childhood that waits SONA. When she remembers how her family moved from a shack into a formal house with running water and electricity when she was a young girl, it hurts and shames her that she has ended up back in a shack with no water and constant power cuts as a grown woman. The memory of how excited she was at her graduation is completely turned to anger when she realizes that she has been unemployed for twice as long as it took her to complete her qualification. For the hard truth, Mr. President, is that when Tinswalo listened to the President on Thursday, it did not make her grateful, as he may have hoped. It made her sad and it made her angry. Because whether you like it or not, Mr. President, you have betrayed Tinswalo's South African dream. Hearing the President speak without acknowledging that the same people who once gave her the permission to dream are the same people who have now shattered those dreams. And this has only made Tinswalo more resolute than ever that the time for change has come. She knows that the only reason she had a better start in life than her parents did was because her parents stood up and fought for change when it was required. The South African dream she tasted as a child did not come about by accident, because dreams only come true when we fight to make them true. Tinswalo now knows that it is her turn to fight for change by removing the ANC from power, to rescue SONA from the nightmare that the ANC is condemning her to grow up in. And it's not only Tinswalo. In Eldorado Park, Auntie Fatima is ready to fight to rescue her South African dream so that her children may be free from gangsters and drug lords. In Citrusdal, Farmer Johan is ready to fight to rescue his South African dream so that he can spare his children from the indignity of watching the fruits of their labor rot at the dockside of a failing port. In London, Sipho, the engineer, is ready to fight to rescue his South African dream so that his children can grow up in a country he had to leave in order to find opportunity, but which he still loves deeply. Watching the President stand at this podium and sing the praises of a country that no longer exists made all South Africans even more resolute than ever before that this is the year we must remove the ANC from power. When the ANC says that 2024 is the year that we must defend our freedom, they are right. We must defend our freedom. We must defend it from the ANC. Because the people of South Africa know that in 2024, the single biggest threat to our freedom and to the South African dream is the African National Congress. A labour market where 7 out of 10 young people cannot find work is an existential threat to our freedom. Load shedding and water shedding are existential threats to our freedom. Rampant crime is an existential threat to our freedom. Childhood malnutrition is an existential threat to our freedom. Corruption and state capture that literally steals food from the mouths of the poor is an existential threat to our freedom. A president who protects and shields his deputy president despite Zuma-level allegations is an existential threat to our freedom. So know this, every time the lights go out, every time the taps run dry, every time criminals attack us in our homes, every time a small business shuts down, every time a child dies of hunger, it reminds us all of the dream that we have lost. But I have news for the President and his party. The people of South Africa are determined to take our dream back. And this year, the people of South Africa will rescue the South African dream by using the most powerful weapon that they have, and that is their vote. Mr. President, you recently made a baseless and dangerous claim that mysterious foreign agents were wanting to bring about regime change in South Africa. Let me give you this assurance. What is coming your way in this election is not regime change by foreign actors. It is democratic change by the people of South Africa. Voting out a failing government is not a threat to democracy. Voting out a failing government is the greatest vindication of democracy. And it is the only way we can all rescue our South African dream. In 1994, the dream that we all believed in was that the lives of this generation would be better than our parents. But in 2024, the nightmare that confronts us is that the lives of our children could be far, far worse than our own. And I don't say that abstractly. I too am a father of 3 young daughters, and I too have great dreams for them. But like Tinswalo and millions of other citizens, I too am fearful about the future of my children, of your children, of our children in this country. And that is why South African people all across the country must now rise to the call of history in this election. No matter how old you are, over the past 30 years, we have all grown up as democracy's children. We have learned, sometimes painfully, that in democracy, it only really works when we use our votes to hold those in power accountable. In 2024, the people of South Africa will vote against those who've diverted South Africa from the promise of 1994 through their corruption, their greed, and their incompetence. And they will vote for those who can practically restore South Africa to this path of promise through a proven track record of delivery, of good governance, and an ability to fix what the ANC has broken. Last week, I announced the DA's blueprint to rescue South Africa. Within the first 100 days, as the anchor tenant of a new multi-party government, we will introduce the most comprehensive legislative reform agenda seen in a generation. We will rescue South Africa through concrete reforms and legislation, not hollow talk and empty promises, reform and legislation. And these reforms and legal challenges and legal changes will introduce within the first 100 days and will aim at the 5 following key priority areas. 1, fixing the institution of Parliament so we can restore it as an engine room of reform. Secondly, ending load shedding for all South Africans by embracing privatisation in the private sector. 3, abolishing cadre deployment in favour of merit-based appointments and a capable state. 4, halving the rates of violent crime, including murder, attempted murder, and gender-based violence. And fifthly, growing the economy while creating jobs and protecting social grants. If you had any doubt that the DA was the party to defeat the ANC, you only need to look at the ruling of the Constitutional Court yesterday, which now compels the ANC to hand over the complete records of the Cadre Deployment Committee, dating back all the way to January 2013, when Mr. Ramaphosa became its chairman under Mr. Zuma. Now, the DA expects the ANC and its newfound love for the rule of law to abide by this ruling, to expose its dirty cadre secrets, and how Mr. Ramaphosa's committee laid the foundation for state capture and collapse that we have witnessed across the country. And let me be clear, if they try and subvert the rule of law, we will make sure that they are jailed for contempt of court in exactly the same way that Mr. Zuma was. So, mark your calendars. In just 4 days' time, we will find this president's fingerprints all over cadre deployment and state capture, the very thing he has spent the last 6 years telling us that he was against. My fellow South Africans, Tinswalo, Fatima, Johan, and Sipho all voted for different political parties over the years. All of them, just like us, had different lived experiences. But what we are all united on, here and now, is that things cannot go on the way that they are. And what we all agree is the urgent need to rescue South Africa, and it's the South African dream before it's too late. That is why, in 2024, for the very first time, Tinswalo, Fatima, Johan, and Sipho will vote for the same party, for the one party that has a proven track record of getting things done and a proven ability to rescue South Africa and restore the dream that they all share, and that party is the Democratic Alliance. They will not do so because they believe and share everything. They will do so because they agree about one thing. And that one thing is that without jobs, without electricity, without running water, without an end to cadre deployment, without an honest government that serves the people and not the politicians, without functioning schools and working hospitals, all of our children will be doomed to lives far worse than our own. For we are South Africans, and as South Africans, we are all in this together. So let's be honest with each other. This election is not about restoring the dream of 1994. It's about keeping the dream alive. And when you come down to it, there's only one real choice in this election. Either our great South African dream dies if the ANC comes back to power with radical coalition partners like the EFF and other destructive populists, or we rescue the South African dream through a new multi-party government with the DA at its heart. The truth is that there's only one way to rescue Tinswalo's dream. There's only one way to rescue our South African dream, and that is by drawing our crosses next to the DA. In this election, don't vote out of fear. In this election, if you want to rescue our South African dream, vote for the DA. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now invite the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. Order, honorable members. May I just make an appeal before the Honorable Minister speaks? Honorable members, andifuna ukubiza amagama. Honorable members, please, man, let's allow the speakers to address us and let's not drown them. Allow them to be audible. From where we are, it's difficult for us to hear when you are loud. I mean, there's no reason for you not to heckle, but you can do it in a very organized and decent manner. For now, honorable members are very loud. Honorable members are very loud. Thank you very much, honorable members. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker of the National Assembly. Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, honorable members. One thing that is important is that there are two sources of knowledge, is experience and studying a subject. Now, if you don't do both, anything you say is an imagination. I can assure you that you don't study, you don't experience, you don't know what you're talking about. Now, let me start by reminding beneficiaries of apartheid, denialists, and apologists on what we've been dealing with over the past 30 years. Following the work of the architect, Dr. Malan, when consolidating apartheid government, the apartheid master artisan, Hendrik Verwoerd, said, "We are building a system with deep roots that no future government will ever undo." Many people who criticize our government, including some in this parliament, argue that we must have done everything within 30 years, never refer to atrocities of apartheid government. They conveniently forget that this country was colonized for 342 years, of which 46 were under apartheid. That is what we are swimming against, and we must continue swimming against that reality. It's a reality we must swim against, and throughout this period, the bastion of apartheid was the mining sector, which was the roughest in terms of implementing apartheid policies. I experienced it. I couldn't put my hand on a blasting certificate because it was reserved for a scheduled person, which was a term to tell a white person. Since South Africa attained democracy in 1994, the government efforts were aimed at achieving a dream of transformation, with a particular focus on ownership, on management, and procurement. Hence, we enacted the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act in 2002 and introduced the Mining Charter in 2004. During the State of the Nation address, the President reported on the work done to transform the economic sectors, more so the mining sector. Unfortunately, some members of this House cannot see progress, even if it hits them in the face. They can't see it, it hits them in the face, they can't feel it, they can't see it. Now, when we did research 2 years ago, which is the function of studying, we discovered that at the 9 major mining companies that were studied, each one of them didn't have less than 50% of management structure being black. That is research information, it's not thumb-sucking. Two, we did see that in procurement initiative created a lot of business people who are not necessarily seen as part of the mining sector, but have developed on the back of mining. Some ultra-repatrians in and outside the House question the figure black ownership in mining sector as quantified by the President, with one of them suggesting that it is less than 10%. It would help for people to do research of these things before they express their opinion. One, if they spent time and studied the industry, they would have known that if you talk coal, only one major company is white. The majority of them are black. Even if you take Siriti, you take Tungela, you take Exaro, the list goes on and on. All of them will not be under 30%, will not be under 10%. They would know that in the manganese sector, if you talk of the African rainbow mineral, Khalahad Manganese, Tsimbintle Holdings, and many others, black ownership in mining companies is a long list. I can break it down and even go to gold, where ARM is dominant, where Harmony is dominant, and the main shareholder is ARM. In the PGMs, Nkwe Platinum, Ivanhoe, Palaburo Mining Company have considerable black ownership representation. So, when you quantify numbers, you don't do something that says less than 10% without doing quality assessment of what is available there. Now, if you look at all these companies, you can see that there is practical progress being made. If one adds this and say it is less than 10%, I cannot even talk of their mathematics. I can only talk of their arithmetic being flawed. Now, cognizant of the fact that mines are born out of exploration, we have just launched an exploration fund. It's never late to do the right thing, unless you are a beneficiary of other things earlier. If you have never been a beneficiary, it's never late. We'll continue doing the right thing because the future is ahead of us. We can inherit the past, but we must build the future. And if you don't know what it is to be under apartheid, you are a beneficiary. You will never know the beauty of future. You will only imagine the beauty of the past. Now, it is therefore important that we invest in exploration so that the future of this very important sector continues to be bright. We firmly believe that South Africa holds significant quantity of minerals needed for the transition from high carbon emission to low carbon emission, which informs the view of our mining industry is a sunrise industry. We have got the critical minerals. They are in this country. We must discover them and we must exploit them. Having appointed a service provider for design, implementation, and maintenance of mining license and cadastral system, we are optimistic that this system will soon help us accelerate the processing and prospecting of the mining industry. Let me, because of the pressure of time, go to the contribution of mining for the future of the energy sector. You know, it's very good, President, that you wrote a speech for Mr. Steenhuisen. He didn't have to write a speech, you wrote it for him. He only talked about Inswalo. Now, despite the obstacles of apartheid government-guided constitution, this government continues to strive for a national democratic society in which people enjoy equal rights and equal access to basic services. Like Dintswalo, which you wrote a speech for Mr. Steenhuisen about, have access to electricity today. Since 2019, we have successfully connected 776 households of electricity, taking us to over 92% of South Africans having access to electricity. Now, if you never have access to electricity, you will shout load shedding. You will even forget that in your own house, when there is a box and you load it with a number of electrical appliances, it trips. When you take access to electricity from 34 to 92, you are loading that infrastructure. And you must appreciate it and work on the load shedding. Now, as part of the concerted effort of secure, reliable energy supply, government introduced independent power producers procurement program. Since the launch in 2011, the DMRE has, through the IPP office, procured a total of 13,266.9 megawatts. It has procured that from 140 IPPs whose technology are based on renewables, diesel, and battery storage. Of this capacity, 7,362.2 megawatts was from 95 IPPs who are currently connected to the grid and supplying the much-needed electricity. But it puts to our discussion whether you can do renewables without base load. A combination of the two is what we require to deal with the challenges facing us. But there's ill-informed pressure put by the DA that go for renewables, switch off coal, go to renewables, is actually ill-informed because it says destroy base load, go to renewables. Intermittent behavior of this is not taken into account because it is fashionable and nice to do so. Now, the remaining 145 IPPs, a combined capacity of 5,942 megawatts, are either in construction or preparing to reach commercial close, and therefore, under the administration, 5,939 megawatts from 46 IPPs were procured, resulting in a number of them being on the grid or at various stage of development. Let me go to NERSA has concurred with the Minister of Electricity, Mr. Ramokgopa, that 2,500 nuclear capacity has to be connected. It is gazetted. It is on the stage of being launched. It is Maylam, who is a shadow energy minister, who can be a disaster if he can be a minister. Now, it's a problem. Now, so the reality of the matter is that is where we are. We're going to be undoing apartheid system against the drive by many in the opposition. In conclusion, let me refer a little bit, Honorable President, to what they celebrate, called cadre deployment, whatever. What it has done, it has changed a situation where every DG was a white male in 1994. It has changed the reality where every judge was a white male, where every mayor was a white male. The cadre development has changed that reality. So, run to court, do everything, but the reality of the matter is, we will do it. You will get your report, but we'll continue deploying people who are capable. That's it. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I thank you. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable, a member of the EFF, Honorable, there is no name? Okay. I now invite the member, Honorable Shabisa. Honorable Shabisa.
The Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency, the President, and honorable members. As I speak in this debate, I feel the absence of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, the founder of the IFP and South Africa's trusted voice of reason. For 29 years, Prince Buthelezi spoke in this debate, giving us the real state of the nation. In honor of his leadership, let me echo his final warning to the ANC. He quoted from the very first State of the Nation address to a democratic South Africa when Madiba said, open quote, "The government I have the honor to lead is inspired by the single vision of creating a people-centered society free from want, hunger, deprivation, ignorance, suppression, and fear," close quote. 3 decades later, that vision has disappeared. As Prince Buthelezi told us, if the promise of South Africa is truly still alive, it is thanks to the resilience of our people. But how far is this government willing to test our resilience? They are playing with a dangerous game. I am afraid, Honorable President, that 1 year after this sober warning, our people's resilience is gone. Every day, in every corner of our country, our people live with instinctive understanding that what is being done by the government of the day is wrong. We are left with this feeling which we once had before. My generation grew up with a government that showed nothing but contempt for the struggling people of South Africa. We entered democracy full of hope for change. And in these first years of a government for the people, of the people, by the people, we were finally going in the right direction. As a government of national unity, tore down every discriminatory law and replaced it with what is good and fair and just, we believe that South Africa will continue moving from strength to strength. We witnessed how Prince Buthelezi, as the Minister of Home Affairs, tabled landmark legislation that is widely considered the highest watermark of migration policy and law. We saw South Africa's doors being open to skills and investment, a balance being struck between human rights and national security, and our interests being aligned with our values and international obligation. Under the IFP Minister of Correctional Services, our prisoners became more than centers of punishment on the principle that rehabilitation for safe reintegration into society is essential to stop the revolving door of crime. Under an IFP Minister of Arts and Culture, Science and Technology, the National Arts Council was birthed, and the Pan-South African Language Board, I'm talking about South Africa, during the Government of National Unity, the South African Heritage Resources Agency, and the National Heritage Council. Technical colleges were supported to increase innovation among SMMEs, and Women in Science program recruited young women to career path in science and technology. Between 1994 and 1999, when our country was led by the Government of National Unity and KwaZulu-Natal was governed outright by the IFP, our country flourished. Reviewing the first 10 years of democracy, this is what the IMF said, and I quote, "South Africa has made impressive gains in stabilizing the economy and laying a firm foundation for higher economic growth and broad-based improvement in living standard. The public finances have been strengthened significantly. Interest rates have been lowered, and inflation has been brought firmly under control. The rate of the economic growth has more than doubled on average since the end of apartheid. Close quote. Honorable President, this is the South Africa you would have us remember, but that South Africa no longer exists. 20 years into democracy, after the ANC had enjoyed unfettered power for 10 years, the IMF review was far less glowing. They said, I quote, living standards have improved substantially in the first 20 years of democracy, but in recent years, the economy has underperformed peers. The outlook is lackluster, with low growth, high unemployment, and elevated twin deficit, close quote. 30 years into democracy, the IMF could only shake its head and say, open quote, the country has faced rolling blackouts after years of mismanagement. The elevated public debt level, one of the highest amongst emerging markets, limits the government's ability to meet growing social and development needs. Persistently high food and energy prices have pushed up inflation. Stabilizing the country's debt will require reducing the government wage bill and transfer to state-owned enterprise, close quote. Honorable President, listen to this one closely, because that is where the lie is exposed. You cannot point to 1994 as a measure of how far we have come under the ANC government, because the ANC did not govern this country alone in between 1994 and 2024. The strong and stable democracy that was built from 1994 to 1999 was built by the Government of National Unity, a government in which the IFP served from 1999 to 2004. As the good work continued, the IFP remained in cabinet. It was only when the ANC gained unfettered power that government began to falter. Let us look at the facts. After years of negative growth, in 1994, South Africa's GDP began growing at a steady pace under the Government of National Unity. But when the ANC took over, the president laments that the global financial crisis brought an end to a decade of strong growth. What he doesn't mention is that the decade after the global financial crisis and even before COVID, our country was still stagnant at a growth rate of just 0.26%. Over the last 8 years, foreign investors have dumped South African stocks to the tune of 900 billion rand. What about unemployment? Under the Government of National Unity, the unemployment rate decreased year upon year, every single year. Indeed, for 10 years, while the IFP held seats in cabinet, unemployment consistently decreased. But over the next 20 years, the ANC family in power, unemployment leaped up to staggering 15%. When it comes to crime, for the first 10 years of democracy, the crime rate decreased annually for 8 years out of 10 years. By 1999, after 5 years of national government unity, crime had decreased by 11%. Then the ANC took over, and by 2021, crime had increased by 23%. The ANC is moving in the wrong direction. Stop looking for the pen to sign the NHI bill into law. On record, the IFP supports universal access, health access, but the NHI bill as it stands is a recipe for disaster. The last SONA of the sixth administration was not about South Africa we live in. South Africa is in crisis. Our country is in the autopilot mode, as President Mbeki confirmed. Tinswalo's story is not the story of today's youth. Unlike Tinswalo, 41% of our youth is unemployed. Thousands of NSFAS beneficiaries are still sitting at home with their degrees and diplomas with no jobs. Doctors were protesting just yesterday. Their dreams are fading away. Millions of our children of democracy still live in shacks and informal settlement with no clean water, toilets, or refuse removal. Their only connection with Tinswalo is that she too sits vulnerable in the dark on stage 6 load shedding. The ANC's failures are unforgivable. Consider what was achieved in just 10 years under the IFP premiers in KwaZulu-Natal. Under the IFP premier, antiretrovirals were rolled out for free of charge for the first time, turning the tide on the HIV/AIDS pandemic. The IFP set the trend for the whole country, enabling the Constitutional Court to instruct an ANC government to do in South Africa what the IFP was doing in KwaZulu-Natal. That is how the IFP serves the vulnerable. By contrast, in January 2023, the ANC fed millions of learners with rotting food because of corruption in school nutrition program, and they failed to distribute 48,000 blankets despite procuring them fraudulently for 22 million. That is how ANC treats vulnerable. Under an IFP government, Itala Bank provided loans to emerging farmers and entrepreneurs, funding countless small businesses. But under ANC, Itala Bank is closing. So, Honorable President, do not keep telling us of what the ANC has done since 1994. Again, the ANC did not liberate South Africa nor build it alone. It was a number of political parties involved. The ANC and the ANC alone gave us state capture. They gave us load shedding stage 6. The ANC gave us 9 wasted years. The ANC gave us close to 8 million unemployed people of South Africa. Let us not pull wool over our people's eyes and pretend that the ANC is the only party that can protect South Africa and do what is best for her. The ANC only serve ANC. How many MPs and ministers implicated in the state capture have been taken to task? How many? Honorable President, you have put party before country. The damage done to South Africa is huge. Another 5 years under the ruling party is hard to contemplate. The IFP stands ready to be an alternative government to save South Africa. Honorable President, you must be ready for the change of government. Honorable President, my generation did not get any solution in the SONA you delivered. As a result, unlike Tinswalo, the people of South Africa and our youth are disillusioned by the ANC, for they have lived through the destruction of our country at the hands of the ANC government. Therefore, 2024 is our 1994. We will do what we did in 1994.
Order.
We will remove the government that has failed our people.
Order, honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member. I now invite the Honorable Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President and the Deputy President of the Republic, House Chairpersons, whip of the majority party, and whips of other political parties. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, Ben Okri once said, and I quote, "The most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, to love, and to be greater than our suffering." Close quote. This debate takes place when South Africa celebrates a poignant moment in history as we reach the 30-year milestone of the country's constitutional democracy. Parliament's strategic objective has been to create a non-racial, non-sexist and democratic society. And our primary mission has been centered on mobilizing all classes and strata that objectively stand to gain from the success of the cause for social and economic change. In this context, Parliament gives expression to its mandate as informed by the precepts of transformative constitutionalism, which the former Chief Justice of South Africa aptly asserts as being an enabling instrument to give expression to the country's transformation agenda. In his paper titled Transformative Constitutionalism, Justice Langa further makes reference to the post-amble of the interim constitution, which he asserts also expresses the pinnacle objective of South Africa's constitution, where he asserts that the underlying imperative of our constitution is to provide, and I quote, "a historic bridge between the past of a deeply divided society, characterized by strife, conflict, untold suffering and injustice, and a future founded on the recognition of human rights, democracy, a peaceful coexistence and development opportunities for all South Africans, irrespective of color, race, class, belief or sex," close quote. Honorable President, in fact, when I stand here, ek dink nou maar net, ons moet nie hier naartoe kom omdat ons wil verkiesing kom baklei nie. Ons moet hier naartoe kom omdat ons die mandaat van die mense uitvoer. En die mandaat van die mense is om seker te maak, Parliament hou die executive accountable. En soos ons dink, as we reflect on this 30-year milestone of our constitutional democracy, we must bear in mind what we have inherited. We inherited a system that had inflicted far-reaching damage and oppression to millions of South Africans on the basis of race. We must therefore observe this 30-year milestone in the context of the progress made as a result of our rights-based agenda, which has been put in motion by our constitutional democracy under the ANC. These rights collectively represent our departure from a painful, oppressive, and discriminatory past, as we lean in towards creating a new South Africa from the ruinous past of colonialism and apartheid. During this first 30 years of our democracy, Parliament had to deal with laws that oppressed our fairness and equality. We have repealed that oppressive and discriminatory apartheid laws and enacted laws to overhaul the functioning of the broader state machinery. These actions have helped to solidify our democracy and assisted us to make great strides towards realizing our country's democratic goals. Furthermore, the efficacy of parliamentary business, particularly through the committees and debates in applying procedural processes and protocols, particularly as outlined in the Constitution and in the rules of both houses, have significantly improved throughout the years. Though through plenary discussions, questions, motions, and resolutions, members of Parliament continue to actively and robustly participate in policy debates while unpacking matters of material importance of the nation. Our improved coordination with the executive has also ensured the attendance of ministers in the sitting of both houses when required, leading to increase in executive responses to questions for oral and written reply. Agbare lede, tydens COVID-19 het Parlement bewys dat ons deur die gebruik van tegnologie tot 'n groot mate kon beantwoord aan die uitdaging wat dit gebied het in ons werk. 2 weke gelede, tydens ons wetgewende summit, noem professor SONA Fikeni iets baie belangrik. Sê die wat mense observe van Parlement is dat elke party staan op die platform vir sy eie party. Ons werk nie vir 'n gesamentlike Suid-Afrikaanse identiteit nie. Die enigste tyd wat ons vir onsself identifiseer as Suid-Afrikaners is wanneer die Springbokke die wêreldbeker wen. Wanneer Bafana goed doen in die AFCON. Wanneer ons atlete goed doen in die Olimpiese spele. Dit is die tyd wat ons onsself identifiseer as Suid-Afrikaners. Daar is foute volgens ons almal. En die ANC as 'n regerende party is die eerste een om die foute en die tekortkominge te erken. En dit moet ons sê, ons staan hier en regverdig onsself vir dinge wat in die verlede gebeur het nie. Ons staan ook hier en regverdig onsself. Ons sal ook nie onsself verdedig as ons 'n visie het vir die toekoms om 'n beter lewe vir alle Suid-Afrikaners aan te bied. Suid-Afrikaners het die reg op hulle eie werklikheid. En as iemand hier staan en die president wil antwoord op sy storie van Tintswalo, dan moet jy hom antwoord op die werklikheid van Tintswalo. Want elke mens ervaar sy eie werklikheid. En Daniel se werklikheid is die John se werklikheid. Daarom kan jy nie iemand anders se werklikheid ontken. As iemand vir jou sê, ek het onder 'n boom gebly. Ek het onder 'n boom gebly. Ek het nou 'n erf met water en toegang tot elektrisiteit. Ek het in 'n sinkhuis gewoon. Ek het nou toegang tot 'n RDP-huis. Load shedding is nie die einde van die aarde nie. En ek, president, is een van die mense wat voel, sodra jy van load shedding praat, dan begin hulle om jou te saboteer. Ons sal moet iets doen aan die sabotasie. Ons sal moet iets doen aan die sabotasie. Definitief. Nie spoedlaai het nie alle antwoorde nie. Maar Suid-Afrikaners weet, ons kom van 'n verlede af, waar ons by Kerslig matriek geskryf het. Gestudeer het vir ons matriekeksamens. Ons kom van 'n verlede af, waar ons emmers gebruik het. Baie van ons het wegbeweeg van die wrede verlede. En ons is nou by die punt, waar ons waardigheid as mense gerespekteer word. En dit is wat belangrik is. As mense, ons waardigheid nie gerespekteer word nie, waar sal ons gaan? Hoe kan John Steenhuisen saam met my in 1981 gedroom het? Want onze werklikhede verskil. Onze werklikhede verskil. Dit wat my werklikheid in blikkies was, kan nie sy werklikheid in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal gewees het nie. Daar bestaan nie dieselfde werklikheid vir mense wat in apartheid gebenefit het en vir ons wat deur apartheid geleef het net om te bestaan, om die dag van môre te kan sien. En dit is die rede waarom ek sê, agbare president, ons ken die werklikheid van Tintswalo. En ons ervaar die werklikheid van Tintswalo, want ons weet waarvanaf sy kom. Daarom kan ons anders 'n beter toekoms probeer aanbied, omdat ons weet wat was die verlede, waarvandaan ons gekom het. Gewoonlik raak ek nie deel van julle se baklei nie, want ek glo Parlement moet ten alle tye probeer om vir almal te akkommodeer. Maar dit is baie hartseer as jy uitgaan en mense wat baat gevind het by hierdie regering, sê die president lieg. Ek plaas dit tussen aanhalingstekens. Ek sê weer, my werklikheid is nie jou werklikheid nie. Moet nie my werklikheid ontken, omdat jy jou werklikheid beleef nie. Elke een van ons weet waar vanaf ons kom. My familie bly vandag nog in die villages van die Ooskaap. En so ons weet watter verbeteringe as ons langs die pad afry Koffiebaba toe, sien ons al die huise wat gebou is vir die mense waar daar voorheen geen huise was nie. So hierdie werklikheid wat ek ervaar, is my werklikheid. En die werklikheid wat Sintwalo ervaar, is haar werklikheid. So president, gaan voort met die goeie werk. En waar ons foute maak, sal ons dit aanspreek. Jy voel jammer vir Auntie Fatima, wat nog kan samosas maak. Wat van die kinders van Palestina, wat elke dag doodgemaak word? En wat jy regverdig? Wat van die kinders van Palestina, wat elke dag doodgemaak word? En wat jy regverdig? Wat jy voel, Israel het die reg om homself te verdedig teen kinders, teen weerlose vroue, teen weerlose mense. Die werklikheid wat ons as Suid-Afrikaners ervaar, elke een ervaar 'n verskillende werklikheid. So laat ons hier vanaf gaan en weet, 30 jaar na demokrasie, het ons nog steeds 'n hoop om die ongeregtigheid van 360 jaar uit te wis. Met daardie woorde, Speaker, sal ek nie teruggaan na my speech toe nie. Ek wil net een punt lig. Kan ons asseblief vroue toegang tot land gee, sodat ons as vroue kan wys dat ons 'n verskil kan maak waar ons is. Ten spyte van geslagsgeweld, ten spyte van mishandeling, ten spyte van die feit dat ons as leiers die polarisasie aanvoer, omdat ons net hier staan en mekaar aanvaar en nie begin bou aan 'n gesamentlike Suid-Afrikaanse identiteit nie. Baie dankie.
Honorable members, I thank the Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP. I now invite the Honorable Groenewald to address us.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Groenewald is on the floor. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, through you to the Honorable President. Achtbare President, u is nou 6 jaar die president van Suid-Afrika. Maar is baie duidelik dat u in hierdie 6 jaar 'n kleinserige president geword het. Suid-Afrika is nie geseënd met baie wêreldkampioene nie. U het die Springbokke geluk gewens en 'n paar ander goeie prestasies op wêreldvlak, maar u het nagelaat om vir Driekus du Plessis 'n wêreldkampioen geluk te wens. Dis kleinserigheid van u, want hy het eintlik gesê en kritiek uitgespreek wat die meeste mense van Suid-Afrika weet, maar blykbaar weet u dit nie. Nou ek wil vir Driekus du Plessis in hierdie parlement sê, baie geluk met jou wêreldtitel. Dis harde werk, baie dissipline en hard oefen. Honorable President, it is just natural.
Okay, honorable member, I'm sorry, Honorable Groenewald, please take a seat. Honorable member, what is your point of order? Use your mic, please. Okay, they will bring a mic to you.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable member, yes?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I could hear the Afrikaans that was said by the Deputy Chairperson of NCOP. But I can't hear this Afrikaans. So we are requesting to get the gadgets for translation. It's quite important for us to hear.
Honorable member, thank you very much for alerting us to the fact that you don't, but there are gadgets on your chairs. Thank you very much. Order! Honorable members, stelte asseblief. Continue, Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think it's just natural that the President will look over his term, and I want to say today to him, Honourable President, what is your legacy? What's your legacy as President of South Africa? And therefore we must go and look at the real facts. And if we go and look at the economy, we will see that when you became the President in 2018, the growth rate, the economic growth rate was 1.3%. Last year, it was 0.9%. So under your leadership, the economy just retreated backwards, causing havoc for the people of South Africa. We had a meeting with you as leaders on Eskom, and you yourself said 20 years ago, Eskom was seen as one of the best electricity utilities in the world. Who destroyed Eskom? The ANC destroyed Eskom. You were in charge of the war room to end load shedding. You failed. When you became president in 2018, the local currency against the dollar was nothing else than 11 Rand 55. Yesterday, it was 18 Rand 92. That's under your leadership. And if you go and look at the JSE and the loss of 22% in US dollars, while if you, for instance, look at the NASDAQ 100, they gained 147% under your term as leader, and the S&P 500 gained 75%. Those are the realities. If you go and look at the unemployment rate, when you became the president, the unemployment rate was 24%. It is now 32%. If you go and look at the youth, since you became president, and over the years, it increased with 20%, where the unemployment rate for the young people, the youth, at this moment is actually 64%. I want to talk about corruption. Honourable Chairperson, or Speaker, the President himself said that the ANC is accused number one when it comes to corruption. And I said, well, that's what the President said. And I said to yourself, but you are number one of accused number one. And now you have a number two who's also accused of corruption, but nothing happens. What happened with corruption in South Africa? The fact is that your Secretary General, Fikile Mabula, he said, Fikile Mbalula, he said that they lied to protect the former president in terms of corruption. They misused, the ANC misused its position to defend and to protect the previous president. Honourable President, if you look up at the wall there, you will see there's a banner of Parliament oversight and accountability. There was no accountability. There was no oversight. And it comes to you as well as the next president after Zuma. When they came to the Pala issue, it was this ANC in Parliament who protected you. Why? You said you did nothing wrong. Why didn't you come forward and be accountable to the people of South Africa? I want to quote what the Archbishop, Bishop Stanley Makgoba said. He said, and I quote, "It is frightening to realize that as a society we've become so worn down by lies, corruption, and incompetence that we're no longer interested in finding out the truth. We've been captured by lies. Close quote. I want to talk about crime in South Africa. Honourable President, in terms of the Global Organised Crime Index, South Africa now ranks 7th in the world, 3rd in Africa, because of mafia-styled criminal networks and organised crime syndicates. The murder rate, when you became the president, was 35 per 100,000 of the population. It is now 45 per 100,000 of the population. U agbare president het in New York ontken dat daar so iets is soos plaasmoorde in Suid-Afrika. Ek moes 'n paar debatte met u gevoer het, nadat u minstens erken het dat daar wel plaasmoorde is. En u het daarom 'n mate daarvan gesê dat u dit veroordeel. Agbare president, ons sê ons is almal gelyk voor die reg. My vraag is, wat het gebeur in Groblersdal? Die agbare minister van polisie en die agbare minister van justisie gaan woon 'n gewone hofsaak by waar daar besluit moet word of daar byl gegee gaan word of nie. Het hulle nie werk om te doen nie? Hoekom gaan hulle soontoe? Hulle gaan soontoe want hulle het 'n politieke motief. En daardie motief is om die voorsittende beampte te intimideer. Daar word nou van 3 jong mense verwag om te gerapporteer het. Hulle het gerapporteer. Ek het persoonlike klag gelê teen Julius Malema in 22 sowel as in 23, waar hy uitings maak van shoot to kill. And the revolutionary must not be scared or afraid to kill. Die klagtes is gelê. Hoekom word hy nie gearresteer nie? Dat hy ook gaan aansoek doen, verborg. U is besig onder u leierskap om ongelykhede te skep. Hierdie manne het hulle self gaan oorgee. Hulle is geregtig om borg te kry. Ek wil praat oor hongersnood. Agbare president, u departement van gesondheid sê dat ongeveer meer as 15,000 kinders sterf jaarliks in Suid-Afrika. En 1/3 van daardie kinders sterf as gevolg van honger. Dit beteken 10,000 kinders sterf basies jaarliks weens honger. In KwaZulu-Natal, noord van Durban, is daar kinders wat sand eet, sodat hulle net kan voel hulle het iets in hulle maag. But you, Honourable President, you have a plane named Inkwazi, and I want to say that there's also a restaurant in that plane, the Inkwazi restaurant, where you wine and dine at a rate of 24,000 rand per person. So you wine and dine for 24,000 rand per person in the Inkwazi restaurant, while children of South Africa are dying because of hunger. You, the Commander-in-Chief, did you investigate? If you did, what is the result? And if you did not investigate, why not? Because that means that you don't feel for the hungry people of South Africa. I want to say, and I again want to quote what the Archbishop said. He said, "Meanwhile, as politicians begin to realize they may not be in power after the next election, their deception, scams and fraud grow more blatant by the day as they grow hungrier and hungrier for the ill-gotten proceeds of power. They walk shamelessly and brazenly with their dirty feet through every aspect of our South African lives." Close quote. I want to say again, with their dirty feet through every aspect of our South African lives. The message is clear, Honourable President. It's time to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable member. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements to address the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, presiding officers, cabinet colleagues, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I just can't believe that Honorable Groenewald, you could stand here in a democratic South Africa and defend what happened in Groblersdal. Apartheid and hoisting of apartheid symbols, shame on you. Babu Thabisa, the worst thing you could have done to us is to remind what IFP has done to us, those who stayed in township. IFP was a symbol of mobilization of tribal and also the death of many who lived in the townships closer to hostels and could not travel with the trains. Despite that, in this democratic government, this ANC government has made sure that even the hostel dwellers, we do upgrade their hostels and make them a residential area where families can live, because we believe that it is by doing so that we will build a reconstructed South Africa, but a South Africa that is reconciled, that is a better nation for all, despite the past. So it's the worst thing that we can do today. When the ANC government came into power 30 years ago, it undertook to build a new country that is based on equality, fairness, and prosperity for all. Fundamentally, the ANC understood that moving away from apartheid did not only mean protection from unjust laws, but it also meant breaking all the pillars of apartheid, of which spatial configuration was one. Inspired by the Freedom Charter that stated that the new South Africa that the African National Congress sought to build, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. Our government adopted policies that allowed for the provision of houses for the poorest of the poor. Thus far, our government has already restored the dignity of many people, and it will continue to do so by providing them with dignified shelter. Our government further understood that a house is made of walls and beams, but a home is built with love and dreams. It is for this reason that our housing policy has shifted since 1996, so that we could provide the majority of the people in the country with sustainable human settlements that are closer to economic opportunities and social amenities, which enables them to fulfill the dreams in homes filled with love, health, safety, and happiness. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address last week, you narrated a story of a democratic child, Dintswalo. That Dintswalo's formative years were spent in a house provided by the state, one of millions of houses built to shelter the poor. Indeed, under the leadership of the ANC government, the number of formal household dwellings grew from 5.2 million in 1996 to 15.8 million in 2022. Households living in traditional dwellings have likewise significantly reduced since 1996, with over 1 million fewer households living in traditional dwellings in 2022, as compared with what we stated in 1996. Whilst there can be no doubt that government has built millions of houses through the RDP program, it has also built thousands of units of social housing, rectified housing defects, provided housing material to individual households, and contributed significantly to the cases of emergencies and disasters. Honourable members, of the 10.6 million additional households now living in formal dwellings, 4.8 million households were provided by this government. In terms of gender, out of those, we have also provided, in terms of the state houses that have been provided, 1.9 million households led by women as beneficiaries. For example, last year, Mr. President, we handed over a newly built house to Meela Tlhabane, Kobelabela. Ga re bolela le Mme Tlhabane o bile a re botsa a re ga e sale a dula ka hara mokhukhu for 15 years. O ikwa thabile gagolo ga bona tsena ka hara ntlo a leboga mmušo wa ANC, a leboga le gore ka nnete re mo file boikhutso le gore a kgonne go thekwa a tshireletsegile. Last week, Mr. President, you called on all of us to join the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, which has been characterized as a second pandemic in our country. The provision of houses to women has gone a long way in helping women fight GBV. A woman who owns a house and has the security of tenure does not have to be trapped in an abusive relationship that often ends in femicide. For this reason, we have also intensified our title deeds program and to ensure security of tenure to provide economic asset to the beneficiaries. We handed over a title deed to Mme Mabel Sekgopa in a city of Tshwane, Ga-Rankuwa under Mawiga. It was a very moving ceremony where we had Mme Abolela Are. I finally ke thola title deed mo ile reng ke a tseba gore gona motho o tla ntšhanka ra ntlo ke tla dula mo ke ikwa ke khutshitse le gona ke tseba gore batlogolo ba ka le bana ba ka ba tla tseba gore ke mo ke dutšeng gona. Similarly, when we handed over a title deed to a 100-year-old Miss Prakasa, she said it was an exciting moment for her to receive the title deed as a homeowner at that age. She was moved to the house 40 years ago under Group Areas Act movement. This is our restoration of dignity and ensuring that women who could not own title deeds under apartheid government have a say and have properties in their hands. Mr. President, such stories as this one are a clear demonstration that we are not passive observers of our history, but we are the authors of this history. Not only have we provided housing to women, but we have also embarked on a women empowerment program through procurement processes. You will recall, Mr. President, that when you marked National Women's Day in 2020, you announced government's plan to expand women's access to economic opportunities by setting 40% aside for public procurement for women-owned businesses. For our part, as Human Settlements Department, including our entities in all our grants, we have made this a policy. I can report today, Mr. President, under this program and your vision, that not only are we talking about the past in what we have done, but in this administration, we have ensured that 40% out of the 13.2 billion is set aside in this financial year for women-owned companies. And as we speak, already 1.7 billion has been spent on their companies. And we do believe we will reach our 40%. This is instance where you find Limpopo and Mpumalanga. The entire budget of HSDG in building houses is spent on women contractors. And I must say they deliver, Mr. President, within budget and in record time and quality houses. In 2020, the State of the Nation address, Mr. President, you spoke about social housing program to build rental housing for low-income families, which could leverage as much as 9 billion for private investment in the construction of 37,000 rental apartments. Again, I am pleased to report that working in partnership with Infrastructure South Africa, which was launched under this administration, the Social Housing Regulatory Agency has increased the pipeline of social housing projects, some of which have been completed, as also others are in halfway. Just here in Western Cape, 3 projects, Goodwood Station, worth 464 million, with 1,055 units, has been completed. Maitland Mews, valued at 94 million, with 204 units completed. 8 projects in Gauteng. Riverside Mews, Phase 3 and 4, valued at 531 million, will be completed in October this year. Lufereng, valued at 184 million, with 407 units completed. Forgeville, valued at 105 million, with 258 units completed. There are many more. You go to KwaZulu-Natal, we've got Hospital Street social housing, which is sitting at 54%, Bridge City, which is sitting at 78%, and also in Northern Cape, Hull Street, which is sitting at 40% to the value of 144. Mpumalanga, with Kwadoguhle, 193 million worth of a project, 492 units at 32%. This is the work that we continue under your leadership, Mr. President. Yesterday, I had an engagement with CBOs and NGOs and COs here in the Western Cape, appealing to the national government to protect and provide services for them. They narrated how they live in a city that does not care about them. Similarly, I went to Nomzamo community. They narrated the condition they live in, where rubbish is not collected, sewer is running in the street. Yet they were reminding me to say, Minister, don't listen to them when they say they govern better, they rule better. It's a fallacy, it's for the few. with regards to our policy, we committed to them that we will change our policies and principles and programs to ensure that if a government or a province or a municipality does not care about our people, we'll come in as national government and show that we care, as we continue to do. Mr. President, the draft paper, white paper...
Conclude, honourable member.
Thank you very much. As I conclude, as we say, we can never allow people who say to us, let us not talk about apartheid, because 30 years later, shockingly, the same people are supporting apartheid Israel under us. Mr. President, our policies are geared to help South Africa, and that's why we say, with the work that we have done, the foundation that has been laid, we continue to provide services for all, not discriminatory, but this is a government that can be trusted, and vote for ANC.
Our next speaker is going to be Honourable Labuskaghni.
Honourable Speaker, Mr. President, Members of Parliament, honoured guests, and the most important people, fellow South Africans. From our history, it is evident that we are resilient people, able to adjust and survive even in the extreme difficult times and circumstances. However, Mr. President, after your 5-year term of empty promises, you and your ANC government are certainly testing our resilience. From constant load shedding, forever increasing violent crimes, high levels of unemployment, especially the youth, loss of investment due to corruption, poor management and cadre deployment, all of us, it has ultimately contributed to our critical economic situation. A government's main task is to create an environment for economic growth and opportunities, as well as to provide service delivery through effective policies and legislation, none of which you have been able to achieve in your term. In fact, Mr. President, you have done the exact opposite. If we take only but one example, the NHI bill, which has just been bulldozed through Parliament with your ANC majority, will actually provide people with less health care, specifically affecting the poorest of the poor. It is clear as day that the NHI bill is unconstitutional and unimplementable. This has been pointed out not only by the Democratic Alliance, but also by organizations such as Business for South Africa and Business Unity South Africa. Even medical associations such as the South African Medical Association has warned that we will have a complete skill drain of medical practitioners should this bill be implemented. Mr. President, it is clear that the NHI bill will be the final nail in South Africa's economy and will completely collapse an already underfunded and decimated public health sector. Despite passing this bill, South Africans still do not even know how it will be funded. The only conceivable way would be to increase taxes on an already overtaxed population. One only has to look at the troubles our public healthcare system is facing now to know that this bill is nothing more than a cheap political tool for the ANC to try and save itself from an inevitable losing its majority. Almost all public health facilities are understocked and underfunded, with many not having the necessary equipment to complete life-saving operations. In fact, most public hospitals do not even meet the minimum criteria for certification by the Office of Health Standard Compliance. Some public hospitals do not even have computers or electricity at times, with doctors having to operate with cell phone torches. In some hospitals, patients are pulled up flights of stairs to the operating room because the lifts either don't work from lacking of service or because they have not exempt from load shedding. How can we possibly implement this bill when we have the shining beacons of maladministration and corruption, such as Livingston Hospital in the Eastern Cape, Pilanomi in the Free State, and Rahima Musa in Gauteng? We have a massive shortage of doctors and nurses in the country. Just the other week, we heard how approximately 800 doctors who recently graduated and finished community service are sitting at home without a job because the ANC government cannot fund them. All the while, we pay millions of rands a year for Cuban doctors to come to South Africa. Even your own Minister of Health admitted that there is no funding for these posts. Where are we supposed to fund the NHA from when we can't even put doctors in our hospitals? The budget implications for the NHA bill are enormous. Again, one of your own, the Minister of Finance, has stated that there is no money to implement NHI. If your own minister has admitted this, then why, Mr. President, are you playing with the people's lives for the sake of cheap politicking? It is time you play open cards with us, or admit that NHI is not financially feasible and put business and medical associations and the people of South Africa at ease. But I can go on. The feedback received during the public participation processes of the NHI bill was not carefully considered by neither the National Assembly nor the National Council of Provinces. Public participation is one of the core elements what makes our constitution and lawmaking one of the strongest around the world. Mr. President, the DA wrote to you requesting you to refer the NHI bill back to Parliament as it will not pass constitutional muster. Both BUSA and BSA have written to you requesting not to sign the bill. You cannot just stick your head in the sand and pretend these very real issues do not exist. It is prescribed in the Constitution that you must refer a bill back to Parliament if there are constitutional concerns. But it looks like you would rather pander to your ANC colleagues than to your constitutional obligations. You have had your chance, but your time is now up, Mr. President. The DA will fight for the achievement of realistic universal health care and will ensure that public facilities are strengthened to improve service delivery and accountability without detrimentally financially burdening our country, as the unconstitutional NHI bill will do. Under a DA-anchored government, no person will be excluded from accessing quality health care. Under a DA-anchored government, there will be a realization for progressive rights as enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable Malachi.
Thobela Speaker sa National Assembly, President wa rena, Deputy President wa rena, Chairperson ya NCOP. I am not going to greet the murderers who contributed to the killing of the people of Palestine. I am not going to greet the IFP, a political party that was funded by right-wing murderers who have killed the people of Thokoza, KZN, Sebokeng, and many other parts of South Africa. The people who worked against the people's power. President, the story of Tintswalo is a story of hope, reflecting on opportunities, possibilities created by the breakthrough of democracy, touching and transforming the lives of people from as far as Ngezingi, Ndlomo, in the deep rural areas. Honorable members, we also acknowledge that there are many young people who are not employed or in education or training programs. Their socio-economic challenges must be addressed urgently. They also want to be Tintswalos. 30 years into democracy, our challenge to ensure that we sustain the areas of progress to make sure the people of South Africa continue to have access to clear electricity, water, sanitation, waste collection, and other basic services. South Africans want a consistent, effective policy implementation led by the ANC. Despite the technical glitches impacting on NEFSAS, over 4.1 million university students and 2.4 million TVET students have been supported by NEFSAS since 1994. Those are the achievements. President, just to remind them that in 2024, after a clear outcry that NEFSAS must also try to assist those that are in the bracket of 350,000 who were not funded before, the ANC-led government is committed to assist to fund those that have been missing in that area. Because we understand, as the ANC, that there are people who were too rich to access NEFSAS, but too poor to afford education. President, we also welcome the 1.6 million presidential employment program opportunities created for youth placement in various sectors to gain skills and experience. Digital technology has created many opportunities as the youth earn income through online platforms, building their own creative careers. For example, President, through the influence of the ANC-led government, our local DJs are able to showcase their talent and promote their music internationally. President, in the previous financial year, the NYDA empowered 2,220 youth-owned enterprises through the financial interventions, which took form through the NYDA grant programs and NYDA voucher programs. Through these financial business interventions, 6,796 jobs were created for young people employed by youth-owned businesses. Those are achievements of the ANC. Through the mentorship access to the market and business management training programs, the NYDA provided 34,209 young people with support. There is a direct relationship, President, between funding of youth-owned enterprises and the creation of jobs. One of the most significant achievements was the removal of work entry experience and entry-level employment by government. We call upon the private sector to follow the instruction of the President, your funders, DA. Mr. President, we welcome that the UIF-funded labor activation program, LAB, that seeks to support employment and the training of the youth. We know the intention is to create 2 million work opportunities in the immediate future. We urge the Department of Employment and Labor, and supported by Treasury, to roll out this program without further delay. President, the following program must urgently be fast-tracked. We must reskill the youth to respond to the economic demand of the country, the challenging world of intelligence and digital transformation. We need a massive higher education through digital transformation to ensure that we target and make sure that we meet the National Development Plan target. We shall continue, when we come back in the 7th administration, to open the doors of learning and teaching. Siyabuya. President, UNISA and other universities during COVID-19 demonstrated such capabilities. We should develop the state-of-the-art specialized universities and TVET colleges aligned with our industrial strategy and the capabilities of the various districts. Our higher education institutions do not only contribute to the skill development, but also a high impact on local economic development in areas where the institution of higher learning. Higher education institutions should also be aligned with our mega infrastructure projects of development. President, it is only the African National Congress-led government that was able to break the cycle of poverty in many families, and one of the key achievements were delivered by the ANC. Today, a child of a domestic worker, a child of an informal worker, a child of an unemployed parent, today is a doctor, is an engineer, is a chartered accountant, is a pilot, is a CFO, is a CEO, and many other professions, it is only because of the ANC-led government in the past 30 years. It is clear, President, that even if they deny some in the DA are products, are mini Tinswalos, they know that they are products of the Inswalo program of the African National Congress. President, Premier Panyaza Lesuifu has demonstrated that provinces can also expand youth development programs through the Nasispani program. The presidential employment program should be doubled, and all provinces should follow the example of Gauteng, including the Western Cape. We must address the market dominance in the telecommunications sector. President, the youth of the country has long demanded a free data for all. And we know that when we come back, it shall be implemented. The global trends have shown that small business sector is the highest job creator supported by industrial economy.
As you conclude,
South Africa remains the most unequal country where the wealth is still controlled by the white male minorities, and that shall be restructured. We urgently call upon the restructuring of the economy so the economy of the country reflects the demographics of the country. We shall decisively address the land question for agricultural production and human settlements so that we address the asset inequalities. Thank you very much.
Honorable Olomisa.
Chairperson, Honorable President and Deputy President, and honorable members. Mr. President, the United Democratic Movement fully agrees with the sentiment that South Africa must be rebuilt, as you had indicated in your State of the Nation address. The UDM will give its perspective on this question, where I will have more time on the 2nd of March at the Galaga Convention Center, when we will be launching our manifesto for 2024 national and provincial elections. Xa sisakha lendlu izawusikhumbuza ke mongameli ukuthi phaa eBhayibhileni umprofeti waGayi chapter 2 verse 3 and 4 uthi ngubani na osekhoyo apho sayikhumbulayo lendlu ngexesha yayisesebuqaqawuleni bayo niyibona njani ngoku. Sawubeka ke into ezifana nezondo commission uba ile damage yenzekileyo siphi ngoku. What I would like to raise with you, Mr. President, in the limited time I have, is the matter that you had last year instructed Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana to attend to, which is the matter of the SATBVC state pensioners. Your public instruction created a legitimate expectation within the community of thousands upon thousands of ex-civil servants and their families that their complaints will at long last be attended to. Mr. President, a year has lapsed and nothing has happened to fulfill your instruction. Aside from a meeting I had with the Minister on the 22nd of March 2023, that created some expectation with the Pensioners Committee, nothing further happened. As you might be aware, the SATBVC pensioners have now resorted to a legal route to seek to effect your instruction, which will take time and resources. Yet National Treasurer, GEPF, and the PIC did not go to court to consult with anyone before they used pensioners' monies to bail out SOEs and funded BE transactions to the tune of billions of rands. I would therefore strongly recommend an alternative solution from your office, and that is that an independent body with chartered accountants and tax experts be mandated to handle the matter with subpoena powers to clear the House. That the erstwhile asset managers like Sanlam and others, the GPF, the PIC, and National Treasury be made to give answers to this independent body, with its primary goal to clear as many claims as possible, as soon as possible, because the consequences of our decisions affect people's lives. Mr. President, as some of these pensioners have passed away in 2023 and others long before that, who did not get to enjoy the benefits of their labors. Oh makhulu, no tatomkhulu, balentwazana kuthiwa nguThintswalo, bafuna imali yabo ababeyicontribute ku-pension, abalwinani banikeni imali yabo abantu. Niyeke uthatha imali ze-pensions, niyoku-beef up i-BEE companies, ningabanikanga, sanutya yonke into leni. A similar scenario is playing out amongst ex-mine workers who had been promised attention during former President Mbeki and Zuma's tenures, who had been retrenched during or using the so-called blue card system. The UDM proposes that a task...
As you conclude...
No, the next 5 minutes. I'll pass them in the 5 minutes. That's not the 3 minutes.
No, Honorable Minister. Look at the watch on your right.
Obvious. Kodwa ke sithi ke kuyo yonke lonto izinto zasezimine nabasemahlabathini nabase-Rustenburg mabanikwe imali zabo, abanye basemahlabathini bekuthiwe bazawunikwa inantsika i-rights.
Time is up.
Sathetha mawedintulani amasela la.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Honorable Seropen.
Thank you very much, Mr. House Chair. Mr. President, in November 2017, you promised, if you were elected leader of your party, that you would implement a 10-point New Deal. You echoed Franklin D. Roosevelt, and you promised to pull millions of South Africans out of poverty and into the mainstream economy. We stand here 6.5 years later, and that landscape, that utopian landscape you painted then, has not come to pass. What we instead have is the shadow of unfulfilled promises and a deepening economic crisis. And this is because of the failures of your government, particularly in job creation. You broke the very first promise that you made to this country. And the young people bear the brunt of this crisis. 70% of young people aged 15 to 24 have been unable to secure jobs. And the government's stranglehold on the business environment has choked the ability for this economy to create jobs. Unemployment has surged from 20% in 1994, since we hear a lot in this debate about the progress since 1994. So let's look at some progress. 20% unemployment in 1994. We now have 32.9% unemployment in 2024. When you include people who have given up looking for work because they cannot find a job, that unemployment rate is an alarming 42.4%. Now, to add insult to injury, instead of rectifying our economic mistakes, the ANC has shifted the burden onto a shrinking tax base and plans to do so again later this month in the budget. Slow economic growth has created a tax-to-GDP ratio of 25%, which is one of the highest in the world. South Africans have one of the highest tax-to-GDP ratios in the world. South Africans are overburdened with tax. And these citizens pay much more tax compared not to wealthy countries, but to developing and middle-income countries. The citizens, through tax, are paying a huge financial price to fund the ANC's failures. Now, government's failure to manage public debt has pushed us towards a fiscal crisis, and 20% of all government revenue is now dedicated to servicing debt. Not healthcare, not police, not teachers, debt. And this means that we have limited resources for investment into infrastructure and essential services. National debt is now over 5.2 trillion rand. And South Africa cannot go on like this. And in the debate today so far, we've heard the ANC double down on BE and cadre deployment, which shows us who their true constituency is. It is not the millions of South Africans looking for work or looking for opportunity. Their real constituencies are a handful of cadre deployees and a few thousand BEE billionaires. And their entire system, as they've debated today so far, shows us who they're going to take care of should they attempt to win another election. So South Africa cannot go on like this. And thankfully, every piece of information shows us, Mr. President, that you are the outgoing president. And we will not have to face, if the voters make the right choices, we will not face a green-red coalition of doom, but we will have a blue coalition for change. Now, let me tell you what the blue coalition for change, a DA-led government, will do. I see the ANC is heckling a lot when we mention the coalition for change. It is precisely because they're terrified that they're all going to be prosecuted for corruption and maladministration whenever we mention the change of government. But this blue coalition of change will get the economic engine revving again. It is essential to do so to lift millions of people out of poverty. And we will do so by overhauling labor regulations that limit job growth. We will make sure that young people and older people who have been locked out of the economy get skills through apprenticeships and development programs. And we will boldly put an end, finally, to apartheid classification of race and employment equity and preferential procurement. We will no longer use those outdated and crass categories to classify people. Our focus will be on meritocracy and non-racialism to make sure that diversity and merit thrive. On the tax system, we will commit to no new taxes, unlike what the finance minister will be announcing in a month from now. We will also prevent hidden tax increases and to make sure the poor are taken care of, who are struggling with the cost of living crisis. The ANC MPs who earn all more than R1 million here love to heckle about the poor. None of them are in that basket. But for the poor out there, we will expand the zero-rated VAT food basket so that you can buy chicken, you can buy essential nutrients, and you can feed your families. And lastly, we will make sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes by ensuring that SARS has the capabilities. We will undo the gutting of SARS under state capture. We'll also rescue public finances from the fiscal cliff. We will stabilize public debt. We will make sure that we don't waste government money, unlike the hecklers on the side over here. And we will end this obsessive culture of bailouts to state-owned enterprises. And I'm looking forward to the Appropriations Committee on Wednesday because I believe SAA has lost another 700 million rand in the last year. And we look forward to taking you on bailouts there. We will also rescue small businesses, and we will make sure we will build an export-orientated economy that makes sure that we rescue South Africa from this economic calamity. This is not going to come about through any New Deal or New Dawn. It will not come about through any New Deal or New Dawn. And as we look back, we've gone from a New Deal to a New Dawn to a false dawn, and now to Ramageddon. So the choice for our country is clear. We can't carry on with unfulfilled promises. Thank you to the ANC. Your time is up, as mine now ends as well. But we will get a better tomorrow through a blue coalition of change that rescues South Africa.
Honorable Zulu.
Naye lo Dinswalo osuka la, Honorable Speaker. Naye ukwazile ukuthi azofika la ngoba samlwela ukuthi azakwazi uDinswalo lo azoma la estikini akwazi ukukhuluma. Nawe Dinswalo noma uhleli ngale walwelwa sethi uyafuna or awufuni. Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, she's still here in the House. Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, my colleagues, members of the executive who are here today, honorable members of parliament, nani nonke emakhaya, ngicela ukubingelela nina ikakhulukazi ngoba simela ngenxa yenu. Sila sikhuluma nje sikhulumela imisebenzi esiyenzayo siyenzela nina. silanje ngoba sathunywa yini kusukela ngo-1994 nathi kithi nawa amandla hambani niyosisebenzela hambani niyolungisa impilo zethu hambani niyobonisa ukuthi iSouth Africa entsha ingaba khona ingaba possible. Ngibonge kakhulu chairperson ukuthi nginikezwe leli thuba i-organization yami engihamba ngiziqhayisa ngayo i-African National Congress enginikeze lethuba lokuthi namhlanje ke ngithi qabaqaba kancane ngokuthi i-African National Congress yenzeni isazowenzani masiqhubeka ngomsebenzi ozayo. Ngime la, Honorable President and Deputy President, ngumama kaDinthwalo, ngu-auntie kaDinthwalo, ngu-grandmother kaDinthwalo, ngugogo kaDinthwalo. La phakathi kwethu sinabomkhulu, sinabomalume, sinobaba bakaDinthwalo. Laba abazinikezela long before 1994 ukuthi ukhona uDinthwalo ozophila. Abaqala ukumenzela imisebenzi ngo-1994 kodwa ngicela ukusho ukuthi baqala ukwenza lokho long before 1994. Ngicela ukuthi ngithi Mr President ukhulume ngoDinthwalo uthe ungakaqedi nokukhuluma ngaye usesela in the house baqala ke abanye lengaphandle bafuna ukubonisa iSouth Africa ukuthi akekho uDinthwalo lo okhuluma ngaye. Ngifuna ukuthi mina namhlanje umlayezo engiwusa kuDinthwalo ngithi kuye, you are not alone in this journey. Reach out for help, share your story and connect with others who have faced similar challenges like you, but also reach out to the government of the African National Congress, whose sole purpose of existence is to change you into a better Dinthwalo. I want to say, abo Dinthwalo abaningi lapha ngaphandle, you are worthy, you are capable, and you are deserving of a better future. Ngicela ukuthi kuthiwe namhlanje ngini ngusweeper kodwa ke anginikwanga umshanyelo ngoba if benginikewe umshanyelo ngabe ngithathe wonke lamazwi avela ngapha ngawashanyela kancane kancane ngaze ngawakhipha ngomnyango akodwa kaninikanga umshanyelo. Next time ngicela ninginike umshanyelo. Ngicela ukuthi ngithi kini ke ningalaleli uSteenhuisen with his lot. Don't listen to people whose sole purpose of existence is to demoralize you. They tell you nothing has happened since 1994. Don't listen to Honorable Steenhuisen and his lot, who don't listen to nobody but himself and his lot. Don't listen to the so-called moonshoot. Don't listen to pessimism. Don't listen to any of those people who want to tell you that nothing has happened since 1994. I want to say today, Mr. President, we are here because we are a government that cares. We are here because many of my colleagues have spoken about the past of where we came from and where we are. I do want to remind you, Chairperson and honorable members, that we, those who struggled to bring this South Africa to where it is today, at the time that we were struggling, we thought it would not be possible. We thought democracy would not come. We thought we were lost and would die outside. And those who were in prison and all, they thought it wasn't going to be possible. But what made it possible was the commitment of all South Africans, irrespective of race, color, or creed, who stood up and said, apartheid, like Israel apartheid, will not survive. Will not survive because many people commit themselves to changing the lives of people. Honorable Chairperson, let me remind the naysayers and those with self-inflicted amnesia what we inherited when we came into office. The destruction of the family unit and communities torn apart by slave trade and migrant labor system, which we still suffer today. Apartheid policies that impoverished individuals, created spatial poverty traps, and negatively impacted on the human capital formation of black people in particular. A fragmented social welfare system based on race, gender, and geographical location. Welfare policies, legislation, and programs were inequitable, inappropriate, and ineffective in addressing poverty and basic human rights. And I would like to say, Mr. President, as a Minister of Social Development, it pains me to walk up and down the streets of Cape Town and see the number of people who are homeless. It pains me to see the DA talking so much just 200 meters from here. Walk down the street, Mr. President. I'll invite you one of the days. We walk and we see how many of our people are languishing in poverty outside on the streets of Cape Town. And I say to the people of South Africa, we care even for those who are out there because they are part and parcel of ourselves. We care for them. This government of the Western Cape that pretends like it is taking care of our people, just walk out there and see what it is. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address, you outlined the remarkable journey we have traversed and the massive gains we have achieved under this government for all South Africans. And let me tell you, as you sit here and look at me, I don't look at any South African from any point of view other than the fact that this is a South African who needs assistance. This is a South African who needs to pay attention by the government of the African National Congress. And so what have we done since then? Ngiyambona nosoli ukhona la phakathi kwenu. Mina naye usoli sithathene lapha eNCOP. Ngiyabezwa nje Osteinazen namhlanje sekuyibo abakhuluma ngama grants. Impela nina yini enikhuluma ngama grants nina ebenisitshela ukuthi the economy is not capable of paying the grants. Yini esenikhuluma ngama grants ngoba siya kuma election. Yini ebenisitshela nisasitshela namanje ukuthi if the economy doesn't grow, asikwazi ukubhadala ama grant. Let me tell you, we have been paying the grants from 1994 to date. Even when the economy is not doing very well, we have stood up and said, we shall be with the people of South Africa. Whether the economy is not doing well or not doing well, it remains our responsibility and our capability to make sure that those that have absolutely nothing, at least we can give them something and help them to lift themselves up. Nina, niti. Give the men a rod to fish. And I'm saying, where's that river? Where's that fish? And kulumangai. Tina, we have the river, we have the fish. What we have done, Honorable Speaker, improve access to sustainable livelihoods and entrepreneurial opportunities through grant funding and capacity building of civil society organizations, progressively expanded social protection coverage from 2.4 million in 1994 to a whopping 28 million to support those who cannot support themselves. We are currently providing regular income support each month without fail to more than 4 million older persons, about 1 million adults with disabilities, and 160,000 children with disabilities. More than 13 million children from poor households receive child support grant, while a further 237 children are supported through our foster grant. Provide financial support to the tune of 8.2 billion rand to non-profit organizations. Increase the number of children benefiting from early childhood development. And Mr. President, you spoke so eloquently about the ECD, about early childhood development, because that didn't swallow. The first one that we have of the 30 years, the next didn't swallow of the next 30 years will be very different even from the one of the current 30 years. We have created 500,000 employment opportunities through expanded public works, addressed disproportionate impact of poverty on women through women empowerment, pass progressive pieces of legislation such as the Children's Act to ensure protection of children, intensified international collaboration with development and UN agencies such as UNICEF, UNDP, ILO on best practices, expanded access to care and support services for victims and survivors through the implementation of Pillar 4 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, capacitated the Gender Violence Command Center and the National Emergency Response Team. I also would like, Mr. President, to say we need to look at look no further than the 2023 National Senior Certificates results. Of the 897,775 grade 12 learners who wrote NSC, 54378 full-time learners were social grant beneficiaries, with 62 out of 110 top-performing learners in different categories. And Mr. President, we do say today, sithinje kaba sisazobuya when we further explain during the budget speech as well as the thank you, Chairperson. Nina hambanyolala.
Now, thank you very much, honorable members. We will now have a lunch break and we'll come back at 13:30 or 1:30 p.m. And we'll leave in the following order: the Speaker, the President, Deputy President, and the rest of us. So, I'm told that the lunch arrangements are as follows. So please note that lunch will be on sale at the following venues: ground floor, David Bloomberg Hall; second floor, banqueting hall.
We are on track to resolve the most important constraints on economic growth by stabilizing our energy supply and fixing our logistics system. As these obstacles are removed, the true potential we set out a clear plan to end load shedding,
political parties are debating the President's address, which took place last week. And of course, we've heard quite a number of varied responses from political parties as they make their inputs with regards to the President's address. Shitla?
Yes, the debate indeed is off to quite a robust start. Many more speakers still to come, including the Minister of Electricity, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Minister of Health, and day one, indeed, of the debate will be closed by the Minister of International Relations. So still a lot to look forward to, and most of the speakers there echoing the challenges that the country is still grappling with 30 years later, the issues of unemployment, inequality, and poverty.
Indeed. But as we also reflect on what the main thrust of the President's speech has been, as he delivered it on the 8th of February, just a few days ago, the focus has been on this 30-year trajectory, reminding South Africans of the strides that have been made since 1994 to where we are right now. And of course, all political parties are, of course, focusing on what government has been able or unable to deliver, or rather unable to deliver in the last 5 years of our democracy. But of course, the focus has been the context that the President has been painting. And we also heard that actually coming through quite sharply from members of the ruling party, the governing party. It's the fact that if we compare the South Africa that we live in today as compared to the South Africa that we had prior to 1994, we have definitely made massive strides.
Definitely. I had Minister Mantashe contextualizing the challenges that we are faced with, comparing them to the 400 years of colonial rule that we went through. Indeed. And the 40-plus years of apartheid, and saying it is unfair to expect this 30 years to undo over 400 years of colonial rule.
Absolutely. And again, another very important point that has been made there is the fact that the construct, our constitutional construct, has been our instrument of transformation from 1994 to where we are right now. And we've also touched on the issue of this concept of transformative constitutionalism, which we also unpacked prior to the President delivering his speech on Thursday last week. And that is really that the roadmap started with the Constitution as a construct for transformation in the country. And where we are right now, it is all based on this overarching constitutional construct that has given direction to what the kind of South Africa, and towards building the kind of South Africa that we, that all South Africans, ordinary South Africans, particularly those who previously marginalized, particularly those also who've experienced oppression as well, particularly those who did not have access to resources, who lived really a substandard quality of life prior to 1994 as compared to where we are right now.
It's quite a difficult project, I mean, to think of it. Government is envisioning, and what you may have heard from all the speakers earlier today, particularly from the governing party, asking for more patience so that they are able to implement some of these key policies and the government priorities. And it's understandable, yet it's so much for the people on the ground to ask for, because people are experiencing the challenges now. And as much as the government needs the time to implement certain things, people on the ground. So I think the challenge is for government is to balance the immediate needs of people who are facing poverty now, people who are unemployed now, to balance that with the long-term plans that government has.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more, Shitla. And of course, as the President is painting this picture, taking us on this trajectory of where we were prior to 1994 to where we are right now, talking, of course, about, the laws that have been repealed, talking about issues to, the social services package that has been put in place, issues that relate to access to housing. The President also spoke about access to electricity. And, of course, as we've heard earlier from the Deputy Chairperson of the National Planning Commission, talking about how we have made strides, but within that context, and you aptly also, articulated that earlier, that as much as we are moving forward and we are gaining access, those who were previously excluded just on the basis of their race, the inclusion also comes with its own form of challenges. Now, we must also think about the fact that the population has increased. Our population size has increased since, if we compare to where we were in 1994 to where we are right now. And also, we also have a very an urbanizing society, whereby if there are no opportunities in the rural areas, people find themselves actually migrating and moving to the city centers, and which also comes with its own challenges as well. But in a nutshell, basically, where we are right now as compared to where we were, yes, we might not be where we want to be as a nation, but we have made major strides, as articulated by the President.
Well, with the population growth and the migration that's taking place, especially in big cities, that brings a lot of challenges. I know there are a lot of houses that have been provided by the government, a lot of housing for people who previously didn't have a place to sleep in, and people who migrate from rural areas to cities. You see a lot of informal settlements springing up in every corner.
And that's a challenge, because now people are able to move freely to any part of the country, and that comes with this rights-based society that we are building as emanating from what the Constitution has made possible for ordinary South Africans, but that comes with its own set of challenges as well. In as much as government has delivered hundreds and thousands of houses, there are still many people living in informal settlements as they are moving from the rural areas to come and look for opportunities to be able to work and to feed their families as well.
And it's not just the issue of housing. I mean, as they move into the new houses, there's issues of water provision as well.
Sustained
there's
water
of services, and now
the quality of those services, the quality of water provision, for example.
Yeah, so the challenges are proportional to the growth of the economy. They are proportional to the growth of the population as well.
But then the responsibility really is to make sure that we give a balanced perspective. And I think it really is also about looking at making sure that we don't disregard the challenges that people are going through right now, but there must always be space to engage, to thoroughly engage, for government to be able to explain where we are and what the challenges are, so that, ordinary South Africans are able to have an understanding of where we are and how we are moving forward.
Speaking of challenges, if there's one person who's sitting with a lot of challenges, is the Minister of Human Settlement, with a movement of people and people requiring housing. And we are hoping to hear more from the Minister of Human Settlements shortly after this short break. Thank you.
With our abundance of solar, wind and mineral resources, we are going to create thousands of jobs in renewable energy, in green hydrogen, green steel, electric vehicles, and other green products. The Northern Cape, with its optimal solar conditions, one of the very best in the world conditions, has already attracted billions of rands in investment. We are going to set up a special economic zone in the Boegoebaai port to drive investment in green energy. There's a great deal of interest already from the private sector, with companies such as Sasol and many others who are ready to participate in the boom that will be generated through our green hydrogen energy projects. we have decided to support electric vehicle manufacturing in our country to grow our automotive sector, which provides good jobs to thousands of workers. And in this regard, we are already at an advanced stage of cooperating with our neighbors, with countries such as the DRC, which is well endowed with critical minerals, with countries such as Botswana, which is already involved in parts of the value chain of automotive manufacturing. With all these countries, we are going to be able to form an incredibly powerful ecosystem that is going to enable all of us to benefit from the green energy revolution.
Welcome back. We are, of course, continuing our conversations as we reflect on some of the speeches that have been delivered, some of the key messages that are coming through. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Mameloko Kubai, who's here to talk to us about some of the key things that she has raised in her speech as she participated in this State of the Nation address debate which took place. Obviously, it's still underway. They just basically adjourned the proceedings of the day for an hour, and then they will continue again after an hour. Minister, thank you so much for making the time to be with us, and welcome to the platform.
No, thank you very much for hosting.
Fantastic. Talk to us firstly about where we were, if we are reflecting as a country, pre-1994 from a housing perspective and access to housing. And I know that you also made reference to the issue of the Freedom Charter as, as a starting point, as, the vision has already been set many, many years ago to ensure that, people who were previously excluded from accessing quality houses are actually also accommodated. Talk to us about where we were and the strides that we have made as compared to where we were prior to 1994.
Definitely. What we start with is that the founding principle for our work is what the Freedom Charter says: there shall be houses, security and comfort. And that's what you'd see with our banners and our motto in the department. That's what we emphasize. And that talks to the whole concept of human settlements as well. Pre-1994, majority of women were not allowed to own houses, neither would have title deeds in their hands. Many were staying in the far-flung of areas, not closer to economic opportunities because of apartheid special planning. Houses, even those that were belonging to government, that people stay in, they were not owned, but they were rented. Mm-hmm. So today we've moved literally as a country where just from 1996 and today, as I was saying in my speech, that you've got almost 4.8 million houses that were provided for by this government. 1.9 of them are given to women-led households. We've been giving title deeds as a security of tenure. But not only that, we've understood that for us to be able to respond holistically to the issues, we've got to provide an integrated approach, but also with various packages. You look at those who are indigent and who do not have an income, we provide RDP houses, what we call BNGs. And that's the one that we're talking about in terms of the numbers. But you'd have heard in my speech, I spoke about social housing. Mm. Social housing are what we've provided as a as accommodation solution for those who work closer to work opportunities in town. For example, I spoke about a Goodwood project that we launched recently. Majority of the people who stay in that project are people who work in Grand West, here in Western Cape. They walk to work now, whereas previously they spent more than 70% of their income in terms of transport. So we ensuring that we build closer to economic opportunities for people to be able to have access. And President, during 2020, actually when he spoke about the infrastructure South Africa and what he envisaged in terms of seeing seeing growth in terms of social housing. And those are the pipeline that I was highlighting in Gauteng, here in the Western Cape, in Northern Cape, across the country. These are where people are able to rent. Ordinarily, people would rent a lot of money in these cities, but with our support as government, then we reduce the burden in terms of rental for those who are staying in our rental space. We also have first home financing. These are for the missing middle. Those who earn between 3,500 a month and 22,000 are provided for in terms of subsidy so that they can afford to have, reduces the rate of payments, but also affordability for their own home loans. Africa. And this is what we're doing under this government. And that's what we're saying. When we celebrate 30 years, and like President said, the story of Tinswalo, growing up in an RDP house, it's not negating the fact that there are still challenges. Absolutely. But we're saying to people, don't overlook what we have done. There's so much that we have done to be able to reduce informality in a country. And when you look at human settlements, no country in the world provide the packages and the solutions that we do for South Africans. A house, an RDP, it's got water, it's got electricity, it's got sanitation, top structure, and others in where they stay, there's roads, and we give you a title deed. This property is to the value of 350,000. This is what a South African government under NC has been able to give. And that's why we're saying to the detractors, let's look at what has been achieved, what has been done, while, yes, we're reflecting on some of the challenges that exist.
4.8 million houses delivered in the last 13 years of our democracy. That's a huge number. It's a huge number, Minister. But at the same time, there's also the challenge of informal settlements. And we also have to balance that with, shall we say, for lack of a better word, the influx of people who are looking for opportunities coming from rural areas, which obviously creates a burden also within our urban areas as well. How do you then deal with that challenge? Because obviously that has got it speaks to the current structure of our economy as well. But talk to us about how you are beginning to address the apartheid spatial legacy, because it's still with us even as we speak right now, despite, I mean, 4.8 million is a huge number. And for any ordinary South African, when they hear that number, when they hear the figure, it is there. You cannot dispute that is major strides. But how do you then address the issue of informal settlements?
Look, when we look at how we've dealt with informal settlements as well, because when we look at Census 2022, it tells us that because plans, we were working on the basis that we've got 5.52 million. And if you look at NDP, we anticipated that the number of population would have passed 60 million by 2030. So we've done that quite quicker. And that's why it explains the pressures that we have in terms of delivery of services. Now, if you look between 2011 and 2022, we literally reduced the informal settlements by 50%, or informality by 50%. Now, that's a strive. We are not able to see it because of the growth in population, because you've got an escalation, and that's why you've seen enough of in terms of people. But again, the issue of what you're talking about, inward migration from provinces, rural provinces to urban areas, or from remote areas or rural areas into urban cities, it's another issue. When you look at it as well, that's why the solution that we provide as human settlement, for example, of rental space, is because of acknowledgement that some of the people, when they come to the cities, they don't want to own a property. They just want to rent because they are here to work. After some time, they want to go back home. I always make an example with Limpopo. When you look at Limpopo, you'll find that almost 98% of the people who have built building. You go to the villages, if you look at those houses, you'll swear that you are in Sandton. They've built, but they are working where? In Johannesburg. They're working in Pretoria. And these are the people, sometimes they will stay in the inner cities where flats are not even in good shape. They will stay in backyards. They will rent out in terms of those backyards, but also they will stay in informal settlements. And these are the people that when we look at our social housing, when I say it's our growth area, it's where we want to grow and provide more. And that's why the pipeline that I was talking about in the speech, that we've got more projects that are happening in all our provinces, and we want to expand that, is to respond to that area of urban migration so that we can be able to respond to the needs and the demand. But equally so, one of the issues that we're dealing with now is white paper policy review. The issue around migration, for example, you go to informal settlements, Minister Cele would say to me, some of the people that you find in those informal settlements are illegal immigrants or migrant workers, where sometimes because of policy they're not provided for. And one of the things that we are consulting is to say what becomes the solution. If they're not deported, they are here. They need solution, therefore they must be able to get the rental space when they are here legally. So it's those things that we've got to respond to. Inner city development, where we can provide in terms of a lot of affordable rental space, or even the issue of rent to buy. We previously never had a policy that, or a program that allows and responds to rent to buy. And that's what we are working on now, which we anticipate that we'll be able to implement in the near future once we conclude our policy proposals.
So most of the houses that have been built, this 4.8 million houses, in which areas is it as you compare to the urban areas and the rural areas? Where are most of these houses?
Majority are still within urban areas, though we do have a rural housing program. It's not to the level that one can say it has been massive. So massive as in your metros as well. A lot of development in those areas, and obviously because we're responding to the pressures in terms of migration of population, and also when you look at census, that's where you'll find a lot of people. But our program as well responds to, because as we deal with rural housing program, removing the mud houses, we've got a program where we build, for example, next month I will be in Eastern Cape with the MEC there, where we are launching we are handing over houses under one of our rural housing program. In KwaZulu-Natal, we've been able to do that, but it's quite a lot more focused in terms of responding to the pressures that we see in urban areas.
So in the meantime, what then happens to the people in the informal settlements? Because I think that's where the pressure point is, and when people become impatient, it will most likely be those who feel that they will say, I've been on a housing list for like 10 years, 15 years now. It just seems like the list is just not reaching me.
No, look, in terms of informal settlement work that we do, we've got a program called Informal Settlement Upgrading Program. What we do with that program, we provide grants to the provinces and to municipalities for upgrading. So we have different phases of upgrading of informal settlement. We look at where people are, for example, because as we know, all informal settlements were never created by government. People have placed themselves.
Indeed.
So you have to go and look at where they are situated, the land is suitable for human settlements. That's the first part. After geotech or science engineering studies, then you move, if the land is suitable, then we do what we call in situ upgrading, where we then come in and provide bulk services, built-in water, sanitation, and all that. So it's moves into another phase. So it's in situ upgrading in terms of services, we'll move into and then start building houses. If you go, for example, one of the wards that I can name in Gqeberha, Ward 30, where you find that we've literally in that it was an informal settlement, we have upgraded. Yes, it's still shacks, but they've got water, they've got sanitation, they've got electricity, they've got as well the roads. So they're sitting there. These are the people that later will come back and build the houses. Others are saying to us, we'll build the houses for ourselves. So that's part of informal settlement upgrading. But the other part is where we find that where people are sitting is not suitable, because then they need a land for us to relocate.
Yes.
We find quite a number of them that we have, for example, here even in Western Cape. I was in Nomzamo yesterday, where they are sitting below the high power line. We can't upgrade there.
Yes.
It's not safe. So those are some of the people that will need a land so that you can relocate. And work has started there. They've done accounting, they've done a feasibility to determine that is not suitable. That has been done. We're counting the number of people, and therefore the next phase is to be able to identify the land that will be able to move. That's just one challenge that we are now currently working on, and we're needing partnership with all the municipalities in the country, where, for example, we have land that we've identified for human settlement development, but the approvals in the municipalities then take long, because remember, based on the constitutional obligations, is the municipalities that determines in terms of development around urban planning and all those things within that municipality. Now they take longer in terms of the process, because you find that municipality will say, for us to declare this as a township, you need to have done the following. You must have high mast, you must have this. And some of the things is what they have to comply with as a municipality, and they would not have the required resources to do it. But secondly, because of capacity in municipality of planners, engineers, they take longer as well to respond. So we've been having conversation with the Department of COGTA, so that we can be able to look at what are the alternatives to assist us to move faster in terms of provision of upgrading of informal settlements, but also for building for the people, especially those are sitting in high-risk areas in terms of informal settlements.
Minister, let's quickly talk about how your department is using, the district development model to fast-track planning, because it would seem that, yes, we know there's a lot of challenges at local government, and there's a lot of work underway to capacitate local government and to support local government to be able to deliver and to respond to critical issues such as, the mandate of your department to be able to move forward. But talk to us about how you are falling in line with the district development model to make sure, from a planning perspective, that you reach your deadlines, because obviously it's clear that the plans are in place, but if there is no movement at a particular level, at a particular sphere, you are unable to then meet your deadlines as per what you intend to.
Look, the issue is various, because at district we all come together to plan. We share the plans. But remember still, let's say, for example, let's take in a district, I can say Pixley, where I'm a district champion. If we have plans of developing human settlement project there, then we'll go and share it at the district level. It's part of the plans where we see. But the actual work has to be done within the municipality, because that function, that responsibility is a local government municipality, not at the district level. So you still have to go to the planning unit. So you can sit together and agree in terms of planning. But what it helps in terms of DDM model is that you are able to identify where there are gaps so that you intervene. For example, we've been able to say as the department, where there are shortage of skills, we are able to deploy and support those municipalities with the requisite skills so that work can be done. And it's not everywhere where you find that it's receptive. That people would, because sometimes local government is too protective to say you want to take the responsibility, you are taking over their powers and all those things. So you always have to navigate it very well to be able to not to damage the relation, but also still respect the work and do it within, respect your own colleagues, but do it within an intergovernmental relation. But I think over time, everybody will start understanding and accepting and utilizing the DDM effectively. It has been a learning curve, it's a new thing, and not everybody has gotten to understand how it's supposed to work and what its intention are.
How do you manage the narrative? Because it is clear that a lot has been done. Yes, there's still huge demand for housing out there. Clearly the department has made a lot of progress in the last 30 years. How do you manage the narrative? How do you ensure that there is sustained communication with those who are affected and those who have an interest in gaining access to all of these packages that you spoke to and that you also outlined in your speech, Minister?
The first thing for me when I came to the department, for example, 2021, was first to rebuild the brand. There was a lot of mistrust in the public domain about the department, and people just believed that there was a lot of corruption that was happening and all that. So building the systems, building trust from people so that you have less of corrupt activities that are happening within the portfolio, so that you are able to have space to communicate the good message or even communicate with your beneficiaries in what needs to happen. So that has been the first point. The second point, for example, we've gone to produce a booklet that shares everything that we do, that people can take. It's in different languages, all 11 official languages, that people can take with, and it has been helpful because we carry it with us to Imbizo. What we have learned is that majority of the people have limited information about what we do. This was flagged with us by the Human Rights Commission, but also by the Public Protector. Where you find somebody says, I've been on a waiting list since 1994. The reality when we go back and check, this person has fallen off the list. Because if you apply in 1996 for an RDP house and then you get a job, and then you are off the list because you are now having an income. You don't
it
when
is
you lose.
means tested.
Yes. When you then become unemployed again, you don't automatically still on the list. You've got to apply. So it's this message that we deal with. I was on communities yesterday explaining the same thing. And people were saying, oh, this is what we don't know. That previously when I owned a property or land, I can't benefit. So I'm disqualified. And one of the issues as well that we're trying to do, we're sorting it out, it's our system, our beneficiary system, that it should be transparent and interactive. I've been saying this. I'm fighting with my team, hoping that we can be able to release that, hopefully helped by SETA, because we are not allowed to source any IT platform without SETA. So we're hoping that SETA will be able to assist us to be able to deliver that into our citizens, because we do believe that it will reduce a lot of unhappiness, but also make sure that we have a better communication with those that are looking for service with us. Because a person can apply, what we are envisaging is that the person will apply, and then an SMS will say preliminary, these are the things that you are supposed to have completed, you have not done, upload again. Or it will say to you, you've applied, but you have been disqualified, so that you know, or you've been approved, and therefore you are on the waiting list. So I've met a lot of people during Imbizo. Every week we are in communities where I found people saying, I'm on the waiting list. Sometimes when you got into the system, the person has been declined, but information has not reached the person that they've been declined for one reason and the other. And those things are quite helpful as we do Imbizo. Public engagement and public participation is very critical for us as government and as public reps. And that's why we always encourage even members of parliament, we share information with them so that when they are in their constituencies, they become our source of communicating platforms and they can share. And that's why we're sharing this information with them so that they can assist us. But we've been able to reflect. And one of the things I've said to the team as well is that we need to go out more. Be able to communicate, but because as well, you know, when you navigate between what you have to do in terms of cost, you also prioritize certain things. So we at the point where we realize that quite a number of people who believe that they are our beneficiaries or should be benefiting actually are not even within that category. And that's why we've decided to go out and communicate more, share stories, but also platform where people can be able to feedback. This morning I was at Umhlobwenen. And one of the things people are saying, where do we get hold or how do we phone? So that if we see something on the ground, we can be able to report. Sometimes people are scared to report even where wrong things are happening. But if they have a sense of where the call center nationally can be able to report it and they would not be found, then they will help us to build the image, to rebrand the work, but also to change the narrative of the government that, yes, delivers, even if it has not arrived to me, but there's hope that it will arrive where I am.
Minister, what would you then say to ordinary South Africans stands out as one of the key achievements of our constitutional democracy from a housing perspective in the last 30 years, just to also build confidence in ordinary South Africans and in voters, particularly those who have an interest in benefiting from the social housing packages that you refer to as you conclude?
Look, the issue for me is that if we look back where South Africa was pre-1994, the first thing is property ownership.
Absolutely.
That many of us had no right to own any property. As women, we were declared perpetual minors. And today, because we've traveled so much and we've seen many women own properties, it's almost like it's forgotten. And that's the traveling journey we have had to travel.
Absolutely.
Number two, in terms of ownership of business, I spoke about procurement processes, where as the department we've set aside 40% for women empowerment. That because we look at where we come from in terms of previously disadvantaged communities. Women were at the bottom, whether black, white, colored, Indian, were not benefiting. To be able to run a business successfully and be awarded a mega project with multi-billion for you to run as a woman. It's what we have traveled and where we've traveled as this country. These are the achievements of 30 years of democracy. To be able to have a title deed of a house that is, I made an example of a lady who was moved to an area under Group Areas Act. It's an Indian woman, almost 90 years. We went and gave them a title deed. She was in tears, because she never thought in her lifetime she will be able to own a title deed, own that property. And she was reluctant to move because she says, all my life I've lived here. I know no other home except here. And for us to come in and say, this house is no longer under government, but is under you. As a woman, as an Indian woman in this country, you matter. That's the journey we've traveled in this country. Yes, there are weaknesses. Yes, there are challenges. But surely, this counts for something that we have done. And therefore, what I always say to people, let's work together to be able to have more stories, more people, like President said, we have Tintswalo. Let's have more Tintswalos, because we would have to work together. But ourselves, we recommit ourselves to working for people. We literally, in the communities, as I say, every week, we listen to people, we take feedback, and that's the reason why we are reviewing our white paper. It is out of our engagement with people. I had civil society yesterday, and they were saying it's good to sit. I said they are partners in our work, because without them we can't do. This is what democracy speaks about. Working together, all of us, our role players. I need communities to help me. Where they see wrong things doing, not to turn a blind eye. I will not be, as a minister, not the department, be anywhere, everywhere. But they are there where they see wrong things. They must help us to correct the wrong things so that we continue to build confidence. It's our South Africa that we have to work together to build. Not only passively, those of us who are waiting that government will do anything. Let's find our role as South Africans to actively protect the democracy so that we can see another 30 years to come.
Absolutely, Minister. Thank you so much for those insights shared. We do look forward to having more conversations with you on the Parliament TV platform.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Mamolo Kukubai is the Minister for Human Settlements, just unpacking a speech, the key messages in the speech, particularly in the context of South Africa's 30-year constitutional democracy, which we are marking in April. With that said, do stay tuned.
Our policies and programs have, over the course of 30 years, lifted millions of people out of dire poverty. Today, fewer South Africans go hungry and fewer live in poverty. In 1993, South Africa faced a significant poverty challenge, with 71.1% of its population living in poverty. However, under the democratic government, there has been a consistent decline in these numbers. By 2010, the poverty rate had dropped to 60.9%, and it continued to decrease, reaching 55.5% in 2020, as reported by the World Bank. Now, this progress has been made possible by extensive support to those in society who need it most. 5 years ago, we introduced a further measure to tackle poverty by introducing the national minimum wage as envisaged in the Freedom Charter. The decision by key role players, they being business and labor and communities, they took a decision to introduce the national minimum wage. And this has immediately raised the wages of over 6 million workers who support their families. In the midst of the pandemic, we introduced the special SRD grant, which currently reaches some 9 million unemployed people every month. We have seen the benefits of this grant and will extend it and improve it as the next step towards income support for the unemployed. These grants and subsidies do much more than give people what they need to live. They are an investment in the future. Many people tend to dismiss this and say we are establishing a dependent society. We are investing in our people and investing in their future as well.
welcome. We are in day one of the SONA debate, currently in recess, and I am now joined by the Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindwe Zulu, who just concluded the first part of today's debate. Minister, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
trying
you, Minister.
to pronounce that, but
It's a very easy name to pronounce.
it's easy, eh?
Okay, I'm going straight into your speech. You referred to Madiba's long walk to freedom, and you said it continues until we remove misery and restore dignity to the lives of every man and woman in our country. What do you mean?
Thank you for the opportunity. What we mean is that we should not be seeing some of the miseries that we see on the streets of our country, our entire country. I'm not talking about one particular area. What I mean is that our responsibility is to make sure that the well-being of South Africans overall is improved. Not only looking at ourselves as what was during apartheid, but we must look at ourselves as what we in the new democracy have promised we are going to do. Therefore, it means we must be focused on improving the lives of our people. We must at all times focus on the felt needs of our people. Now, the felt needs of our people needs to be addressed through creation of jobs, improving infrastructure, improving our economy, focusing on education, focusing on health, but also focusing on supporting those who are unable to support themselves. And that is where the Department of Social Development comes in. It would be such a pleasure to see a South Africa with no homelessness. It would be such a pleasure to see a South Africa with no poverty, with no hunger. It will be a pleasure to see South Africans being able to do things for themselves because the government has created a conducive environment for them, because the private sector has been sensitive to the needs of the people and not just profits.
There are challenges, Minister. Obviously, I was listening to Minister Mantashe earlier on, contextualizing the challenges that we face as a country and saying when assessing the work that the ruling party or the government has done in the past 30 years, it's important that we look at it in the context of the 40 plus years of apartheid that we went through, and this is what this current government is trying to undo at the moment. But what do you say to people who are living the realities of the triple challenges that we face daily of unemployment, poverty, and inequality at the moment?
You start by giving people hope, because the reason why we talk about what happened in the past, it is not because we want people not to see the mistakes that we ourselves have also done. You start with giving people hope because you say to them, this is what the past looked like, and this is where we are right now. But also be able to tell people that it would have not been possible for us within a period of 30 years to undo that 40-something years of apartheid. But remember that we're not only talking about the years of apartheid, you're also talking about years of colonial rule. You also talk about years of dispossession. You also talk about years where just because you are black, the color of your skin determined what you can be in the future. And therefore, when we talk about that, it's simply because we want to say to people, the South Africa we have today is a better South Africa we had than before, but the South Africa we will have in the future will be even better than the South Africa we have in the new democracy of 30 years. But at the same time, being a Minister of Social Development, I'm of the view that we must be able to mobilize our people so that they themselves can see themselves as the makers of that history that we are talking about. The next 30 years must be years where ordinary South Africans see themselves and say, Yes, I've had a difficulty. Yes, I have struggled. Yes, I'm actually still struggling, but I can see where I am going because I see a government that is committed to me as a South African, but also I see the future I am being enabled because there are promises that are being made. The bottom line is also about us keeping our promises. The bottom line is about us fighting corruption. The bottom line is about us keeping to our word. The bottom line is us really focusing not on ourselves, but focusing on the felt needs of our people.
The president referred to our interesting character, Utintswalo, and I've had opposition parties inside the House today to make reference, the leader of the DA talking about Utintswalo, who is now 30 years old and is unemployed. I would believe she is going through your department and the services that you provide. What are your experiences of people who are falling through, particularly through the system of education, and find themselves in spaces where they are unemployed? How many, if we were to contextualize, is your department assisting?
From a point of view of the social relief of distress, which was introduced by President Cyril Ramaphosa for purposes of focusing on those who had lost their jobs during COVID-19. We then realized with the application, because when you have people up to 10 to 12 million people applying, those were not people who lost their jobs. Many of them are people who have lost their jobs, but more were people who were completely unemployed, people who had lost hope that they will ever be able to get a job. So when the president announced the 350, and when we looked at the numbers who had applied, we then decided it's going to be difficult to be saying you are only going to give to those who lost their jobs. What about those who have never had their jobs? So let us just embrace everybody who is unemployed so that we can give them the 350, which is not adequate at all. I don't think anyone wants to live on a 350 on a monthly basis. But because this was a response to COVID-19, we then extended it to something that must be sustained in order to make sure that those who are receiving it, who by research, which is showing, it has shown not only just government research, it's research that has been done by others that indicate the impact of that 350 on people who have absolutely nothing. So to date, we pay between 7 and million people, depending, because I'm happy that the economy is slightly improving, and therefore there are people who are genuine and honest, who are coming up and saying, I've already got a job, let the 350 go to somebody else who doesn't have a job. But on the other hand, we do also realize those that get the money, because through their banking accounts we are able to determine that these people are now getting some form of salary or something, then we stop the payment. However, we are of the view that with the number of people who are unemployed, the figure is still too high for South Africa, and it is for this reason that we requested for an extension, and President Cyril Ramaphosa already indicated that this will be extended. The issue here is people who argue with us and say we are creating dependency. They argue and say we are creating a nanny state, whatever that name is. We are creating a situation where people won't want to go and work. I feel that this is really abusing South Africans who, at the end of the day, wake up in the morning and sit by the road looking for a job, or they go up and down in places looking for a job. That 350 at least helps them in terms of the transport for them to go and look for the job.
I was about to ask you about that accusation because it's actually backed by research. The National Income Dynamics Study found that individuals in grant-receiving households have less favorable labor market outcomes than those in non-grant receiving households, meaning those who are in families that receive grants have more chances of finding jobs or employment than those who receive grants. Are there any existing programs, Minister, to us.
Absolutely. I'm always making the point, even in our own meetings, to indicate that as a Department of Social Development, we know, because we interact with people, people prefer going out and working for themselves because they will get much more than the 350. People prefer to go out and be working because it gives them dignity, just the knowledge that I can wake up in the morning and I know that I'm going to be going to my workplace, or I know that I will be creating workspaces for other people. We know that the majority of South Africans want to wake up and go and do things for themselves. It is for this reason that as a department, we work very closely with the Department of Small and Medium Enterprises to say to them, when the opportunities are available, can they also consider giving support to your informal business, to your small businesses, because those people who are in the informal business, they do make money and they're able to put bread on the table, and there's dignity for them. That is why we also say government must create a conducive environment for people to see opportunities. And it is for this reason also that as a Department of Social Development, we work closely with the Minister of Labour, because we think that opportunities for people to get jobs must be created both by government, even though government will not absorb everybody, but the jobs must be created more by the private sector. It is for this reason also that we work very closely with the Department of Public Works, because through the program of Public Works, we know that people get job opportunities, and we know also that those job opportunities might not necessarily be sustained because they take people for, I know now they take them for a year. In the past, they would take them only for 6 months and give others an opportunity. We're saying at the time that those who are given an opportunity to work, and it's an experience, as a Department of Social Development, we must have the interest that says when they exit that job, where do they go to, because they've gotten a little bit of experience. But lastly, it is for this reason that the Department of Social Development also works very closely with the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education. In my presentation today, responding to the President's speech, I elaborated on the grant recipients who've done very well in their matric, because now what we have done as a department and as SASA, we have created a situation where they don't need to be reapplying and going through the means test and everything for them to be able to get the grants. They can now go straight and be accepted as people, as learners who have succeeded. We want the investment of government, which starts before even a child is born. We want to see that investment graduating outside of the system of grants and being able and independent to stand for themselves. But that's why we also believe that we must contribute towards the debate and the discussion about growing the economy of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. That was actually going to be my next question.
Thank you.
You reported on the matric results, and so I was going to ask you,
Yes.
what are your plans, for these learners so that they don't fall through the cracks? But let me thank you. I'm looking at the time.
Yes.
The debate is about to resume. So let me thank you very much for making time to join us, and we wish you all the best. We didn't even have time to touch on the elections and what your aspirations are.
But
as
just to
government.
close up, really, for the grant recipients, we have a program that I started, which is called Introducing Grant Recipients to Their Future.
Okay.
So where I can, I take the grant recipients to expose them to the opportunities of the future. And there I work very well with the chairperson of the NYDA, because then she invites the grant recipients to go and be exposed to opportunities of what they can be in the future.
Minister Lindiwe Zulu, giving us her reflections on the debate on the State of the Nation address. I'm going to let her go now so that she can resume with the debate in the House. Minister, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we continue with our program after this short break.
With the modernization of our mining rights licensing system, to support emerging miners and exploit new mineral deposits. Through this, mining, which has been the bedrock on which the South African economy was built, will once again become a sunrise industry. Participation of previously disadvantaged black people is increasing. Black ownership now stands at approximately 39% when compared to just 2% in 2004. This is progress that is being made, allowing black people to participate in a key industry in our economy. We want a country in which every person is free to be exactly who they are, regardless of their race, their gender, their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, or their religion. We want a country in which the same opportunities are available to every child, whether they are born in Sandton, in Mdantsane, in Sikukuni, in Mitchell's Plain, or in Phoenix. We want a country applies to everyone, no matter how wealthy they hold. As we continue the journey towards making this vision a reality, we are inspired by democracy's children, by their energy, by their creativity and their enthusiasm. We are inspired by the young people who have carried our hopes onto the global stage with their music, with their dance. We are inspired by, yes, the Grammy Award winner who won the Grammy Award recently, like Tyler. We are inspired by Bafana Bafana. We are also inspired by the Springboks. Yes, they inspire us.
Welcome back and thank you so much for staying with us. I do have the pleasure now of being joined by the Premier of the Eastern Cape, Ntate Oscar Mabuyane, who's here to talk to us about his reflections and his take not only on the President's speech as delivered on the 8th of February, a few days ago, but of course reflecting on the impact of our constitutional democracy from 1994 to where we are right now. Ntate Mabuyane, Honourable Premier, thank you so much for making the time to be with us.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Good day to you and your viewers.
Wonderful, fantastic. Talk to us firstly about the significance of the State of the Nation address, particularly for the people of the Eastern Cape, and especially as we reflect on that within the context of the country's transformation trajectory.
State of the Nation address, it's a platform that affirms our commitment to the constitutional democracy, to the accountability, also taking responsibility. You would understand that we are in pursuit of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. So we're taking stock on an annual basis of the work that we're doing, the actually road we're traversing in actually prosecuting our development trajectory. So it's a very important platform, but also to assure South Africans that the government of the people, for the people, by the people, will forever be there for them. And as you know that in South Africa, in each and every 2.5 years, we're going for elections, whether it's local government elections, but just to say the government in the office must be the government by the will of the majority. So this is part of that, as you would understand, that number of other platforms created, whether it's Chapter 9, Chapter 10 institutions, they were never there before this constitutional democracy. But just to hold everyone accountable, you do have these institutions, Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, you name them, SIU, all of them. They are meant to safeguard the democracy that our people are enjoying, and to make sure that those who are in the office are fully accountable. And we are also running the government in a very, very transparent manner. So it's a thought system, this constitutional democracy. And
30 years of our democracy, many would say that those provinces that are still perceived as categorized as rural provinces have not necessarily progressed in terms of transformation and reaching our transformation objectives as fast as we would want them to. What are the key issues that come out of the President's speech, particularly now, his last speech of the 6th dispensation, that you think are relevant and are of importance to the people of the Eastern Cape?
Well, if we speak in abstract, without basing things on facts, probably relying more on empirical evidence,
yes,
we will be able to say such kind of things. But people in those provinces will tell you that the life post-1994 has completely changed from the life they were living, whether under homelands or under apartheid or under colonialism. You understand the colonialism has been there for almost 100 years.
Absolutely.
And provinces like Eastern Cape were the most adversely affected provinces by either colonialism or by the apartheid system. That province, together with this one, Western Cape, are only two provinces that are almost 1,000+ kilometers away from the national economic hub. The linking of those two provinces, they're sort of being in isolation. Hence, we've been saying in the Eastern Cape, we might be peripheral to the center, but we are the center of the periphery. So there's a need to focus on how you develop that part. Government nationally, provincially working together. You would understand the challenges of outward migration, people living. If you compare Eastern Cape to KZN or Gauteng, budget of Gauteng from an equitable share point of view doubles what Eastern Cape gets. But Eastern Cape has got more from a social infrastructure point of view. So we've got a huge backlog around that. But I can tell you work that we've done since 1994, but the last 30 years in celebrating this 30-year process period. State-of-the-art school. I was opening a school in Kariega last week on Friday, amongst many schools that were opening almost every week. As I'm speaking to you, MECs in Tofimvaba doing similar work. We've got the lined up schools. There are so many. We've built so number of schools. We've built so number of hospitals that have never been there. Whether you talk about Cecilia Makiwana, that would have been there before, but we've built it at 1.2 billion. This new government. So there is a lot of work that has been changed. But if you go to Stats SA, report, whether you focus on a quarterly labor survey, it tells you the work that is being done. A province like Eastern Cape, in their last quarterly report, they were indicating that there were only 3 provinces that showed positive, much better growth in terms of their GDP contribution. It was Gauteng, Western Cape and Eastern Cape as a 3rd province from nowhere. But you still need a lot of investment into the Eastern Cape to unlock Eastern Cape with its own potential on oceans economy, on cannabis, on logistics, just across. Currently, we are over-relying on the auto sector, which has been there for more than 5 decades. Your Mercedes has been providing a lot. Other than that, you go to the financial sector, and government services. Those would have been the key ones. But a lot of work is being done as I'm speaking to you. We've developed Ocean's Economy Master Plan. We're looking at that. Eastern Cape boasts of 3 best performing ports now in the country with current challenges that we have in Durban. Eastern Cape has got 2 best performing SEZ. All those are things that were done post-1994 to be able to help in changing the socio-economic fortunes of that. President has said, the 2 longest, largest bridges that we can find in Africa now, we'll find the Cape in the Wild Coast. Into as well as Msikapa. Those are things that are being done. We're improving our provincial road network, yes, against a lot of challenges. We had a challenge of COVID, which was actually quite adverse. We had a challenge of ongoing global warming and climate change, which is hitting hard in terms of the floods that we are seeing in that, really eroding everything that would have done, be it a rural road and all that. So there is a lot working against that. The challenge of energy, I must say. Remember, Eastern Cape gets its energy pumped from Mpumalanga. So we have got challenges of transmission capacity that are being sorted out. So we are working hard. At least we know the problem. We're focusing on how to solve the problem. We're finding that panacea. We're solving that X of underdevelopment, inequality, high levels of poverty, etc. We still have a huge potential on agriculture as a province. We've got more than 80% land being arable in the Eastern Cape. Focusing on that should be able to help us to become a food basket of the entire country. And we can't really continue getting all the supply from outside the province. Why the province? Yes, of course, the challenges of land tenure system, because you can't easily produce where you are not commercialized. But we are able to look at those kind of issues. So I can tell you, we've got a good story to tell. Absolutely. We'll be telling people of Eastern Cape on the 22nd on our State of the Province address, that good story, giving detail, but people can go and just read what is contained in the latest census report. It gives you statistics.
Indeed.
That shows a lot of work that has been done since 1994.
Premier, that's unfortunately where we have to leave it for now, but thank you so much for sharing those insights and for gracing our platform with your presence today. We are fantastic. Okay.
Yes, yes, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume with the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. I'll now invite the Honourable Gauteng MEC, Honourable Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Your Excellency, President and Deputy President, the Chief Whip, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Premiers and MECs, all honorable members, to the people of our country and the people of Gauteng. Honorable members, I am deeply honored and privileged to stand before you representing the Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Panyaza Lesufi, to participate in this very important debate on the State of the Nation address as delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Honorable members, in welcoming the State of the Nation address, allow me to reaffirm our overarching strategic thrust and vision that guides our work in Gauteng Province, which is well known as Growing Gauteng Together 2030, with elevated priorities, which includes a focus on townships, informal settlements, and hostels, otherwise known as TISH areas. Let me upfront state that, Mr. President, it is very clear and beyond any shadow of doubt that you have delivered one of the most overwhelming and resounding SONA underpinned by strategic leadership, and certainly you were very frank and honest to the people. We therefore commend you and congratulate you on a well-delivered State of the Nation address, Mr. President. Honorable members, allow me to share with you some of the remarkable and commendable work that you are doing in the province, which resonates very well with the State of the Nation address. With respect to initiatives aimed at boosting economic growth, we commend government for its commitment on enhancing investments. We welcome the fact that these conferences have already raised, as the President said, 1.5 trillion rands in new investments, and already about 500 billion rands is already injected into the economy. As the economic hub of the country, we appreciate the privilege of being the selected hosts of these conferences. And also, President, we thank you and national government for affording our province to host the BRICS Summit. Indeed, Gauteng is open for investments and business. Honorable members, as you know, and we surely agree, that Gauteng is the inland hub of freight logistics and warehousing, and therefore we welcome one of the most reassuring statements well articulated in SONA, stating as follows: open quote, to deal with severe inefficiencies in our freight logistics system, we are taking action to improve our ports and rail network and restore them to world-class standards, close quote. We welcome this point because as a province with a small land mass, but a point of interface connecting and linking key arterial roads that are critical to the economy, we do feel the impact of inefficiencies in the rail and port infrastructure. In addition to its negative impact on price competitiveness in our freight, we do feel congestion in the province. We therefore welcome and support this particular intervention, President. This is definitely in line with one of the most profound policies of the African National Congress to migrate from road to rail. We also welcome the announcement made to create a high-speed rail link between Joburg and Durban. As you know, this also linked very well with the partnership between Gauteng and Limpopo to create a speed train between the two provinces. Honorable members, the SONA makes a point about special economic zones. We are very much pleased that already in Gauteng, we have the Tshwane Special Economic Zone, the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone, and that in the Vaal. And of course, we are working on the West Rand and that in Lanseria. We are also supporting the Roslyn Automotive City, and of course, the Rainbow Junction is a smart city in the Apis River in the city of Tshwane, and we are rolling out a program to rehabilitate about 40 roads in Mfuleni local municipality. With respect to supporting SMMEs, we welcome the point made, President, open quote, as we grow the economy, we are making it more inclusive, close quote. In our province, honorable members, and I guess subject to correction, we are the only province in the country that has passed the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act, otherwise known as TIDA. In this regard, having passed the TIDA Act, we are now creating a provincial development bank focusing on strategic goal of providing flexible and friendly credit lines and loan facilities to the people in the townships. Honorable members, we cannot leave townships as they are. And of course, as you know, the current banks and financial institutions treat the townships as places that threaten their profit margins and rate of return, and they do not want to put them in their balance sheet. Now, with respect to energy, honorable members, we have already concluded a partnership with City Power, and it will inject about 100 megawatts into the grid. We are rolling out transformers and high mast lines to our people in the province, making electricity accessible. Honorable members, you know, in our province, with respect to what SONA said on job creation, we have found a very dynamic, innovative, and creative way of addressing youth in unemployment through Nasi Ispani, which is a very popular program in the province. The Premier will speak to this matter. With respect to the e-tolls, we welcome the announcement made by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Enoch Kotongwana, when he said government will absorb the debt with a split between Gauteng government taking 30% and national government 70%. We did say that we will approach national government with a plan to say how we are going to pay, and next week the Premier of the province is going to make an announcement on this matter, and let's welcome the Premier's announcement. Honorable members, on crime fighting, we have our crime prevention wardens, otherwise known as Mapanya-Panya. They are already doing a good job to fight crime in the province. Let me assure you, members, that already the statistical evidence is proving that our crime prevention wardens are doing an excellent job and are making a positive impact on reducing the rate of crime in the province. Honorable members, while we celebrate the work done by the crime prevention wardens, we just want to place on record as a province our deep concern that whilst the crime wardens are doing a good job, but we're really taken aback and shocked when the DA leader, Honorable John Steenhuisen, descended on our province, and all what he did was to launch a scathing racist attack on the crime prevention wardens in our province. It is reported that Honorable Steenhuisen has referred to these members as drunkards pulled from shebeens wearing clothes from Pep store. That's what he said. Now, when there was a popular request for him to apologize, he refused to apologize, even when members of the crime prevention warden said that they were deeply hurt by what you said. They did nothing to you. They've done absolutely nothing to you. And you are busy doing this, standing by your point that they are drunkards. You must apologize, honorable member, and you must apologize immediately. I would like to challenge members of the Democratic Alliance. How can you allow this honorable member who's standing your party to be almost like the old Secretary National Party and are taking the liberal values that you claim and you still have him as a leader? Honorable members, we know this parliament has been very decisive in dealing with people that bring parliament into disrepute, and therefore we request that parliament look into the conduct of the honorable member. We believe that he has violated his oath of office because he is not allowed to make this type of racist remarks. We also believe, honorable members, that if he does not apologize and withdraw on what he said, Parliament should consider taking strong action. And to that effect, honorable members, we look to this House to provide leadership, and we wait for feedback on holding him accountable. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now invite Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, the reality is that things are worse off for the country as compared to 2019. There's been an increase in load shedding, unemployment, crime, and the cost of living. To prevent the collapse of the country and restore the dignity of the people, the following must happen. The recognition of Amahlubi is critical in restoring the dignity of Africans. Ingonyama Langalibalele was the first political prisoner in Robben Island. It is hatred of our people that the king and the nation of Amahlubi are still not recognized in our country. The government must act on all these establishments that are selling fake foods. The environmental health practitioners must be employed and deployed to remove all unsafe foods from being sold to our people. Mr. President, the fact that you went to a foreign trader who's probably not legally in the country, not paying taxes, selling fake and expired foods, whilst our children in Soweto died of fake foods last year, and you did not go to their families, let alone condemn the action, shows how much you disregard South Africans who've been calling for the government to act on illegal immigration and the foreign domination on the township economy. The government must secure borders to ensure legal movement of people. Mr. President, the rate at which illegal immigration is happening in our country, it can't be characterized as illegal immigration anymore. It is an invasion. The government must criminally charge all these companies that are employing people who are in the country illegally. There must be an end to load shedding now. Power stations must be serviced and maintained, and the evergreen contracts that are draining the finances of Eskom must be terminated. There must be a commission of inquiry to look into the rand manipulation and the unethical practices of the banking sector. The actions of the banks in fixing the rand is economic treason that has destroyed the lives of many people. Mr. President, people lost their homes, they lost their cars, and even some took their lives because of these banks. We will not let it slide. Those banks must be held accountable. All police reservists must be employed to boost police visibility in the fight against crime. The government must be harsh against drug and human trafficking. Drug dealers are killing our country and they deserve no mercy. The government must aggressively deal with the protection fee phenomenon. Poor people who are trying to make an honest living cannot be held ransom by criminals. Mafias who forcefully demand 30% fee from local projects and businesses must be brought to a stop. The digital industry, such as Uber and Bolt, must operate in line with our national interests. They must comply with our immigration and labor laws, protect the drivers, and pay the applicable taxes. The film and television industry must be regulated. Film personnel are currently exploited by the industry producers and production companies, and there must be educational content that builds the spirituality and moral character of our country. Mr. President, as seen now as a country with a television content that is full of alcohol abuse, drugs, sex, and crime. The government must go on an aggressive local manufacturing drive. We can't be even importing toothpicks. Basic goods such as cutlery, towels, soaps must be produced in all districts in order to make citizens to be economically active. And the township economy must be transformed and restored to the citizens. There must be more skills development centers, libraries, art centers than taverns in the townships. Townships and villages cannot be the face of social ills, alcohol and drug abuse. Access to health is a basic human right. Patients are not receiving adequate health care due to the shortage of doctors. The unemployed doctors must be employed now. There must be a farming revolution where all people are assisted to farm wherever there is arable land. This will reduce the food prices and ensure a people-driven food security. The agricultural assistant practitioners must be employed to drive this farming revolution. Mr. President, I want to call all South Africans to rescue our country from being a failed state come election day by voting for a people-funded and people-centered party that puts the interests of South Africans first. All South Africans come these elections, they must vote for ATM. Citizens, we have a responsibility of shaping the direction the country is taking. And the country is collapsing right under your watch. Therefore, you as citizens, you have a responsibility of shaping the direction of the country by voting ATM. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, order. Heckling is allowed, but you can't drown the speaker at the podium. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Honorable Ngungubele.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Madam Cyril Ramaphosa, our Honorable Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, colleagues in the executive and members of parliament during this joint sitting, premiers and provinces, members of the media, and most importantly, the people of South Africa who celebrate 30 years of democracy this year. And we also don't want to forget to say Happy Radio Day. When the President delivered what I would pronounce as the most blissful State of the Nation address, in the absence of our rowdy neighbors on Thursday evening, he demonstrated that South Africa is a much better country than when we found it. Indeed, we are essentially Tintswalo, all of us. The ANC-led government has accomplished much in its pursuit for a peaceful, united, non-racist, non-sexist South Africa. The African National Congress has fundamentally altered the socio-economic conditions of our people. Mr. President, the phenomenon connectivity and internet penetration from a mere 21% in 2011 to a staggering 79% in 2022 has elevated our people in this rapidly changing world, which is driven by digital technologies. Mr. Yamkela Mgugudo, an entrepreneur selling chicken in Mount Elif, who had this to say: since we had access to connectivity, because of its affordability, 5 rand per gig and 250 rand per month unlimited, from 80 rand 90 to 5 rand, as an ordinary person, this made it possible to increase his market of chicken because more people knew about his business in his village. Here we speak about, Mr. President, what a developmental state is doing. We are intervening through connectivity all over the country to create conditions that make sure data price goes down. Because of this experience of Yamkela, we felt it's affirmed the plan of 2022, the SA Connect, which commit in 4 to 5 years to make sure that 5.5 million houses are covered through enablement by 32,055 Wi-Fi hotspots. At the end of this year, Mr. President, we expect the coverage of no less than 1.5 million households, enabled by no less than 8,415 Wi-Fi hotspots. By end of March this year, financial year, We commit to cover no less than 747,000 households enabled by 4,250 Wi-Fi hotspots. All these thousands and million households will have access to internet at R5 per gig. And this is going to determine the bigger price environment in as far as this technology is concerned. What we expect here, no less than 76 SMMEs are also participating, 4,500 direct jobs, and many more indirect jobs opportunities and in the downstream. The other thing, Mr. President, we want to state up front is that we are happy to report that we have completed the most important part of the digital migration. We have freed spectrum above 694 megawatts for use by mobile operators. It is this spectrum that will connect public institutions and deploy 4G and 5G throughout our country. Cabinet approved the next generation spectrum because the government wisely took a decision that you cannot allocate the entire spectrum to mobile operators. Government must have a say in ensuring that inequality is prevented in actually executing this program. Against this background, we want to say 4G connection is expanding to township and rural areas under the democracy Katatu Mandela. ICT, Mr. President, is a great equalizer. Everyone in South Africa must and will access modern digital technology. A digitally disconnected South Africa automatically removes itself from participating in the global community of the future. The social and economic impact of which will be catastrophic if that is allowed. Quickly, Mr. President, I want to say on the SETA, we have made an urgent intervention to deal with the issues of procurement. And a ministerial task team is doing a wonderful job. A full report will be given in this regard. I am happy to report stability and seamless performance at the bank, which are critical factors for grant recipients. As a result, Post Bank still services close to 5 million grant beneficiaries and close to 3 million other customers. In total, Post Bank serves close to 8 million customers, making it an admired institution by most banks currently. This means that relevance of Post Bank to South Africa remains critical. Post Bank is on track with its licenses. These are financial service provider licenses, designated clearing systems participant licenses, both of which give the bank the authority to not only issue cards, but to sell loans and take deposit and sell insurance. It shall therefore always be remembered that although the full banking license is critical, Post Bank is authorized to perform at a level I've already articulated. A lot has been said here, Mr. President. You said in your speech, 14 billion constitute the value of what has been granted as freezing application. And you said 8.6 billion is what has been recovered. And said 64 billion by our force, law enforcement, is on civil litigation. But no one listened. You said 200 people are under prosecution. No one listened. The point is, a party that is not non-racial, which is a party purely of black and whites, is not able to listen to the facts of the non-racial cause. We have accepted our challenges as the movement. I'm yet to hear a multiracial black and white party accept its challenges of discrepancies in the Western Cape. It has not done. We are yet to see a policy of DA, of affirmative action in the province of the Western Cape. DA is not capable of doing that because it's a party of black and white. Its struggle is about which race weighs against which race. That's why the black race is always a loser. They come out marching like rats running from a methane underground. We know you are not going to listen. So we must not waste our time struggling to be listened to or heard by a multiracial party when we pursue a non-racial cause. You've got 8 years in Tshwane. You can't do 20% of what Sputla did in 5 years. You had some couple of years in Eguruleni. What we did in 5 years, you have not started 1% because you are a multi-racial party.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Order. I'll now invite Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, we don't believe that the fabric of South African society can tolerate mediocre state management for much longer before ripping apart. Nor do we believe that in order to fix South Africa, we need to redivide it, which is the essential position of many in the opposition benches. What we need is a cohort of capable leaders steeped in human values of humility, integrity, and community. The President is correct that South Africa today is fundamentally different to that of the apartheid era, and nobody can seriously deny the existence of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our democratic institutions, an independent judiciary, and a free media. And these instruments have been used by political parties and citizens across the spectrum to hold the state to account. The quandary we have is that despite the gains we've made, subsidized housing, electrical and water connections, social grant system included, about 1 in 3 South Africans are living in extreme poverty. Our efforts to right the wrongs of the past, from land dispossession and spatial injustice, to prosecuting apartheid and post-apartheid state criminals, have proven feeble. Our constitutional values, which the President correctly said we should celebrate, impose a duty on the state to rectify our inherited injustices and forge unity between our historically divided people. What we don't need is to throw our post-apartheid values out with the bathwater. We need to create space for more babies in the bath. If we are unable to eliminate poverty and inequality by fixing the economy and creating jobs, the state has a duty to do so through social security. The President introduced us to Tinswalo as a symbol of a young South African nourished by the fruits of our democracy. Bongeka Buso from Butterworth, on the other hand, murdered her 3 children last August before killing herself. She was 38 years old. She was driven to desperation by poverty, by the failure of the state to meet its Section 27 obligations to provide social security. The President's failure to commit the state to implementing a basic income grant for the 12 million unemployed adults who qualify for no state support and cannot find a job was very disappointing. As poverty becomes increasingly entrenched, the state must implement a basic income system that at least meets the lower bound poverty line. South Africa will be unable to create jobs for as long as we are trapped in an economic growth crisis. We need an annual growth rate of 5% or 6% to seriously address the crisis of unemployment when our population growth rate has exceeded 19% over the past decade. We need the basics for growth: stable and reliable electricity, functioning transport networks, and functional digital communication connections. We welcome the President's commitment to adding renewable energy to the grid, but the IPP procurement process has been bogged down in long processes that bizarrely don't recognize any urgency. The 2020 risk mitigation IPP, which was to urgently add 2,000 megawatts to the grid by the end of 2022, was barely off the ground in November 2023, with just 5 projects totaling 353 megawatts under construction. We also welcome the President's strong commitment or recommitment to the green economy and a just transition. But in 2010, government adopted the new growth path framework, which recognized the green economy as a key driver that would at least create 300,000 jobs. 14 years later, it would have been good to learn about the practical steps to begin reskilling coal workers and to localize the production of components for renewable energy industry in South Africa. South Africa's National Infrastructure Plan was gazetted by the previous Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure in February 2022, identifying a number of strategic infrastructure projects, or SIPs, across the energy, freight transport, water infrastructure, and digital communication sectors, ready for implementation. But government-led infrastructure projects have been slow in implementation, and the construction sector, which could be a key driver of job creation, has been contracting. Mr. President, we need one coherent economic growth plan to address our worsening economic growth crisis and provide for inclusive growth for all South Africans and for black South Africans who were previously excluded. But where black is as defined in the Employment Equity Act and the Double E Act as a generic term, which means Africans, coloureds, and Indians. Without inclusive economic growth, the democratic values and freedom South Africa has achieved will be overshadowed by suffering on a magnitude that betrays the values and our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Honourable Chapter.
Sihlalo ohloniphekileyo, ndiyakubulisa kunye nendlu yomthetho ngokubanzi. Ndiza kuwe ke mongameli welizwe lethu kunye nosekela ndizibulisela. Ndiyatsho ke mawethu, zizwe zoMzantsi Afrika, ikumkani neenkosi zezwe lakowethu. Bendingubani ke mna ukuba ndingachukumisa umququmbelo wengubo zenu, kodwa ke ndiyaqiniseka apho nikhoyo niyalazi idabi lenduku, induku zomlomo, liyaqhuba kweli qonga, livuliwe ngusomlomo. Ndiyafuna ukuba ndiqale ngale nto ithi iimbali zibalisiwe namhlanje. Kuqalwa kwezamhla sacinezelwa satsho sathunukala, kwakho kwezamhla sakhululeka satsho sachulumana. Zitshiwo zonke izinto ezingalunganga ezenziwa ngumbutho we-African National Congress. Asikazifumani ke kodwa ezenziwe ngabanye abantu. Silapha nje silungisana nobubhutyubhutyu obebenziwe phambili phaya. Umhla ngengxaki, mhla azaqala inqwelo zemithi zagabha iziqu zabantu kula malwandle, bazabethwela amasiko amazwe abo, bazocinezela thina ngabo. Balibalisa bathi they have discovered. Bafike kukho izinto ezifana nabantu. Ezo zinto bafike zikhona, banamandla okuthatha umhlaba wonke kunye nabo bantu babenza amakhoboka abo. Ewe kube kubana ubukumkani bamangesi bayikhulula le nto uba makume ipalamente yabantu abangebe balapha. babe ngaphandle bonke abantu balapha. Isiganeko esi saba ngo-1948 kwatsho kwanyembeleka. Balithatha bakha zonke izikhwenkane amagqwirha namasela babethelela ukuba singaze siphakame. Lento bayenza ngongenanceba, bayenza ngezinyanzeliso, bengenamntu banqandayo. Yathi yavela i-ANC yathi uma kule ndawo. I-ANC the uma kule ndawo akudlulwa. Kuthe kwawungabi kwathi kwawubonakala uba ngo-1948 bamile banale parlamente bodwa abanantloni. Bathi bawugqiba batyakatya behamba bethatha imihlaba beyinika amanye amagama oMarisburg. Kutsho phaa eMgudlungundlovu kuthiwa kuseMarisburg. Yonke into le kwakho nendlela kakumkani, the King's Way. Akuthiwa ukumkani wamangesi wahamba phaa. Uba eyaphi kwazi yena yedwa. Makade ndifike ke kule ndawo ithi ngeli xesha kusondela inkululeko, ndiyafuna abantakwethu bonke abantu abahamba lento yokudutyulwa kwenyanga. Kukho into entsha ngokuthiwa kudubula inyanga, i-moonshot. Le nyanga izawudutyulwa ke ayiyo enye, yi-African National Congress. Abantu abathi banamandla bame ngomumo babiza abanye, yizani kukho iphulo lokudubula inyanga. Eli phulo lizawukhupha i-ANC elulawulweni. Njengoba ke sesikwelo phulo kubizwa nabanye abangabakhululwa be-African National Congress kuthiwa izani siyingcatshe siyikhuphe embusweni ngoba ilungiselele nina. Lityala ukwakha imayunivesithi abemaninzi ngoba ngoku kuthiwa abantwana abanandawo yakuhlala. Bebezoyohlalelani, beyizoba khona njani indawo kungekabikho ndawo yofunda? Zininzi izinto zithethwayo. Xa kusithiwa ngoku make kube khona i-NHI, bame ngaphambili imistake yaba kukuba bavunyelwe sibe kunye kweli qonga. Siyabhala bayacika. Kwamthetho siwakhayo uba abakwazi kuwuchitha bayowutshixela ecourt uba mawuhlale phaa kunga-implementwa, bazofumana ithuba lokuthi abagelekejane bathi hayi aba akho nto bayenzayo bakhupheni. Siyayazi naleyo, ingase abantu bakuthi bayazi naleyo. Uyabona ke uba kukhona indawo enzima i-Western Cape, kulamaphondo lithoba. Xa umongameli ethetha apha, ndifuna ukuba ndingaxoxi njengaathi ndisetywaleni. Ndixoxa kule yoba utheni umongameli. Uthethe ngokuba kukhawuleziswe ukunikwa umhlaba. Hayi kabalapha ke abafuni nokuva awuthengisi umhlaba walapha eWestern Cape ngoba koyityiselwa uba sakuwuthenga siwunike abantu abathathelwa umhlaba wawo. They actually block the opportunity to buy land and give it to the previous owners. Ningacinga uba sithi xa siwuthenga siwubuyisele kwakule owner yakho. Ndiza kuxelela kaManani portfolio evidence. Hayi kuhle kakhulu, andizuxoxa njengathi ndihamba emasimini. Phaya phezulu sinembeko mongameli yokuba nomnumzana uHilton Klein, ingasikaphakama umhlekazi wami, ukhonje phaa kwezi abathu. Ndifuna kucaca inyani, thethwe ngee-facts. Nanku umhlekazi wami nguye chu umuntu omnyama ongumuntu ohluphekileyo ovela kwimilitary onefarm apho khona neAbattoir athumela inyama emazweni. Out of the 46 commercial abattoirs, that is the only man in this Western Cape. Abanantloni izona ude babe baninzi kangaka bene abattoirs abanye abantu bengenazo. Hayi mabaxube nentloni. Ndiyabulela mhlekazi. Ndiphakamise umnumzana uNetli. Yena une farm ekuthiwa nguSam Begen. Hayi us beginning. Nguye ke ngokumuntu osebenza ne-farm workers kunye nabantu abaneefamanyana ezincinci is actually i-commercial farmer ephuma izandla kodwa esebenza nabantu abahluphekileyo. Singayenza into abanye abantu bethanda bayekuba nekratshi ngomhlaba babewebile. Ndiyabulela uhamba nemanager ekwangaba bantu bancinane ngokufama. Mayiphakame le manager labantu abakwethu ndiyibone. Sinaye futhi ke ndiyabulela kakhulu naye umnumzana uIvan yena ke ngoku ngushiga kuthi ukuthi unamagusha negrain. Amagusha ke zigusha. Uhamba phambili ke kola qoqobana limoshayo. Kodwa ke ndiyabulela mhlekazi. Kangangoba ke ezindaba zemarkets ezindaba zelabor yonke lento ifihliweyo yaqalwa mhla kwatshintsha izinto. Bathi apha ku1990 to 1994 batshintsha izinto bathi apha makube khona iorganized white farmers.
So gcibelela ma.
Ewe. Lento abayenzileyo yile yenza uba kuthi kunamhlanje kube izinto zingakubo. Ezinto zingakubo siyaya pha evotini akho mntu noyikayo. Nikhenkcaza nje xa kulapha masiyani pha ebantwini. Isibongo bantu abemzini.
Siyabulela. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I'll now invite Honorable Masang.
Sihlalo hloniphekile angibonge kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba ukuzobeka induku ebandla ngicacisele abantu basemzansi ngesimo salelizwe. Bantu bakithi nizizwile izethembiso zikamongameli ohloniphekile esezineminyaka emihlanu yobudala kodwa izimpilo zenu zisalokhu zisezingeni elinyantisayo. Uma evula isishayamthetho umongameli ngo-2019 wanika iningi labantu basemzansi ithemba ngokuthi ngicela ukumcaphuna ethi asivumelane njengesizwe nanjengabantu ababumbene ezifisweni zethu ukuthi kule minyaka eyishumi ezayo sizobe sesenze inqubekela phambili ekulweni nobubha ukungalingani kanye nokwentuleka kwemisebenzi. Akekho umuntu eNingizimu Afrika ozolamba lolu uhlelo engikholwa ukuthi sizolifeza ngiqede ukucaphuna. Ucwaningo olwethembekile luthi inani labantu abaphila endlaleni selenyuke laze lafika ngaphezulu kuka-30 million. Abantwana abashone ngenxa yendlala balinganiselwa kwabangu-2,818. Laba abantwana abashonela ezibhedlela ngingababali abashonela emakhaya. Bese kuthi abantwana abangeke baphinde bathole ithuba lokuthuthukisa izimpilo zabo ngokwenyusa izinga labo lemfundo ngenxa yokuba nalesi sifo esisibiza nge-child stunting babalelwa ku-27%. Esinye sezibonelo eziningi zalenhlekelele yokuphatha kwabantu budedengu abavele behlupheka engingasinika abantu basemzansi siphuma kwisifundazwe saseGauteng lapho uzakwethu uRisifilwe Ntsege MPL abike zolo lokhu ukuthi umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi kulesi sishayamthetho usebenzise amaphesenti angu-17 kuphela esabelo sezimali samabhange okudla. Uma ubheka ubuningi babantu ababulawa indlala imihla ngemihla uqhathanisa nesabelo sezimali esisetshenzisiwe uqosha indlala kucaca ba wokuthuthukiswa komphakathi. Ukweseka inkulumo kaMangameli ka-2019 enqeda ukuyicaphuna, i-DA izame unyaka nonyaka ukubeka ezithebeni zalendlu yesishayamthetho imibono nezinhlelo zokutakula abantu basemzansi abazithola besotakwini olujulile noludabukisayo. Kodwa umthetho sisekelo wezwe ube ukubeka ngokusobala ukuthi akekho noyedwa umuntu wakulelizwe okufanele abulawe indlala. Lezi nhlelo mbono zikwinqubo ye-DA yokuthuthukiswa komphakathi eye yacwaningwa nawongqondongqondo bezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi bakulelizwe. Le mibono zinhlelo elandelayo i-DA isizoze izifezekisele yona ngoba lokhulumeni osezobeka phansi intambo akafuni nokuyibheka kodwa lokhu. Okokuqala sizokwenza ohlwini lokudla oluzongabi nantela ukuze abantu abakwazi ukuxosha indlala kulesi sikhathi samanani okudla aphakeme kangaka. Okwesibili sizokwenyusa inani lesibonelelo sezingane ukuze silingane okungenani nezinga lokuhlupheka lala eNingizimu Afrika. Okwesithathu sizokwelulela isibonelelo sezingane kulabo abasazithwele ukuze kuthi kuqinisekise ukuthi abantwana babo bayanakekeleka bengakabelethwa ukuze izimpilo zabo zivikeleke ezweni zabo. Lesi sibonelelo sizokweselulela nakulabo abafika eminyakeni yobudala eyi-18 bengakaliphasi ibanga likamatikuletsheni ngoba bahlangabezana nezinkinga kucaca ukuthi lolu sizo abebelithola selumisiwe. Somlomo lezi zinhlelo zizobuyisela isidima kubantu base-South Africa. Uhulumeni kaMangameli angenandaba nabo kodwa bebe nomthetho sisekelo obagunyazayo ukuthi mabalekelelwe lapho izimpilo zabo zihlukunyezwa izimo ezingaphezulu kwamandla abo. Lezi zibonelelo azinokuthi yiliphi iqembu elikhulumeni njengoba uMengameli ohloniphekile eke wazama ukukhohlisa abantu base-South Africa zishicilelwe umthetho sisekelo walelizwe. Abantu abakhulile bahlangabezana nezinkinga kwasala eSouth Africa njengomama wase-Alwal North owahamba waya kwaSASSA eyovuselela isibonelelo sakhe. U-Alwal North SASSA wathi makaye eBurgerstop 240 kilometers. Njengoba ukhetho bantu bakithi selingqongqoza eminyango sifaka inselelo sincenxa ukuthi abantu basemzansi ake basiphe ithuba lokubakhombisa ukuthi lokhu esikwenza eNtshona Koloni singakwazi ukuthi sikwenze kweminye ama provinces. Ngicela ukuthi inkosi yomusa inibusise. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you. Order, members. I'll now invite the Honorable Mashaul.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, President, Deputy President. Mr. President, the world, and indeed South Africa, are at a crossroads. we are faced with a choice between going along with a declining Western-dominated order and exploit our natural resources and treat Africans and the global South as a second-class citizens of our globe, or embracing the possibilities of development and sovereignty provided by the growing BRICS bloc of countries. In South Africa, the opposition is firmly wedded to the former, unipolar world and exploitation, oppression and genocide against those who dare to resist. The ANC has a duty to ensure that Tintswalo is protected and nurtured. Tintswalo's future is in the BRICS and the global South. Historically, there is not one single country that has developed following the DA's discredited nor the EFF's make-believe policies. The neoclassical and market-led approach lacks the tools to facilitate the required industrial catching up that our republic must do to truly join the ranks of the developed world. The state-owned enterprises are the only tools available to drive the unique element of the state-led approach that was crucial to the success of economies such as those of the Asian tigers and the Marshall Plan of post-World War II. SOEs are better placed to minimize costs and maximize the potential for a successful state-led development. They are a more practical way for a country striving for economic development, eradication of inequality, and a better position in the international economy. SOEs present a rapid, more stable, and effective way to qualitatively change the living conditions of South Africans. Mr. President, your inaugural SONA swept the nation with the optimistic spirit of Tumamina after many years of despondency. Your speech engulfed the nation in the spirit the whole world felt when the father of Tintswalo walked out of Victor Verster prison exactly 34 years and 3 days today. The Tumamina wave of optimism affirmed you as a choice-worthy leader to deliver South Africa from the clutches of state capture. The reforms you have since led have shown your high appetite to return the country to a promised land of Mandela and Tutu's Rainbow Nation. So, here are some of the facts for the naysayers recorded since you assumed office, Mr. President. You have clarified the role of political leaders in relation to the day-to-day operation of SOEs, which has allowed the boards and leadership the space to implement the much-needed reforms, as well as execute their mandates in support of the country's socio-economic transformation. Our SOEs have started to function remarkably better and have yielded best-in-class impacts, as evidenced from the AG's audit report. Now, here are the facts. You must just listen carefully. 6 SOEs under the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy have improved their good governance practices and financial prudence by almost every measure compared to the previous administration. Beyond this, all SOEs under DMRE have passed their cash ratio liquidity test and are able to cover all their short-term obligations from their strong balance sheet. Not this we are talking facts here. All SOEs except one under the Department of Transport are going concerns and have received qualified or unqualified audit. The Road Accident Fund is the only one that is being supported to ensure that it also improves governance and deliver on its mandate. These are facts. Alexco's revenue increased by 160%, whereas its profit increased by 63% in the past year. Similarly, Safcol's revenue has kept an upward trend for a prolonged period and paid dividends for the first time after so many years. Alexco's and Safcol's improved financial prudence demonstrate that the seemingly impossible has become possible under your leadership, Comrade President. South African Airways is back in the sky, proudly carrying our flag. PRASA has opened rail corridors and now moves 19 million passengers. Eskom and Transnet have successfully restructured their business models to enable private sector participation and investment in the electricity, ports, and railway networks. Similarly, efforts have been made and put into resolving the conflict between the 2006 Ports Act and the 2008 Companies Act to establish the TNPA as a subsidiary of Transnet. The corporatization of TNPA will unlock the much-needed investment to expand the Port of Durban's capacity for container handling from 2.9 million units to more than 11 million units. Mintech has manufactured a range of point-of-care test kits for the detection of diseases, viruses, including malaria, TB, HIV, and Rift Valley fever. This will ensure that the South and the Global South are ready to tackle the next pandemic. Mr. President, we will be supplying vaccines and not begging for vaccines. The Council for Geoscience has intensified the identification of drilling of selected mineral targets, areas deemed critical for the development, including input to pharmaceutical applications, food security, industrialization, and energy security. Mr. President, siyabuya, and when we come back after the elections and you are the president, we will be able to report more on progress for these issues. No sane person can maintain the fake news commentary that SOE reforms have been frustrated and ineffective. The Tumamina spirit will never be diluted and abandoned because Tintswalo depends on it. Tumamina's success are a threat to those that view the barbaric era of apartheid and colonialism with the appetite and support for their return. These people were either direct beneficiaries or secondary beneficiaries or collaborators. They are not dissimilar to those that benefited during the height of state capture. They view clean governance and the development of the majority as a threat to them. My advice to the opposition, Comrade President, is that the fact-based view, like a healthy diet, therapy, and regular exercise, should be part of their daily lives. Practicing a fact-based view will enable them to control their over-dramatic views and longing for the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashaule. The next speaker is the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Deputy President, Members of Parliament, members of the NCOP, and all my colleagues, we rise before this august House full of hope and optimism about the next 30 years, Mr. President, of the ever better for all the people of South Africa. Equally, we have no doubt that this better life can only be championed by the African National Congress-led government. This confidence is born out of the fact that over the past 30 years, since we attained our freedom in 1994, the ANC has had a steady hand in navigating the country through the buffet of challenges, storms visited upon us by both historical and external factors, such as the changing geopolitical situation, architectures, natural disasters, and difficult socio-political economic dynamics. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address last week, you meticulously outlined the successes that we have realized together with our people in the last 30 years. But equally, you admitted where there were challenges, and we can say the least for others somewhere else where they fail our people. Honorable members, we must be frank and admit that whereas in 1994 we assumed that all compatriots were committed to constructing an equal society, this was not the case. There are some in our midst whose preoccupation has been to undermine the democratically elected government under the guise of being honest critiques. Kubona ayikho into enhle engenziwa umuntu omnyama. Abantu bakithi kodwa bakubonile lokho. Yingakho abantu bakithi, they rejected them in 1994, they rejected them, and they are still going to reject them in 2024. Ake siqale lapha ke malunga ahloniphekile, umhlonishwa ubulawayo, umholi wenkatha. Hayi, mhlonishwa kubhlungu ukuzwa umuntu omdala edukisa isizwe. Abantu bakithi ngesifo esubhubhane, isifo sengculazi. Ayikho into eyenziwa inkatha bakithi kwaZulu Natal ukuvimba lolubhubhane. Uyakwazi mhlonishwa uhlabisa nawe ukuthi imshanguzo yaqala ngohulumeni ke-ANC. Namhlanje ingakho kwaZulu Natal sesenza ngcono even kuma United Nations goals in ending the epidemic by 2030. Okungu 95. Inkatha I'm sure ayikwazi nalo 95. Namanje abantu bakwaZulu Natal ingakho bayiphika inkatha, bayikhahlela inkatha ngo-2004 ngoba intuthuko ibingekho bakwethu. Imgwaqo oyibonayo kwanamhlanje, ukufukulwa kwabantu besifazane ngaphansi kohlelo kwazibambele lwaqala ngabahlonishwa ababengaphansi kwahulumeni wenkatha, omhlonishwa uNdebele, omhlonishwa uMkhize, ibona baqala amakliniki. Namhlanje mina ngimi la ngikhulele ngazalwa kaEl kwaMashu, lapho besihlala khona ku2 room house. Namhlanje sihlala ku4 room house. Abanye ababehlala lapho bakhishwa yilo hulumeni kaANC, bahamba bayokwakhela kwezinye indawo, bahlala ko4 room babo. Namhlanje ayizange inkatha izikwenze lokho mhlonishwa. Asibonge nje ukuthi ngesikhathi kusekhona omhlonishwa uNdebele, ozwela Mkhize, oDumsani Makhaye, oMike Mabuyakhulu, yakhumbula abahlonishwa ukuthi yilabo bahlonishwa kuhulumeni wenkatha ababeletha intuthuko eindaweni zabantu bakithi kwaze babizwa ngokuthi 4x4 ngoba kwakwaziwa bona bodwa. Namhlanje sinezikole ezifana noMandla Mthetho emkhanya kude le, lapho abantwana bakhona baphatha ama-exercise book, abaphatha amapeni, basebenzisa i-technology. Sinezikole namhlanje ezifana no-Anton Lembede that are paperless, that are technology using. Ama-students wethu lapho, even othisha basebenzisa o-whiteboard. Ubuchwepheshe banamhlanje benziwa yilo hulumeni we-ANC. Inkatha nkosi yami yayingekho ndawo-ke, yayingeke iziyenzo kalonto. Kule 6th administration in KwaZulu-Natal, it's been characterized by disasters, triple challenges of COVID-19, civil unrest, devastating floods, and this has really bettered our economy. Considering ukuthi budget yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal u-130.4 billion, and umonakalo owenziwa lezi zikhukhula ungaphezu ku-160 billion. Uyacabanga ke ukuthi ibudget yethu yanyamalala kangakanani ukuzama ukulungisa lo monakalo. Honorable members, we have worked hard to harness our relationship with the private sector, to retain their investment in our country, in the toxic and rhetoric and skepticism championed by some of our learned friends on my left-hand side, seated across in the opposition benches, about our country and pulling our country down at every turn that they can get. For a period of 2019 to 2014, we've really committed ourselves to the tune of 18.1 billion worth of new investment in KwaZulu-Natal that has created more than 30,000 jobs across a spectrum of sectors. 6 billion of business expansion projects were realized that created more than 16,000 jobs. And in line with the government quest to transform the economy, 98 priority group investment projects were also mainstreamed. If we look at the Dubai Trade Port as the SCZ in KwaZulu-Natal, namhlanje it has reached more than 759 million just in December 2023. And this is expected to increase to 1.3 billion ama investment akhona njengamanje. And if you look at the jobs that have been created there, you can see ukuthi even nemsebenzi eya impacteka by COVID-19 njengamanje sesiyakwazi ukuthi si regain. Mr. President, your investment drive through your presidential investment conferences in KwaZulu-Natal has really set us in a course of aggressively rebuilding this country, but also repositioning our province as an investment destination. We had to work extra hard to restore and rebuild the investor confidence. As a result, in the last year alone, KwaZulu-Natal witnessed several investments launched by our Honorable President, including the SAPI, Mr. President, of 8 billion, and ISAPI, yafisa ukusho la ukuthi iseyindaweni zasemakhaya. Yilapho abantu basemakhaya nendawo zasemakhosini abakwaziyo ukuthi bahwebe neSAPI, bakwazi ukuthola ukuthi babe zinkampani zabo bayimele ngomsebenzi owenziwa wena mongameli walapha eNingizimu Afrika. IHesto elapha ya eMandeni nayo iinveste 1 billion wafika wazoyithula ngokusemthethweni, Mr. President. That has created massive jobs endaweni yaseMandeni and iqasha abantu. Uyakhumbula nawo wababona abantu bakwazi ngisho ukuqala ucingo olufakwa emotweni bayenze imoto ize idume, yenziwa ngabantu abancane, abantu abasha, kodwa abanye bazinkampani zabo ezisebenza nazo lezi nkampani. Toyota, one of the notable automobile brands in South Africa and beyond, has pledged more than 1 billion towards renewable energy and the expansion that they are doing. Rainbow Chickens announced the 620 million as part of their confidence in the KZN poultry sector, boosting investment in the rural areas. We've had many other investments such as the Defy, the Serenity Hills, the multiple property developments that we've seen, the women-owned business in the Royal Shakaland that was announced by yourself, Mr. President, in the last presidential conference. The strategic partnership that we've held with the IDC has also benefited a lot of young people. 192 beneficiaries of young people have been given grants in that, and that created more than 1,050 jobs. The beneficiaries are spread across the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We've also positioned KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. President, as a smart province, as Minister Gade Ekulumala. We are working with other telecom companies. Vodacom has invested 60 billion in KwaZulu-Natal, which will go a long way in boosting our smart province campaign. And in this regard, we are also creating what we call data centers in the township and in the rural communities and in the heights of other schools, where we've created and trained data analysts so that they are able to get into the job market and create their own. We've created, so far, we've trained more than 100,000 young people as data scientists and data analysts. Ubani owayazi ukuthi umuntu omnyama ingane esesikoleni elokishini iyofunda ngo-coding now robotics. Zingu-26 izikole kwezu-23 eKwaZulu-Natal abantwana befunda ngama-robotics kanye ne-coding. Okwamanje sisaqale ngalezi zingu-211 kwi-intermediate phase izikole nazo esizingene kwi-robotics kanye nakwi-technology ey'fundweni zabo. With the fourth industrial revolution, Mr. President, when you launched your Presidential Commission on Fourth Industrial Revolution and you announced the report from there, we also established KwaZulu-Natal, a Fourth Industrial Revolution Commission that is helping us to advise us on the digital transformation strategy so that we can also expand the broadband connectivity of our people. Ngiyazi ukuthi inkathi izoti ikhona into eyayenza ngo-Fourth Industrial Revolution. I'm sure kwakuse one revolution ngesikhathi senkatha njengoba sesiya ku-5 manje. Awu 8,000 ama-Wi-Fi hotspots. Awu 8,000 ama-Wi-Fi hotspots esiplane ukuthi kulonyaka sizobe sesiwafake asabalala kuzona zonke indawo. Okuhle kakhulu ngalama Wi-Fi hotspots
Conclude, Honorable Premier.
ukuthi amanye siwafaka eindaweni zasemakhosini lapho amakhosi siwafakela ama-cameras for security, sibanika iy'moto zokupatrola, sibanikeza ama-community safety, sibathengele iy'moto ukuze bakwazi ukuphepha ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya nasey'ndaweni zasemakhosini. Abantu bakithi sibafakile emkhakheni wensangu. Sibafakile emkhakheni wensangu sabanika ama-license awu 649.
Thank you. I'll now invite Honorable Notata.
Salo malunga bekekileyo bantu baseMzantsi Afrika ndiyanibulisa ngale njikalanga molweni. Mr. President, on Thursday evening I sat in these benches in awe of your out-of-touch speech about the reality of South Africa today. In 1994, millions of South Africans believed they would live a better life under the ANC. But today, not in 1994, 30 years later, South Africans have been plunged into a life of dependency, unemployment, and poverty. Since 2018, we have promised interventions in basic education, yet 8 SONAs later, nothing has changed. Mr. President, Minister Motshekga has led you to believe that all is well in the education sector, relying on information she gets from air-conditioned boardrooms. You went as far as calling it a silent revolution. Getting quality education in democratic South Africa should not require a revolution, sir. It should be the norm. Generations of parents have lost all hope of their children having economically prosperous futures. Mr. President, your new dawn has become our daily nightmare. Now, I would like to dispel some of the illusions about the children of our democracy today. While conducting oversight in the Eastern Cape, I met a young girl called Tando, who is forced to walk long kilometers through dangerous bushes at risk of being raped, and she crosses a dangerous river to get to school despite qualifying for scholar transport. I walked those long kilometers with her and many other learners. Her bravery and desire for education makes her do this every single day because she knows her family is part of the 30 million poor South Africans that are jobless, suffering under the rising cost of living. She knows she needs quality education to change the circumstances of her birth. But Tando's school is a dilapidated mud and asbestos building that poses a danger to her health, an unconducive learning environment with a strong stench of deadly pit toilets wafting through the broken windows of her classroom. She shares her desk with 3 other girls and the classroom that is overcrowded with 60 other learners. Despite the many excellent teachers that go the extra mile under difficult circumstances, Tando's teachers have failed the very same tests for the subjects that they teach. assured in the knowledge that SATU would protect their incompetency. At break time, if the food is delivered, Tando collects her only meal for the day. However, last year, she was part of the thousands of learners that starved for weeks in the Eastern Cape and KZN because school nutrition tenders were given to ANC cadres who must eat while children starve. Tando School is part of the 74% of schools without libraries. She will likely be part of the 81% of 10-year-olds and 56% of grade 6 learners that cannot read for meaning in any language. Attending one of the 82% of schools without labs, no doubt she will be one of the grade 9 maths and science learners that do not have basic subject knowledge and skills. If Tando is lucky enough to complete matric, she would have had to prepare her exams in darkness because of load shedding. Thereafter, anxiously wait to be misled by Minister Mochega and the ANC's quantity over quality matric pass rate, leaving thousands of learners behind. Mr. President, the real matric pass rate is only 55.3%, not 82.9%. Your government has in fact left behind more than 345,000 learners that dropped out or were discouraged between grade 10 in 2021 and matric in 2024. They have now joined the 3.3 million youth not in education, employment, or training. Only 40% of this cohort of learners achieve bachelors. Let me tell you what you get when you need to get a bachelor's. You need 4 subjects at 50%, 1 subject at 40%, 2 subjects at 30%, and attain a bachelor's pass. What is worse, you can even fail 1 subject and still get a bachelor's pass. Therefore, a high quantity pass rate with the pass mark this low means little if quantity, depth, and skill are left out of the equation. At the end of 12 years of struggles, Tando, Tintswalo's daughter SONA, and the millions of young people under this ANC government are destined for the unemployment queues, joining the 7 in every 10 young people that are jobless, denied the opportunity to access tertiary institutions because you have failed to give them quality education. You see, Mr. President, you can fool your comrades with your out-of-touch speech, but you cannot fool South Africans. This is their reality. Fellow South Africans, we can wake up from this nightmare. In 2024 elections, you must vote for the DA's blueprint that will rescue the millions of learners from a failing public education system. Whether a child is born in Khayelitsha or Wynberg, whether a child is born in Emlazi or Palito, Alexandra or Sandton, Kuqumbu or Cape Town, they should receive the best quality education. And the DA will ensure that every learner receives 210 full days of school, prioritizing reading, writing, and numeracy at foundation level. Poor quality teaching will be rooted out, and teachers will be tested every 3 years. We will introduce literacy and numeracy assessments at grade 6, 9, and grade 3 to improve quality. Trade union strangleholds on teacher appointments will be broken. Learner dropouts will be curbed, and by introducing a curriculum that is diversified from grade 9 so that learners acquire skills responsive to economic opportunity. Yabona nina ingxaki yenu into yobana nikhathalele ingxaki zamanye amazwe. Nihlula zingxaki zalapha ekhaya. Nihoyene namanye amazwe ningakwazi unika abantwana bethu imfundo esemgangathweni. Kwaye odadewethu kunyanzeleke belele namaqabane ukuze bafumane imisebenzi noba sele befundile. Nithanda ningathandi anibuyi. Madiba was correct. Mr. President, Madiba was correct. Once you climb a great hill, you find many more hills to climb. The ANC is that great hill that we had to climb for the last 30 years. And it's time we left it behind. In 2024, we will do to the ANC what our parents did to the apartheid government in 1994. Vote you out. Sonele nini nini. I thank you.
Order. Order. Manje kutawuba lithuba la ngqongqoshe welitiko letempilo umhlonishwa Dr. Phasi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me pass my greetings to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mapisa Ngakula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the Deputy President Mashatile, Cabinet colleagues, honorable members. I appreciate this opportunity by the presiding officers and the presiding chair and my chief whip to participate in the debate on the State of the Nation address of the President for 2024. Thank you very much, President, for a comprehensive report to the people of South Africa on the achievements of the sixth administration, while also acknowledging the challenges which we are still addressing. Indeed, over the last few days, many Tinswalos have come forward to say what this democratic state has done for them to open up opportunities for a better life. Shame on those who want to rubbish this lived. Mr. President, thank you also for highlighting a few areas in which the health sector has also performed, has made progress, also indicating where we are going from here, because indeed we are coming back. Siabuya. Reabuwa. I wish to start by joining the President in acknowledging the contribution of many South Africans in our fight against COVID-19 pandemic, which consumed a large part of the term of this government to a very devastating impact. We thank the gallant health workers who carried the burden of looking after the sick, even when most of us were staying at home as a result of the call by the President that we should all stay home. The cooperation between the public and private sectors, especially during the vaccination campaign, laid a very solid ground for the implementation of the National Health Insurance. Since the lifting of the restrictions in June 2022, the health sector has been on a recovery path, and I'm pleased to say that all key indicators show that we are well on the way to this recovery. Our key focus is to lay the foundation for universal health coverage as envisaged in the Freedom Charter, but also in Section 27 of our Constitution. This is a path which was laid the foundation of by our founding president, President Nelson Mandela, when in his very early days of presidency declared that all children under the age of 6 and all pregnant women will receive free services in all public health facilities. We are combining the broadening of access together with improvement of quality. In this regard, deployment of appropriate human resources is key to both access and quality, and this applies to multiple qualifications and skills within the health sector. The medical profession is very key in these multidisciplinary teams, and that is why we are doing everything to retain as many doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, and members of these health teams within the public health system. I'm therefore pleased to announce today that working with my colleague, the Minister of Finance, we have indeed found a solution to the current difficulty of employing the doctors who want to work in the public service. We are going to fund this post working with the Minister. The details of how this is going to be funded will be stated by the Minister next Wednesday when he will be delivering his budget speech. Our national teams are already working together between Treasury and Health to thresh out the details, and working also with provincial department to speed up the process so that by the 1st of April this year, all those who wish to work in the public sector, all those doctors who want to work, will be able to get jobs. I'm very confident that through this, as we will detail after the budget speech, the provinces will already start making sure that the recruitment, all the processes are carried on, and also I'm quite confident that many of the provinces will bring forward some of the funding to start in March so that when April comes, those doctors will already be working. In this regard, I want to say hard luck to those who had been wishing to use this as a political football in the elections campaign. And amongst them, Honorable Labushkakne, who spoke earlier on.
thinking that there is somehow a discourse between national health insurance and the fact that we are not employing doctors. So if you thought you were going to use this for your campaign, forget. I'm sorry for that. We have taken it off the table. Think about other issues. This also, honorable members, is also an example of how the achievement of this ANC-led government can also be, the success can also be a challenge. Because over the last 15 years, we have ramped up the training of doctors, both locally in our own universities, but also through the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro program. The number of graduates have almost doubled over the last 10 years. In 2014, there were only 1,300 graduates who entered internship. But in 2022, there were 2,500, almost just a little short of doubling. And this year, we have admitted just over 2,200 interns who have already started working as interns. So just a little around 1,000 more than they were 10 years ago. We are committed to work with the associations, your medical associations, the trade unions, all of them, to make sure that we can create even more opportunities for these young professionals, not only doctors, nurses, pharmacists, physiotherapists, all of them. And amongst others, we want to work together to look at creating multidisciplinary group practices in communities where these young doctors can, once they are fully registered, they can come together, either join those who are already in practice or else start their own practices. And in this regard, I also want to urge my colleagues in finance and also trade and industry that the funding which is available for small businesses should also be available for young doctors who want to start their practices. Because some of the challenges is funding. Now, it's very important because these group practices, especially multidisciplinary, are very key to the establishment of the national health insurance in communities. As stated by the President in SONA, the other area of serious interventions is to improving quality is to upgrade infrastructure. I can confirm that the construction of the Limpopo Academic Hospital is progressing very well and should be completed on time and on budget by 2028. The construction phase of this hospital is already creating more than 2,000 jobs in Limpopo, and even when the hospital is completed and start operating, it will create an equivalent number of jobs, just over 2,000 full-time jobs. But over and above that, it will provide critical clinical services which will cut the necessity for people of Limpopo when they need major surgeries and other specialized services to be transported to Gauteng province. Last year in 2023, Honorable President also had the opportunity to open a state-of-the-art hospital in eThekwini, Honorable Premier, you were there, at the Pixley Sakaseme Hospital, which will also complement the existing Nkosi Albert and also King Edward, which is currently known as the Victoria Mklange Hospitals. Late last year, I also joined the Premier of the Eastern Cape when we opened the state-of-the-art district hospital in the area called in Tabankulu, a hospital called Sipetu, state-of-the-art with state-of-the-art equipment. But also late last year, I joined MEC of Limpopo and the Premier to also unveil state-of-the-art equipment in a hospital where myself and Minister Mutsaledi worked many years in the area Skukune called St. Rita's Hospital, where the MEC and the Premier were unveiling state-of-the-art equipment such as CT scanners, advanced digital X-ray machines, mammographies, and all those also connected to an advanced digital system called the Picture Archiving and Communication System. Through that system, when you take pictures from X-ray, CT scans, you can transmit that even to the doctor's cell phone so that they don't have to come and look at the picture. They can even be transmitted. And they can also be transmitted to specialist radiologists, even if they are overseas, so that they can be able to interpret and then be able to send to the doctor who's on the bedside, so that they can be guided in terms of what to do to intervene. So I'm stating this to indicate that indeed, we are marching forward. There are a number of other hospitals which were upgrading across the country. In Limpopo, Siloam Hospital, which has taken a long time, is currently under construction. In the Eastern Cape, Zitulele Hospital, Free State, Ditlabeng Hospital, Premier of Mpumalanga, Wheatbank Hospital, we're also doing upgrading there. And there are a lot of others which I cannot mention here today because of time. But we're also rolling out the digital health information system in all these hospitals. President would have seen also when we were at Pixley that that hospital is already paperless. So we are not talking theory here. We're talking practical in terms of bringing Minister Gungubele, the fourth industrial revolution is already being implemented in the health sector in preparation for the rolling out of the National Health Insurance System. Our health patient registration system has already been rolled out to well over 60 million people who are already registered in this regard. And what is important is that as we do this, we are using the intellectual property which belongs to the state. We bring in private players, but not to own the system, but to just be partners in developing the system.
As you conclude, Honorable Minister.
Let me also, as I conclude, just say that, President, as you also indicated, we have made huge progress in making sure that HIV/AIDS will be defeated. I'm not saying this alone, but also from international reports, from UNAIDS and others. Also in the fight against TB, the WHO has already indicated that South Africa is on course to meet its SDG targets of 2030 in the defeat of TB. Lastly, just to say that those who fear that the NHI will become an SOE, some say it will be an ESCOM. Let me tell you that in this, you can go and ask the Auditor General. In this last audit, all health public entities either got clean audits or got unqualified audits, all of them without exception. So we can assure you that NHI will be safe in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, business will now be suspended for 10-15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business now suspended.
The House Chairperson. Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume with the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. I now invite the Honourable Minister of Basic Education to the podium. The Honourable Minister.
Where's your clock?
Order, honourable members. Order.
Okay. Chair, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Mashatile, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, as well as the South African public at large. Honourable Speaker, it is with profound honour that I rise today to echo the sentiments of the inspiring State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa. It was certainly not his last, obuyabuya. Tatu note that, anizukuphendula mntanisekhaya because zabe ndizimosha amandla. Ngoba uyazi uba sisebenzile kakhulu nakhona, so nabe ndiphikisa into engekhoyo. So reflecting on democracy, now 3 decades strong and embodied by the generation of Tinswalo and her peers, it becomes clear that our advances in basic education form a cornerstone of this government's legacy, member from the Freedom Front, a testament of the ANC-led democratic breakthrough, not a legacy of hewers of water, of hewers of wood and drawers of water. Because as we explore the narrative of basic education in our nation, we have to acknowledge the resilience and achievements of our ANC-led government amidst various challenges. A difficult legacy, stubborn, evil, and very cruel. Over the past 30 years, government at all levels implemented policies and programs and interventions which clearly demonstrated the ruling party's unwavering commitment to expand and enhance basic education through the implementation of social justice principles, which over years yielded remarkable outcomes. And uyazazi not that, uyaphika nje. The ruling party's decision to make education its apex priority does reflect government's unwavering dedication to opening the doors of learning for all as enshrined in the Freedom Charter. In the past 30 years, Chair, the ANC-led government made significant strides eradicating illiteracy. Stats South Africa, not me, says by 2021, the adult literacy rates of this country stood at 86.4%. And this we didn't achieve by magic. We had to open the doors of learning for all, run a literacy campaign which reached 4.1 million adults through the Karikude campaign for 8 years. So it's been a long, long walk to get to where we are. So we celebrate the steady upward trend in our basic education system. The next phase, indeed, Minister Zulu, is to ramp up early childhood development progress, focus on foundational skills of reading, writing, and counting, as well as diversifying the curriculum for skills and competencies of a changing world, and continue to ensure the reduction of failure rates, repetition rates, and dropout rates, which happen after the basic education phase. ECD is now with us, and we are going to strengthen the foundations for learning. The decision of the ruling party to shift ECD from DSD to DBE was driven by an understanding of ECD as a launching pad for a reinforced continuum of learning and development from early years to grades so that we can build solid foundations for learning and this fact cannot be overemphasized. Because it is critical for early identification of developmental delays to enable us to provide early integrated support for our children. In addition to the policies that we received from DBE, we ran a number of studies, amongst them the ECD census, which indicated that only 34% of children between 3 and 5 years are at school. We did another study of Thrive by 5, which also confirmed that even the kids who were in CD programs were not on track in terms of their developmental studies, and ran quite a number of studies like the Public Expenditure Framework review. We also had a review to inform us on what we need to improve for the ECD programs to improve their quality. And these studies, Chair, and different other studies inform our practical actions in our new strategy, which will be published shortly, as indicated by the President. The President himself will be the convener of the Special Interministerial Committee for ECD to ensure that all the relevant government departments come together to drive our ambitious integrated ECD program. Speaker, allow me to lift some of the critical areas in the basic education system. In the last few years, as DBE, we adopted a theme which we said a system on the rise. But given the improvement trajectory that we have observed in the past few years, then our theme is growing together, a sector in the rise. And the 2023 results give credence to this theme because we have a cohesive improvement. Not even one of our provinces performed under 75%. And more heartening and encouraging is a narrowing of the percentage gap between provinces, but also between fee-paying schools and non-fee-paying schools. Chair and honorable members, and the general public, we wish to restate the fact that the overall pass of the class of 2023 is 82.9%. Umemba nodata unlanda nababhubhileyo ubabhalisa posthumous ubabalela apha. Wonke umuntu ongabhalanga nonomntana ulapha sithetha ngabantu ababhalileyo, hayi abantu abangabhalanga. Sithi ababhalileyo 82.9% road. Because abanye bama-TVET, abanye basibhubhele, abanye banabantwana, asithethi ngabo, sithetha ngabo. So soon be 60% yabantu ababhubhileyo, and that's ubabhalise posthumously. So most poignantly, Chair, we have to report the pro-poor policies of government, which are showing good fruit. The difference, as I say, of performance between fee-paying schools and no-fee-paying schools is narrowing. The no-fee schools have been consistently producing high proportion of bachelors since 2015. Yes, indeed, the President calls this the silent revolution, because yes, indeed, and that's the legacy, Mr. Freedom Front. That's the legacy. We are not talking about hewers of wood and drawers of water. This is our legacy. Finally, Chair, around the 2023 results, 441,000 social grant recipients, as Member Zulu said, Otinzwalu and her peers, passed matric. Of these, 202,000 of them got bachelors. And from this group, about Tinzwala, we got more than 160,000 to 329 distinctions. But even more heartening is that of the young people who were castrated in correctional service, of the 137 that wrote, 90 of them got bachelors. Surely, this clearly shows the pro-poor policies and the restorative justice program of this government. Quickly, Chair, one of the remarkable progress that has been made is the introduction and implementation of the 3-stream curriculum in the past few years. This project, which is overcoming, we're running it with DHI, with Department of Higher Education and Department of Education of Employment and Labor. The project has been anchored around 3-stream curriculum model, while with milestones such as the finalization of occupational and vocational subjects, the conversion of our schools to schools of skills, but also making sure that we have pilot schools. And if I have time, President, I will list all the number of schools that we have converted to be able to be aligned to the 3-stream curriculum. We've also piloted the General Education Certificate. Yazi omakhulu babontinswana nomama bakhe othina bomakhulu bakaTinswana sayibhala iform 3 sayibuyisa ke le form 3 ukuthi at grade 9 we can indeed, as member not that I said, begin to direct, implement the three-strand curriculum, which is engendered innovations in assessment approaches in the DBE. We have appropriate different modalities, which will ensure that our learners are guided in terms of careers, guide them into each stream that is appropriately aligned to their individual interests, aptitudes, and abilities for them to thrive. Chair, research informs us that language acquisition begins well before a child is born. And this phenomenon, which is a natural occurrence, supports the claim that language is hardwired in the human brain. Therefore, the system will leverage on this innate gift of language perception. It is essential for language acquisition after birth. We are using this understanding for the mother tongue-based bilingual education, because we are convinced that the system must transform to address the underlying reasons for the underperformance of African language learners in international studies. By the end of February 2024, we will be announcing the full rollout of a mother tongue-based bilingual education in our schools. And this, Chair, will not just break the domination of learning in English and Afrikaans, but hundreds of years of exclusive advantage enjoyed by English and African learners in our schools.
Honourable Minister, your time is now expired.
I'm halfway.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Nyonso.
House Chairperson, Mr. President, we would rather like to see more practical responses to the challenges that poor communities are facing. Critical challenges in the economy are made more difficult by the load-shedding saga, which continues to destroy small and medium businesses who depend on the state to provide basic electricity on a sustainable basis. Health services facilities are overcrowded and in a dire state. We need urgency on health and education facilities. We need our own skills base to be on par with the rising fourth industrial revolution. We must not only be a member of the BRICS countries, we must add value to rising of the new international order wherein Global South gains traction in the world economy. The state is failing to address these conditions seriously. Basic maintenance of national and provincial roads in critical areas where entry levels could boost local development are not attended to. The loss of critical manufacturing plant in the Northwest province recently because of poor road conditions is a problem squarely in the hands of the state machinery. One of the major poultry concerns in Standerton has had to build water infrastructure to draw from the Vaal River at exorbitant costs without any contribution by the state. The jobs are at the mainstay of the local town residents threatened, not by the business competition, but by the inability of the state to do its job. These types of clear and apparent failures on the part of the government do not offer any hope and trust in the future. The empty promises and the comparison of the good story which must be told since 1994 are a waste of time. Mr. President, I have invited you to come and see roads in Tsendani, near Butterworth in Eastern Province. The disaster waiting to happen has not been addressed by your esteemed office. Uthe wawuthi indlela zase-Eastern Cape zinhle, inhliziyo yami icishe yama. Even naye upremier wase-Eastern Cape kweza kuCendane sesukocinga indlela. He can attest to it. Singangahle kwezinye indawo kodwa thina kuCendane siyafa. The communities in these areas only understand practical solutions to the problems. Their faith in the state providing answers is growing thin and will soon evaporate. We all know that reforms from the state should be seen to be done on the ground, not what we hear stated in fairy tales. Communities complain about the rigidity of the state to make ordinary lives livable. This is a case of feet of clay in state president's office. There is apparently insufficient legislative framework to deal with mining tailings and protects communities of the poor near these mines from the apparent climate and environmental challenges. This includes the hazard posed by illegal mining by the Zamazamas. In the state of the address is not attending to these challenges. It leaves unanswered questions to the disputes over the mining dams between the communities and authorities. In the Limpopo province, for example, truck owners harassed and excluded from access to the mining dams. The PAC would like to propose a moratorium on exorbitant fees that are charged for the mining tailings. The state must work out a framework for these nearby communities through the Department of Mineral Resources to play a role in the management of the dam so that local trucks can legally participate in the removal of mining sand to use it for beneficiary projects in building construction material. The PAC is concerned with the debt ratio in the imbalances of trade relations and on international level. Borrowing on this large scale to paper over the crest is not a prudent way to go. That is mortgaging the assets of the people and making high liabilities they will struggle to turn around. We just do not hear what plans the office is making to avoid a crisis of paralysis in the state of the nation. What is clear, however, is the rise of a moral high ground taken by South Africa when the genocide in Gaza Strip in occupied Palestine was raised at the International Court of Justice. We support the stand taken. We are proud to be the best legal brains sent from our beloved motherland to save humanity from atrocities conducted by insensitive amongst us. That was indeed an amazing grace. And from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister in the Presidency for Electricity.
House Chair, Honourable President, Deputy President, Cabinet colleagues, members of Parliament, the media, and the people of the Republic. In the recent State of the Nation address, the President introduced us to Tintswalo. This eloquent metaphor encapsulates the lived experiences and journey of progress our nation has undertaken over the past 3 decades of democracy. As we reflect on this metaphor, we are reminded not only of the strides we have made, but also of the challenges we continue to face, particularly in the realm of energy supply. Much like Tintswalo, the path to achieving a stable and sustainable energy landscape has been fraught with obstacles, uncertainties, and temporary setbacks. And yet, with each passing day, we continue to register progress as we chart the path to energy security. Moreover, just as Tintswalo symbolizes our people's resilience and perseverance, so does it inspire our resolve to confront the complexities of the political economy of energy provision. South Africa stands at a pivotal juncture where the imperative to modernize and diversify our energy infrastructure is paramount. It is incumbent upon us to harness the potential of renewable energy sources, foster innovation, and cultivate partnerships that will ensure the reliability of our energy supply, drive inclusive growth, and further expand the reach of reliable and affordable energy. Our definition, therefore, of energy security is not only to keep the lights on, it is about empowering communities, driving progress, and ensuring a future where every individual has access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy sources. Through collaborative efforts and unwavering determination, we have and continue to navigate the currents of change and emerge stronger, guided by the spirit of Tintswalo towards a brighter, more sustainable future for all South Africans. House Chair, as part of our immediate relief to load shedding, last year, Units 1 and 3 to 3 of Kusile, which had been out of service since October of 2022, were successfully returned ahead of schedule. As planned, Unit 5 was synchronized to the grid in December 2023, contributing 800 megawatts. The 4 Kusile units collectively inject 3,200 megawatts of capacity into the grid. The standard offer program has been hugely successful. It has been developed and implemented whereby generators can sell energy at a standard determined rate or according to dynamic rate. As of January 2024, 720 megawatts was contracted, with 100 megawatts made available to the grid, and a further 316 megawatts have been approved for contracting. Medupi 4 will return to service this year in September, a year ahead of schedule. Unit 6 will be synchronized in late November 2024. These units will add 1,600 megawatts to the grid. In addition, Unit 2 of Kubek will return to service in September of 2024, giving us 980 megawatts following a planned outage. These interventions will collectively add 2,580 megawatts to the grid in 2024. To the end of load shedding is indeed within sight. House Chair, our demand-side interventions have similarly yielded exceptional results. South Africa's installed rooftop solar PV capacity increased from 983 megawatts in March of 2022 to 4,400 megawatts in June 2023. It is expected that private generation will continue to contribute to rooftop solar and embedded generation growing exponentially. An additional 1,500 megawatts is expected to come online incrementally in 2024. Since September 2023, planned maintenance increased sharply. This meant that whereas we could have opted for short-term gain of reducing load shedding, since then, we opted for the more enduring approach of ramping up planned maintenance. This will ensure that going into the winter of 2024, the fleet's reliability would have been significantly strengthened. This also means that heading into the winter peak demand period, we can claw back up to 2,000 megawatts by tapering planned maintenance and strengthening available capacity. From March of 2024, we will begin reducing planned maintenance from the current 6,000 megawatts to 5,000 megawatts in April 2024 and to around 3,500 megawatts in May 2024, a threshold that will be sustained during the winter demand period. House Chair, whilst the unbundling of ESCOM continues, the sustainability of generation division is critical to ensuring the national utility remains the backbone of our energy supply capability and ultimately our energy security. ESCOM will increasingly leverage its vast portfolio and transmission infrastructure to expand its renewable energy and battery storage system investments. ESCOM will be proceeding at pace to appoint a transaction advisor team to undertake a procurement process for partners to develop both Richards Bay closed-cycle gas turbine, which is planned to yield 3,000 megawatts. House Chair, gas will increasingly feature prominently in our short to medium-term base load requirements. ESCOM is working on converting Gorikwa and Ankerleg to gas from diesel on the open-cycle gas turbine technology. This initiative is anticipated to yield an additional 2,000 megawatts, which is a further 1,000 megawatts expected from the conversion to closed-cycle gas turbines. House Chair, emphasizing the pivotal role of nuclear energy in our energy mix, government will commence the procurement process of an additional 2,500 megawatts of new nuclear capacity this year on an affordable scale paced basis, as well as 1,500 megawatts of pump storage facility at Tubatse in Limpopo. As we delve deeper into the intricate web of the political economy of energy, it becomes evident that our expansion plans for generation and transmission serves as linchpins for fostering industrialization, massifying skills development, and catalyzing job creation. The interconnectedness of energy industrial complex and broader industry underscores how robust energy infrastructure is pivotal in driving economic growth and fostering industrialization. House Chair, the Ministry of Electricity will lead the process of establishing an independent transmission project office to fast-track procurement, planning, and financing for upgrading, modernization, and expanding our transmission infrastructure. Over the next 10 years, this intervention will attract up to 400 billion rands in transmission infrastructure. To this end, plans are at advanced stage with various fit-for-purpose South African Development Finance Institution to confirm the institutional locus of the ITPO. An announcement in this regard will be made in the coming weeks. As part of this work, in the short term, the focus will be implementing a set of interventions or priority corridors to strengthen transmission capacity in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape. Projects will inter alia be delivered to include 2,335 megawatts of new grid capacity, including Aries Uppington 400 kV line, Juno Gromis 400 kilovolt line, and also transformers in Nama, Kronos, and Uppington substation. Madam House Chair, I also want to confirm that we will be, in the coming days, finalizing an MOU with sister departments to ensure that we are able to industrialize, reskill, and ensure that we are able to commit up to 25,000 beneficiaries to participate in the transition into a green economy. As I conclude, I want to say to Tintswalo, as your honest uncle, Uncle Spooter, I know of your anger. I feel your pain, and I understand your cries. That load shedding is contracting and closing your capability, is narrowing your opportunities. I draw from the counsel of Oliver Tambo when he says, the future is bright, the end is glorious, it is peaceful. The intervening period is dark and bitter, but finds its glory in our acts of struggle. To you, Tintswalo, I say, the end of load shedding is indeed in sight. The future is bright. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now call upon the Honourable De Tooy.
Agbare Voorsitter, our President's attempt to sit South Africa down for story time over the tale of a young child who has allegedly benefited from government programs while he blatantly ignores the fact that under ANC rule, we've seen increased unemployment, dependency, and poverty. The ANC creates the constant need to address social ills as they create poverty and dependence. Mr. President, governments can only provide for the poor as long as they can get tax from the taxpayers. So the only ones that needs to be thanked for this little child's performance is the taxpayers in South Africa. Die toenemende armoede en misdaad en brutale moorde van soveel Suid-Afrikaners kan als aan die regering se onvermoë en ook hulle onwilligheid en opsetlikheid toegeskryf word. Jacob Zuma was not the sole reason for state capture. Your failure to act decisively made you complicit. Turning a blind eye made you an accomplice. The ANC created load shedding, not Eskom. The ANC initiated state capture, not the Guptas. You are the ones with the Cadet Deployment Committee. Geen gepoleerde woorde of skyn empatie in u toespraak sal die herstel bring wat Suid-Afrika nodig het, meneer die president. No word of encouragement from your speech can rekindle the faith that South Africa has in government. You cannot be trusted. 2024 will be yet another year we will have to face the giants in our lives. At times, we might even feel overwhelmed. Ons sal reëse soos die nasionale gesondheidswetgewing, die Bella Bill, as ook onteiening sonder vergoeding in die oë moet staar. Maar die stryd is nie te vergeefs nie. My Bybel staan daar dat vat daar 1000 aan my sy en 10,000 aan my regterhand. sal ons nog steeds oorwin. Al stap ek deur 'n dal van doodskare wees, sal ek geen onheil vrees nie, want U is met my, U stok en U staf, die vertroos my. It's up to us to put an end to this destructive and oppressive government and rebuild South Africa. Morena wadula stulu, batu wa lapisiko kimaka, hakuna metsi, hakuna dijo, hakuna mosomu, Skalebala, July 2021, Honorable Ramaphosa, Gasia Fela, Utlabuna Muputsaya Gagu, Hotla Sintle, remember July 2021. Al julle hartspraak kan ongelukkig die vonk in die kruitvat wees wat ons ervaar. Die moontlikheid bestaan selfs dat ons soos in Nehemia van ouds by die troffel slegs in een hand hierdie land kan herbou waar ons met die ander hand moet waak. Honorable President, your oppressive laws and legislation didn't break us as a nation. The unfair yoke we had to carry didn't discourage us, it made us stronger. Your economic restrictions forced us to be more innovative and productive. You boast about a non-racial, non-sexist society, but in the meantime, you institute more radical BEE legislation. Mr. President, the ANC tried to break our spirit. You only managed to break this country. Ons moed is nie gebreek nie. Ons is nie verpletter nie, ons het juis op ons knieë krag ontvang om teenstand te bied en te veg met trots vir ons nalatenskap vir ons kinders. 'n Toekoms met geleenthede, 'n toekoms sonder die ANC. Ek staan nie net hier as 'n politikus en 'n parlementslid nie, ek staan hier as 'n pa, as 'n broer, as 'n seun, as 'n man, as 'n stryder vir 'n beter Suid-Afrika om hier 'n bestaan te maak in Suid-Afrika, my vaderland. Ons weet waar ons krag vandaan kom. Ons weet dat ons behoud nie in 'n enkele politieke party of in 'n regering gesetel is nie, maar ons vertroue in God. Hy is die een wat heersers aanstel en verwyder. Selfs Driekus het houe gevat, maar hy het geweet om te oorwin, moes ons tot die geveg toetree. En dit is wat van elke Suid-Afrikaner vandag verwag word. Wat is jou plig, jou voorreg, jou verantwoordelikheid? Suid-Afrika, staan op en gaan doen jou deel. Moenie gaan stem omdat iemand vir jou sê om dit te doen nie. Gaan stem omdat dit jou deel van die oplossing maak. Gaan stem omdat jy beheer het om oor jou eie toekoms te besluit en jou nalatenskap te vestig sonder vrees, sonder veragting, sonder diskriminasie, omdat jy hier in Suid-Afrika hoort met trots en erns en waardigheid. En die heel belangrikste, ons vertroue in God. Bou Suid-Afrika, hou goeie moed, dapper held. Ons toekoms is in ons hande. Dankie voorsitter.
Order, honourable members. Order, order. I now invite the Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson of the House, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, Deputy President Mashatile, Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow citizens. It's wrong that the ANC campaign for end construction campaign. Some of the men still belong to the borders where they will go and fight and be eaten by the They come here with a lot of emotions, these kufuts. But I take this opportunity to welcome the SONA 2024, delivered by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. His account does not only cover the 6th-term administration, but it covers 30 years of ANC-led government in which application and the implementation of the Freedom Charter has been successfully in producing intended results, especially its Clause 1, I quote, people shall govern, and Clause 9, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. It is also influenced by the 1954 Women's Charter that articulates itself on the total emancipation of the motive forces as defined by the National Democratic Revolution. Honorable Chair, as the ruling party, we heeded the call as women and put the numerous policies and programs which were taken forward by government with respect to the socio-economic empowerment of women and girls in all their diversity.
They have resulted in the improvement of women's lives and livelihoods. These policies center around addressing women's poverty, women's social protection, women's health, including sexual and reproductive health, education and advancement in skills provision, and sanitary dignity packs for indigent girls and women. 40% public procurement to women-owned business among many. Although there are policies addressing teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, and femicide, women's burden on unpaid care and household work, among other such persisting problems. Unfortunately, these are challenges that continue to negatively impact the lives and livelihoods of women and girls, and therefore negatively impacting their socio-economic status, because they all need hands on deck and the reconstruction and development of minds. Honorable Speaker, the story of Tintwalo is the modus operandi of the ruling party, that all children born after 1994 live a decent life, have access to opportunities that their parents didn't have, and be able to create better lives for themselves and their families. Youth-focused programs in South Africa have played a significant role in fostering skills development and employment opportunities by providing education, support, vocational training, mentorship, and support in career development. These initiatives have helped to bridge the gap between education and employment. Furthermore, initiatives focusing on entrepreneurship and leadership development have empowered young people to create their own opportunities and contribute to the economy. Honorable Chairs, you are aware that this government has spent more effort and resources to improve access to quality education so as to unlock the potential of young people by building their capabilities to their full potential. Uchilu Minister Mutseha up. The presidential pronouncement on the upscaling of the initiative to address youth unemployment, according to the World Economic Forum of 2021, skills development can reduce unemployment and underemployment and increase productivity, as well as improve standards of living when implemented properly. In contributing to the efforts of our governments spent to improve access to quality education, our department, together with the South African National Defence Force and other departments, have reimagined the National Youth Service to be responsive to industry demand. Its approach to solving the challenge of youth unemployment is that of, I quote, all of government and all of society, close quote. To skills development for the unskilled livelihood, restoration, wealth creation, poverty, and hunger alleviation for the marginalized, to culture of science, will significantly shape how women, youth, and persons with disability think about, perceive, and solve the socio-economic challenges they encounter daily, and empowering them to create their own opportunities and contribute to the economic growth of the country and the employment initiatives. Honorable Chair, the initiatives have 6 employment streams, and that will be established, and they are as follows. 1, maritime skills and the ocean economy, engineering, construction, and manufacturing for infrastructure rollout and maintenance, food, agriculture, value chain industry, digital, ICT, and 4IR industry, defense, safety, and security community-oriented services. Honorable Chair, with South African Sign Language becoming a 12th official language, all duty bearers, private and public, have to ensure that at all service points, including training, provide South African Sign Language physically or digitally to remove the communication and information barrier affecting persons who are deaf in particular. Chair, it is an honor that I stand before you to highlight the remarkable progress made by the 6th administration in responding to the gender-based violence and femicide. Throughout our tenure, we have prioritized accountability across all tiers of government by ensuring the implementation of National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, and enforcing compliance with reporting. The establishment of gender-based violence and femicide response funds signifies a crucial step forward in our commitment to address this societal scourge. The private sector availing funds to implement the GBV programs. And Honorable President, I salute you because you are on the forefront of this important initiative. The National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill was approved by the National Assembly and sent to the NSOP in 2023. Through legislative measures, 6 critical pieces of legislation related to GBF have been signed into law, with the implementation costing well underway. Furthermore, the intersectoral shelter policy and the psychosocial support service policy serve as a cornerstone in providing holistic support to the survivors of gender-based violence and femicide. We have expanded our reach with the establishment of the additional Kuseleka one-stop centers to assist victims in rebuilding their lives. Our commitment to economic empowerment is exemplified by the launch of the SONA initiative. Now, we launched the 3rd National Femicide Prevalence Survey in March 2022. We reaffirm our resolve to confront gender-based violence and femicide with unwavering determination. Through collaborative efforts and steadfast dedication, we will continue to work towards a society where every individual feels safe, valued, and empowered. Both government and private sector can leverage separate data to design programs and services that cater to the specific needs. Our department separated data acts as a prescription scalpel, exposing hidden inequalities and guiding targeted intervention. The State South African Inequality Trends 2020 report states that women earn an average 30% less than men in the same jobs. Our department has developed a law, the Promotion of Women's Rights Empowerment and Gender Equality draft bill, which incorporates a clause on equal pay or remuneration for equal work or substantial same work or work of equal value. This clause criminalizes discrimination on pay on the basis of gender. The approval by the National Assembly of the sign language and the presidential signing it into law will drastically improve access to justice for many persons with disability. Honorable Chair, we call for the public procurement bill to be swiftly finalized to effectively implement set-aside in South Africa, thereby fostering tangible opportunities to the advancement and inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disability. Honorable Chair, for more than 300 years, South African and black families in particular were deliberately rattled and disorganized by the white supremacy. However, through their resiliency and bravery, our people rose to the occasion by producing the likes of Mandela, Tambo, and Maxeke. As a result, post-1994, the ANC became hard at work, having the capacity to provide basic services like houses, water, and electricity, led by that resilient leadership. It was through the ANC commitment that South Africans, for the first time, their dignity was restored. We can proudly say families play a critical role in providing support to the young and old.
Honourable Deputy
As
Minister,
I conclude,
your time is now expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Darkmo.
Honorable President, Deputy President, House Chair, members of this House and guests. Ek wil net sê dat agbare de Tooi moenie hier kom en die Bybel gebruik. Want er was mense wat die Bybel gebruik het en hulle het vir apartheid geondersteun met die Bybel in een hand. Please, don't do that again. It needs to be said that the speech delivered by our President last week places beyond doubt the fact that South Africa is a better place than it was in 1994. The work done by successive ANC governments working with our people has seen massive improvements in the quality of life of the vast majority of our people. And at the same time, our President was honest about the challenges and the problems that we face as a nation. Maar ons weet almal dat as die kar begin spoed optel, dan blaf die honde baie. Siyayazi somlomo ukuba izinja zinkonkoto imoto ehambayo. These DA speakers will not tell you, Mr. President, that in the Western Cape, less than 3% of agricultural land is owned by black South Africans, colored, African, and white. That white South Africans own 70% of urban land in the Western Cape, making up 18% of the population. That colored people, while they constitute 48% of the Western Cape's people, only own 10% of urban land. And African people, who make up 38%, they only own 3% of the land. And also, I want to especially thank the Minister of Electricity and also tell them that when you go and buy 100 Rand of electricity in Cape Town, say you live in Cape Town, you buy that electricity from Eskom, you get 42 units. But when you buy for 100 Rand from the city, the DA, you only get 22 units. Why is that? It's a NERSA surcharge, and over and above the NERSA surcharge, they are putting more. And now they want one of their powers to take control of energy. So sê, julle gaan dit nooit reg kry. Only 50% of Cape Town residents, Mr. President, have access to internet, compared to the 77% that you mentioned nationally. Speaker, workers in our province are amongst the 6 million workers in our country who have benefited from the minimum wage. This has helped many, mainly domestic and farm workers in our province. Yet it is the DA who actively oppose the minimum wage. And I want to quote from their 2019 manifesto, page 12. It calls for allowing potential employees to opt out of the sectoral minimum wage, which would have a new minimum wage of no less than an old age pension. So the DA wants a minimum wage to be 2,000 Rand. That's what they want. Hulle wil 'n minimumloon van 2000 betaal terwyl die ANC regering gee 'n minimumloon van tussen 4100 en 4600. It's simple. Itatile lento. This DA does not like itatile. The DA does not like black people. They don't like colored people. They don't like Palestinian people. Because a senior DA leader in the Western Cape, when one of our legislature staff members was wearing a kufia, he was intimidating her and saying, "You cannot wear that here." Ai kuteni vayageza bona. Yay. Speaker, and dis hoekom die mense wat the flower sellers are saying on the streets of Cape Town, hulle gaan nooit weer vir die DA stem nie. They are voting ANC. That's why that is happening. Thousands of workers in our province are benefiting as part of 550,000 workers in South Africa who have worker ownership of companies. These gains are due to national legislation and political will. But the reality is that we have a DA government in this province which opposes each and every piece of transformative legislation. They do so to defend the privileges of those who have benefited from colonialism and apartheid. Kom ons praat die waarheid vandag. Kufuneka sithetha inyaniso eparlement namhlanje. 'n Stem vir die DA is 'n stem teen die minimumloon. A vote for the DA is a vote against employment equity, whose regulations say that regional demographics must be taken into account, which benefits Africans, coloureds, Indians, the disabled, and women. A vote for the DA is a vote against national health insurance for all. A vote for the DA is a vote against the expropriation bill, which, when it becomes law, land will be distributed to those who work it. And this will happen in terms of our constitution. The DA are panicking. Their supreme leader, Helen Zille, sy is nie gelukkig met die matriek nie. She's not happy with the matriek. She doesn't believe that the matriek can appeal to voters. Zille is eintlik kwaad vir die matriek, and now she wants Jardine. So now they're trying to come up with a bill which wants devolution of powers. They are pushing for federalism, and with their right-wing allies such as the Freedom Front,
Well, just take a seat, please. Please, just take your seat. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members of the ANC. Order. I want to recognize the Honorable House Whip, Honorable Khadebe. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, I will not be able to hear the whip of the ANC taking a point of order if you continuously interrupt him.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. One member of the DA seated there has exhibited an unparliamentary conduct by showing a middle finger to the speaker on the platform. According to our rules, it is not allowed, Chair. We cannot do such gestures in the House.
Who is the member?
Oh.
Order,
That's
honorable
Bahrain.
members.
They says Bahrain.
Order.
It's Bahrain.
Okay, calm down, honorable members, calm down. Where's the honorable Bahrain? Order, honorable members. May I ask the ANC whips to please ask your members to remain quiet so that I can deal with this matter. No amount of shouting and screaming will address the issue. So stay calm. Honorable Bahrain, did you make that gesture?
Yes, I did.
Please leave the House. Honorable Bahrain. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Dagmo, you may now continue. May I also remind honorable members, all members in the House, that the joint sitting have very specific rules. And when a point of order is taken, the rules clearly indicate that the member raising the point of order must be granted a fair opportunity to raise the point of order. I do not expect screaming and shouting. You're not making the point. The member who will raise the point of order will raise the point and it will be dealt with. Please let us observe that so that we can continue with the business of the House. Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you, House Chair. It's not surprising that even though the ANC in this province is working with South African Jews for a free Palestine, the Muslim community, that honorable member who showed a gesture is one of the arch Zionists in the Western Cape, and maybe he just can't handle the fact that I'm wearing this. The provincial government is clear of wanting more powers. Our Republic's constitution does not create a federal state. It provides for a unitary state with clear powers and functions to provinces. Soze ukubuyela kwi-Bantustans apho eMzantsi Afrika. Soze nooit. We want one country. That's what we want. We want to unite South Africans, Christian, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, colored, African, white in this province. We don't want that division. This provincial government undermines our constitution, and in fact, they undermine cooperative governance. The provincial legislature has 3 legal advisors, not ANC, DA, 3 of them. They all said this powers bill of the DA is unconstitutional. It's been rejected by 80% of those attending the hearings. The DA is trying to spread a rumor that we are disrupting, wanting ungovernability. We've never said that as the ANC. That's not our politics. Maybe it's the politics of people who are not here today. The DA wants more powers, but I want, Mr. President, to draw this House's attention to one of the powers that the province already has, which is basic education. It's impossible to be silent about the unimaginable descent of the state of education in the Western Cape, to the point where the matric pass rate for 2023 was below the national average for the first time. In 2004, under the ANC government, the Western Cape pass rate for grade 12 was 14.3% above the national rate. 20 years later, the graph shows that the Western Cape pass rate is now 1.4% below the pass rate, while the rest of the country has been working hard and equitably to improve. The Western Cape is frankly letting its people down and effectively going backwards. Not only have 4 provinces now overtaken the Western Cape at the top of the log, but criminally, it sits at the bottom province in respect of the percentage of bachelor passes coming from no-fee schools. The top province in no-fee schools is in fact the province of Limpopo, and we can be proud of Limpopo because they have 85% bachelor passes coming from no-fee schools. The Western Cape, by stark contrast, is the bottom, with a mere 26% of bachelor passes coming from no-fee schools. That's almost 60% below. Now, they try and claim that they have got the top mass pass rate, but what they don't tell you, because DA, they ignore the fact that only 25% of the learners in this province actually do maths. The DA is crushing the hopes of our Newts in Swallows, our Shamiras, our Cindy's, our Bonganis, our Jonathans. And that's why this crisis, I believe, Mr. President, and I say this with all seriousness, needs for our National Executive and the President to consider invoking Section 101 of the National Constitution, which says that when a province cannot perform its function, there needs to be an appropriate intervention. Now, the Speaker, DA, was celebrating the outcome of cadre deployment. Those celebrating this outcome are the biggest hypocrites you will ever find. In 2022, and I brought it again today, we provided evidence where the DA instructs local councils who to appoint. Honourable Schreiber, do you remember the letters of MEC Bradell telling them who to appoint on a DA letterhead? This DA deployment was actually racist because the best candidate, even the DA councils agreed, was a black person, but the DA wrote and said, you cannot appoint that person. They are the biggest hypocrites in the world. So when we discovered, we wrote and we said, give us all your cadre deployment. But they're not even cadres. The DA doesn't have cadres. Let my baantjies for boeties. A cadre is someone with the skills and the ability to drive the transformation project. And 4 years later, no information about all these DA so-called baantjies for boeties. Net soos die Broederbond gedoen het. And I want to clarify, a cadre is a capable public servant who advances the transformation project and the national democratic revolution from within the state. It's about bringing diversity. Now, I want to move towards the end to say that Comrade Minister Mantashe said that when the ANC took over, there was not a single black DG. All over the world, deployment of those who support the ruling party's policies and meet the qualification, it takes place. And we as the ANC support the resolution of our National Executive to review,
Honourable Member,
but never
your time
abandon
is expired.
cadre deployment. I thank you.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. I now invite the Honourable Minister. Order, honourable members. I now invite the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to the podium. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mama Nosivio Mapisang Ngakula, Chair of the NCOP, Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, the Chairperson of our House of Traditional Leaders in Khoisan, leaders Khoshi Siatlolo, Premiers, my Cabinet colleagues. Good day to all fellow South Africans. President, just last week you addressed our nation, delivering your State of the Nation address that filled us with pride. As we gather here today, we are all reminiscent of Tinswalo. For each one of us has reaped and continue to reap the benefits of the rewards of the tireless efforts of our democratic government, especially a developmental local government. As we stand here 3 decades into our democratic journey, we reflect on the significant strides that we have made that have touched so many citizens in ensuring that they are able to live a better life for themselves, assisted by a government that cares. We do this and continue to deliver on the basic services in ensuring that we look into the subject of the evolution of the multi-party democracy, necessitating us to be agile and maintain an upward trajectory in a service delivery scorecard, including ensuring that our coalition are functional. We are aware of the strategy of the opponents, which is to consolidate the anti-transformation forces through these coalitions and the Moon Pacts. But just yesterday, 7 February 2024, Honorable Jones Deneze, MoneyWeb article, City of Tshwane is sinking deeper into debt, and it owes its debt ballooned to 1.1 billion in September last year. No, wait, that's legal. In February, now as we conclude, they are 3.9 billion. Even so, on the 30th of June, the city owed its creditors about 12.6 billion. Not a dream, a record. Google MoneyWeb, 7 February 2024. An increase compared to the balance of a year. But let me tell you the worst dysfunctionality that has ever happened in the history of municipalities in South Africa. JSE listed City of Tshwane yesterday as one of the measures that needs to be looked into, and your bonds may be suspended. Yesterday. Just yesterday, you turned back 2.6 billion of the money meant for the people of the City of Tshwane for services. That was not enough. In 2016, when the City of Tshwane under the Minister Sputla Ramokgopa, they were spending 96% of their grant. Today, you have returned 2.6 billion. In 2022, we granted you permission of 900 million of our grant money to pay a ESCOM debt, which has now tripled. So the City of Tshwane, as of June, could only submit financial statement 3 months down the line after the time has been set. And as a result, all municipalities in the country have given their audit outcomes in January to their council, except the City of Tshwane. Yes, you will be quick to remind me of Ekurhuleni as if I have forgotten it, precisely because they have been granted authority to do so. And that comes just after an adverse outcome of Randall Williams, and you quickly hid him under the carpet as if South Africa doesn't know why he left. Adverse outcome for the first time in the City of Tshwane. We are still waiting for the audit outcome. But this is a history of recurrence. Where does it come from? Before, after Randall, you gave us Stephen Mokhalab. We had a sex in the office scandal. Not even in a small building. What did you give us before that? You gave us Solim Sima. We have a report written by the Auditor General into a multi-billion Let Africa contract that you extended. Come with your Moon Pact, we will shoot it. It is for the first time in the history of South Africa, under the capable leadership of the DA, that we are able to have a capital of a country with the possibility of not having bonds. Congratulations, John. You have done well. You are quick to say the president and the story of Tintswalo is not feasible. You have killed Tintswalo in the city of Tshwane. Let me remind you, before 2016, what Tintswalo could do. In the city center of Tshwane, there were even doves as a sign of peace. Go to the city now. Kuhambe ngisho amajuba. I had not read for this, but we have looked into what Stats SA and the census has given us in the city. And we are saying today we are looking into the replication of what we have been able to deal with as the lessons of what have been given throughout our systems. The lessons from our presidential imbizo has given us a total of about 60 projects, which give us a total of 60 billion for a Sandleni district municipality, 13 funded catalytic projects, and Gersibande district has given us 29.4 billion, President, 10 projects, and of which 3 of them have already been successfully completed. The institution of traditional leaders, though it is still in the process that the President will be addressing it at the end of the month, we are looking into 10 SLPs as a start, covering as such Bakubung, Baranteo, Royal Bafokeng, Barolongba, Ratlo. We look forward to have you officially open the House, President, at the end of the month. And this will accelerate all the projects that have been listed through all the partnerships that we have to ensure that there is governance, there's water management, there's disaster mitigation, additionally, there's spending of resources. I'm joining DFFE to go to Inyanga, Diokoshing Kunkuma for the people of the Western Cape who are not well taken care of even when money has been allocated. DBSA has refocused itself into ensuring that all our municipalities, starting with our capital, the city of Tshwane, needs to be repurposed. And we will look into that. Since 2018, 7 billion has been allocated to look into the issues of disaster to ensure that the permission of the 7th administration carries the journey of the Tintswalo Fed. If you look into the DPG water scheme, which came under the capable leadership of the ANC-led government, is already in completion, and communal taps and house taps instead of communal taps have been. Extension 7 in KwaZamokuhle, where the residents table a request for a road. That road is currently under construction and will be handed over to the communities. We have said it before. Maspala utlaobonsa spoke. Come with the pact, we come with delivery, we come with integrated planning, we service you till we get it right. As I step down, I urge all of you, those who resonate with the spirit of Tintswalo, to join me in ensuring that you go back and clean the city of Tshwane to make sure that we do not have cholera that kills people anymore. You have got 40 plus people who died because you did not service the Rooiwal. The money was allocated for Rooiwal. The money is going back to the fiscals so that more people can be able to die. The 3 next decades to come, because I say, decades will even surpass the loftiest and the biggest aspirations of what the African National Congress has for you. If you want to know who Tintswalo is, go and look for the best rapid public transport that Tshwane once had, the buses that it had, the Wi-Fi that it had, the bursaries that it had, the products that it produced for the world and for the city to ensure that we are expiring leaders. What do we have to show today? 20 years under your rule, 0.
Honorable Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you.
0.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, you may take your seats now. Please take your seats. The next speaker is the Honorable Schreiber. Order, honorable members. Honorable Dagmore, you had your opportunity. Let's listen now to the speaker. Order.
Agbare voorsitter. Dis opvallend dat die president ons wêreldkampioen Driekus Du Plessis geïgnoreer het tydens sy toespraak. Meneer die president, Driekus bly 'n Suid-Afrikaner, selfs al ondersteun hy nie die korrupte ANC nie en hy verdien erkenning vir sy heldedade. Maar gelukkig gaan kiesers binnekort aan die ANC doen wat Driekus aan Sean Strickland gedoen het, want die ANC weet nie wat ons weet nie. As I listened to the ANC, I was struck by a recurring pattern. Every time they spoke about an element of the collapse of South Africa, what they euphemistically call challenges, they pretend to not know that the ANC is the root cause of all of these crises. In the ANC's world, the causes of load shedding, corruption, and state capture are as puzzling as some of the world's great mysteries, like Stonehenge or how those dollars ended up in the president's couch. There's just one problem. In each of these cases, the DA told them so. Back when former President Mbeki was still merrily chewing his garlic and the Guptas were but a twinkle in Zuma's eye, the DA warned that we would run out of electricity. When it later emerged that the ANC planned to use load shedding as an opportunity to loot through Chancellor House, the DA warned that this corruption would lead to cost inflation and substandard work, as well as serious shortages of electricity. All of this has come to pass. And then the Honorable Lucas has the gall to stand here and say that load shedding is not the end of the world. Load shedding is the end of the world for thousands of workers who have been laid off because of it. Load shedding is the end of the world for small business owners who have lost everything. The only people for whom load shedding is not the end of the world are ANC fat cats who live in taxpayer-funded mansions with generators paid by the same people who are suffering under load shedding. But then again, we do remember how the Honorable Lucas spent over 50,000 Rand on KFC during her first 10 weeks as Northern Cape Premier. At the time, she responded by, and I quote, "How would we have eaten without taxpayer money?" I suggest the ANC should make this their slogan for the 2024 election. Clearly, for Honorable Lucas, load shedding will be the end of the world when it eventually shuts down her local source of streetwise feasts. When that happens, just remember one thing: the DA told you so. Then there's state capture. For decades, the DA warned that ANC cadre deployment would lead to an explosion in corruption and an implosion in service delivery. So the ANC should not be shocked by yesterday's Constitutional Court judgment that they must hand over their cadre deployment records to the DA dating back to January 2013 when President Ramaphosa became king of the cadres. It was good to hear the Honourable Mantashe say that the ANC will abide by the court's order. I do have some empty boxes at the back, and he's welcome to start dropping off some of his cadre secrets on the way out of this room and out of government. But Minister Mantashe then went on to posture that the ANC will continue with cadre deployment even after it caused state capture and collapsed service delivery. There's just one problem with that, honourable members. The DA is currently awaiting judgment in a separate court case to declare cadre deployment unconstitutional and unlawful, whether the President likes it or not. When that happens, just remember one thing: the DA told you so. Sometimes one must also observe what is not said. What stood out today like a cadre's sore thumb that got caught in a cash register is that the ANC was too afraid to let Deputy President Paul Mashatile speak. He's sitting right here, so why was he not allowed to speak today? I'll tell you why. Because the ANC is too afraid to put its corruption-accused Deputy President on this stage. Imagine, just imagine, a president that protects his deputy from corruption allegations, but is too scared to even allow him to open his mouth. The DA told you so.
Now, there's one final thing that the DA warned the ANC about, but they didn't listen properly. I'm sure we've all seen the reports that Jacob Zuma's new MK party is already polling at 24% in KwaZulu-Natal and at 9% nationally. It is clear that Zuma took millions of ANC votes with him when he poached the MK logo from right under the ANC's noses. As far back as 2009, the DA warned them with our Stop Zuma election posters over 1 million times. We warned them on lampposts, on billboards, on TV and on radio, but they did not listen properly. Now those chickens that grew up at the Nkandla coop have come home to roost at Luthuli House. The biggest irony is that this is all a crisis of President Ramaphosa's own making. Instead of upholding the rule of law, the president freed over 15,000 criminals as an excuse to keep Zuma out of prison. He kept feeding the crocodile, hoping that it would eventually stop being hungry. But now, the crocodile is coming for ANC votes, and it's hungrier than ever. Mr. President, in just a few months from now, as the crocodile locks his jaws around you, I want you to keep one thing in mind. The DA told you so.
Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Khadebe, can we give him a microphone, please? Order, honorable members. Why are you rising, honorable member? I can't hear you. Can we switch on that microphone, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 34, subsection G. That rule joint rule clearly states that we cannot bring the placards into the house, and then that's what the person was in the podium has done that. I request to make a ruling around that. Thank you, Chair.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, as all of you are aware, the rules are there to protect the decorum of the House and the dignity of the debate. Now, we understand it's an election year and it's election season, but we are not here to campaign. Campaigning will take place outside of this chamber. We are here to debate. Honorable member, are you challenging me? Are you challenging me, honorable member? Read the rules. It's ensured that the business of the Houses of Parliament is conducted in an orderly manner. In fact, the rule is clear that members are prohibited from bringing placards into the chamber. Now, the Honorable Schreiber, you're not a new member of Parliament. You know the rules. But you just display a campaign poster from the podium. And you do it at the end of your speech and then just leave. I will look further into the matter, but honorable members, we must desist from this type of unacceptable behavior. The Honorable Dr. Schreiber should go and read the rules again, so that the Honorable Dr. Schreiber have a better understanding, so that I don't need to make a ruling against the Honorable Dr. Schreiber again. And that applies to all members, whether you are academic doctors like the Honorable Dr. Schreiber or not. Read to understand the rules, please. The next speaker is order. The next speaker is the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. President, Deputy President, Chairperson, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members. There's one thing I know right now. Tinswala will vote ANC in 2024. There's another thing I know. Fatima in Eldorado Park will not. Honorable Chairperson, it is a privilege to participate in this debate on the President's address. As the President indicated in his well-balanced speech, there are many challenges and many more opportunities. In fact, Chairperson, the second term will be a term when many of our governments and our people's ambitions and desires will come into full realization. As we anticipate such progress, Chairperson, we truly hope that there will be no pandemic to put a brake on our ambitions, no economic crisis among world powers holding trade back, and no conflict involving great powers, inflating oil prices, narrowing markets, and impacting on jobs and growth. There are many in this House, Chairperson, who are naysayers all the time. They believe the ground will open up and swallow them if they tell the truth about the challenges that confront this government and the many bold steps taken to address them. It is, of course, the task of the opposition to seek to point at failures, and we should not be surprised at that. They must point to the inadequacy of electricity and our failure to address speedily the expansion of energy access when we should have done. But they cannot, Chairperson, they dare not recall that before the advent of freedom and democracy, near 70% of our citizens had no access to electricity. Today, Chair, as you drive from East London to Mthatha, you see the changes vividly, changes brought by this democratic government. This progress is found too in our various presidents' work in international relations and cooperation. In the past 30 years of South Africa's foreign policy, we have consistently seen South Africa punch above its weight on the global stage. South Africa is considered a champion of human rights around the world, a leader in the global south, and a leader on the African continent, driving continental integration. The work of DIRCO has been guided by our national interest, and we continue to work toward contributing to the improvement of the lives of all South Africans with a view to building a better South Africa, Africa, and world. Our government has honored the undertaking we gave the South African people in 2018, that we would attract new investments into our economy. The pledges at the annual South Africa Investment Conference exceeded President Ramaphosa's target of 1.2 trillion rand in investments by 306 billion rand, overachieving the target by 26%. These investments will go a long way in stimulating economic activity and creating jobs. We've also played an active role in the development of international human rights and humanitarian law. South Africa was elected to serve on the UN Human Rights Council for a 3-year term, starting in January 23. This is our third term on the HRC, having successfully served previously on the Council. We've also been government in the establishment of the African Union and have taken on leadership roles at various levels of the continental organization. In 2002, President Thabo Mbeki served as the inaugural chair of the African Union, and from 2012 to 2017, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma served as the AU Commission chair. From February 2020 to 21, our president served as African Union chair, and South Africa chaired the African Union's Peace and Security Council on numerous occasions. President Ramaphosa chaired the African Union at a very difficult time As the world was combating the coronavirus, South Africa was praised by the World Health Organization for the strategies it devised to deal with the pandemic. As chair of the Union, President Ramaphosa appointed special envoys to mobilize international economic support for the continental fight against COVID and established the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team. By August 21, the team had managed to secure 400 million vaccine doses for African countries, despite hoarding by the North. Of course, there are many on the benches in opposition who wish to pretend that there was no such thing as COVID, that it didn't affect us severely socially as well as economically. Our country played a major role in the fight to make COVID vaccines more accessible to the developing South. We couldn't get vaccines till President Ramaphosa intervened. South Africa and India argued effectively for a temporary TRIPS waiver at the World Trade Organization to enable developing countries to manufacture COVID vaccines and therapeutics. We faced huge resistance from the rich developed countries, but we won a partial temporary waiver. As a result, in 2021, the African Union heads of state established the Partnerships for Africa Vaccine Manufacturing under the Africa CDC. The Africa CDC is working with 4 other national regulatory authorities to boost capacity to manufacture 60% of vaccine needs in Africa by 2040, for the first time ever for Africa, and South Africa led the way. In June last year, the WHO made reference to how South Africa managed its response to the pandemic despite the many challenges. Dr. Ryan at the WHO said South Africa used its initial lockdown very well and put in place a 4-point plan for preparedness and response. He said the deployment of mobile laboratories across the country was a huge innovation, and the training of 30,000 community health workers to do contact tracing and testing was effective. He lauded South Africa for its swift technological response, which allowed it to develop COVID-19 testing capacity early on and assist other countries on the continent to test for cases. Of course, none of this will be mentioned by the opposition. South Africa has capitalized on its membership in important multilateral organizations such as the G20 and BRICS to advance the priorities of the African Union's Agenda 2063, our continent's development blueprint. We've played a significant role in the development of continental infrastructure, the procurement and development of vaccines, in science and innovation, and we are determined to play an even larger role in the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. But of course, we still have a long way to go, as President said, despite major successes. Our country has been playing a role in advancing peace and security on the African continent for many years, from the 2003 Sun City Unity Talks for the Democratic Republic of Congo to 2021 signing off of the Pretoria Agreement between the federal government of Ethiopia and the TPLF. We are a country and government that is doing. We've made also a noticeable impact in our country in science and innovation on the world stage. In fact, Mr. President, I don't recall you saying Tinswalo was a factory worker. Did you say that? I don't remember, and I was wondering, why is it when it's a young black woman referred to that the only career she might have is factory worker? I found that odd. Nonetheless, in the space of science, innovation, and intellectual development, we are very proud internationally of Dr. Chiliji Marwala, of the UN University. He was appointed in August 2023 and serves on the UN's Scientific Advisory Council. He wouldn't have had that opportunity had we not had democracy, because we know that Honorable Dutoy would have prevented it from happening. Dr. Marwala served as Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, is a specialist in artificial intelligence, in computer science, and is also a qualified mechanical engineer. This male Tinswalo is not a factory worker whose factory is closing. We also have a further list of world award winners. Black women scientists. We celebrate Professor Tebelo Nyokong, who is Rhodes University's director of the Institute of Nanotechnology Innovation. She's received many global awards for her research on photodynamic therapy of cancer and on eliminating antimicrobial resistance. If the Honorable Steenhuisen had said Tinswalo was a physicist who lost her job, I would have said transformation is happening. But a factory worker, no. The pioneering research of Professor Nyokong is paving the way for safer cancer detection and treatment without the debilitating effects of chemotherapy. Last year, Pope Francis appointed Professor Nyokong to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. And then we have Sinamile Masango, who is a nuclear physicist and an esteemed scholar who presents her work on some of the biggest science stages in the world. She mentors young girls in science through her foundation and has declared she wishes to be the first African woman to travel to space, not for the moonshot, but to shoot it down. Our country, Honorable Chairperson, has a myriad of influential, talented minds, and we are proud that they represent South Africa so well. Some of these inimitable minds comprised our world-class team of international law advocates who presented our case to the International Court of Justice last month on Israel's genocide in Gaza. I was absolutely shocked at Honorable Nodada suggesting leave the genocide and focus on your domestic issues. I find it horrifying that is the future South African we have. People worldwide have hailed South Africa's case before the ICJ and the finding of the court that there's a plausible case of genocide. This has had reverberations worldwide. The case is particularly significant in that the ICJ is seized by such an important matter of peace and security, where it is a country of the South that is asking the world's highest court to hold a country of the North accountable for their violations of the Geneva Convention. We all know that provisional measures were set out by the court. We all know that the silence of the Democratic Alliance has been deafening. We all know that the Western Cape government on 10th March 2022, through their premier, referred to Ukraine in the following way: we cannot and will not remain silent in the face of a major international crisis that threatens the very foundation of our liberal international order. Premier, Western Cape, Honorable Nodada, about Ukraine. But today you say we must ignore genocide in Palestine. We are embarrassed by you.
Honorable Minister, your time has now expired. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, please take your seats now. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members, please take your seats. Order, honorable members, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you. Please take your seats. Honorable members, order. That brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. That concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. Now, that concludes the first day of the debate on the State of the Nation address. Parties had an opportunity to respond to the address, raising comments and questions, and even offering solutions in some instances to the President's speech.
And that was punctuated by jabs, rhetoric, heckling, and some points of order there. I'm sure tomorrow will be just as robust, and then we will hear the President's response on Thursday, all of which we will be bringing you live right here on Parliament TV, on channel 408 on your DSTV. Dr. Mvulani, a very interesting day indeed. What are your takeaways and what was debated
I think
today?
For me, really at a glance, the overarching theme is still the fact that we are celebrating, we're hitting the 30-year anniversary of our constitutional democracy, and that's quite critical. And even though after the President had delivered his speech on the 8th of February, many had, the comments that we got from most of the parties that made their comments, basically said that the President should not have widened the scope to focus on this 30-year anniversary. But in a way, it has really anchored the discussions, because now, as everybody is beginning to reflect and analyze and assess how far we've come as a country, they have actually been structured into discussing our 30-year trajectory, our developmental trajectory in the last 30 years.
A very balanced debate. I mean, they started off touching on social issues, your bread and butter issues that affect people on the ground. The issue of housing was touched on, the issue of I think it was a wide-ranging debate they had today.
It was indeed a wide-ranging debate with, of course, most members of the African National Congress speaking to key deliverables and drawing comparisons once again, looking back at what South Africa was like from an economic perspective, from an access to housing perspective, from an access to health perspective, and social services, the package of social services that is now currently available. All of these have been put forth as some of the key deliverables of the African National Congress, which also shows a deliberate move away from the, our divided past and, of course, the oppressive laws of the past.
And the president, having used Dintswalo as his prime example, the opposition parties just went to town to try and describe Dintswalo from their point of view. Quite interesting there.
No, that was really interesting indeed. But I mean, for me, what I value, I think what most South Africans would value about